Thanks for joining us today for WDRB News at 4. I'm Hayden Rostevsky.
And I'm Gilbert Corsi. Severe weather is heading our way right now.
Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear has already declared a state of emergency ahead of the next 4 days of storms. We want to get right over to Chief Meteorologist Mark Weinberg now. You are really paying close attention to the timing for us.
Yeah, so we just got the first watch. It doesn't include our area. It's to our west. And this is what we call a PDS tornado watch, which means particularly dangerous situation. Memphis is going to get hit hard out of this one, as will the western part of Kentucky. You can see, and Gil was kind of noting this earlier, he's like, the pink, the magenta? Yes, this is the highest threat that the Storms Prediction Center has, and it goes into the land between the lakes. You can see in our area, we've got the moderate risk that includes areas like Seymour and Madison and Paoli, through Salem, south through Louisville, Brandenburg, Hardinsburg, and E-Town. And then our southeast counties would be in the enhanced. The enhanced is what we saw on Sunday, so the moderate is northwest of that. Please understand, don't look at, oh, I'm in eastern part of Hardin County. It's only the western part that has the higher risk. If you think about it as one or the other rather than you're on the high end of one or the low end of the other, I think that's a better way to look at it. Destructive winds, some instances of large hail, and strong tornadoes are possible. Anything that develops ahead of the line would have an increased chance of large hail and strong tornadoes. You know about the flood watch that goes in effect tonight through Sunday. This is for the potential for significant flooding in our area, life-threatening flooding. If you're asking me, is this going to break the historic record, my opinion would be no. We've got a wind advisory through 1 a.m. and Louisville's already gusted to around 50. So as we look out there, let me show you what we have ongoing right now. These really light showers are what we refer to as elevated, meaning they're not able to tap into the fuel that we have. You'll see a line that's severe to our west, a number of tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings from around Arkansas, let's say near Fort Smith, into southern Missouri. Now, I want to focus your attention on Memphis. Those cells that are starting to generate are what we call renegades. These storms ahead of the line are going to be exceptionally dangerous, and this is the reason why the Storms Prediction Center has the high risk in that area. We knew we would be warm today. We're at 82. We've got a south wind at 23 and a dew point that sits at 62, and our winds have just gusted to 38. Severe weather is going to move across our area tonight. You know about the risk. I'm going to update you on the timeline in 10 minutes.
All right, thanks. We'll talk to you again soon, Mark. Emergency shelters are opening up ahead of tonight's storms. At least 6 tornado and flooding evacuation shelters will open in just about an hour in Bullitt County. We've got the locations listed for you on WDRB.com. You can also call the number on your screen for more information. That's 502-543-2000. There will be 3 tornado shelters open in Spencer County. Those are at Little Union Baptist Church, First Baptist Church, and Ridgeview Baptist Church in Taylorsville. If shelter is needed after the storms due to power outages or damage, you can also text tornado shelters to 69310 for a list and also the addresses. In Breckinridge County, the old courthouse will be open as a storm shelter that is located at 208 South Main Street in Hardinsburg. And across the river in Washington County, Indiana, Salem Middle School will be open as a safe room for the community. That's located on North Harrison Street. Washington County Emergency Management also says the sirens in Pekin and Salem will be activated if there is a tornado warning anywhere in Washington County.
And a heads up for JCPS families who are on spring break right now. Due to the incoming weather, the district says it is canceling all activities, including literacy camps, for tomorrow and Friday. New Albany Floyd County schools have returned from spring break, but the district has put a 2-hour delay in place for tomorrow. You can stay informed on all things weather by downloading our apps. Watch the Weather Team live on the WDRB and WDRB Plus apps, and keep an eye on the radar with the WDRB Weather app. All 3 are free and easy to download.
WDRB Weather is sponsored by the Window Source of Kentucky.
So we have a severe weather outbreak that is now ongoing to our west, and what is developing into a tornado outbreak that will be occurring to our west. So what does this all mean for our area? First off, the high risk of severe weather goes past Paducah. It's west of Evansville this is where there's going to be a tornado outbreak. And what will happen is those storms will then start to move towards us. And there's going to be a merger between the cold front storms, which are west, and these storms that have developed out ahead in that high-risk area. Storms Prediction Center, they move the moderate risk and include all of our northern counties. And I said this yesterday, and I'll say it one more time, that I think if you're in southern Indiana or if you're in Kentucky west of I-65, your chance of destructive winds, of large hail, and strong tornadoes would be the highest within our viewing area. And this is something we're going to need to watch very closely this evening. I have no problems with where we are from the Storms Prediction Center. You can also see now we've got the first tornado watch that has been issued. It's not for our area. It missed us by about 1.5 counties to 2 counties. So this is just west of our area. This is what we call a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that includes Evansville, Paducah, southern Illinois, towards Memphis. Again, not including most of our area, although it does appear a tornado watch was just issued now for Lawrence County. So Lawrence County just went under a tornado watch, and you can see that on the bottom of the screen. I'll get that information when I go back over, but that tornado watch is in effect until 11 p.m. Lawrence County, again, now is under the first tornado watch in our area. We also have the flood watch in effect through Sunday. We're already getting flood warnings now for the northern part of our area. I want to show you the East Fork of the White at Seymour, forecast to move into at least moderate flood stage and get within 1.5 feet of major. This is significant. They've got a crest on Sunday. The Ohio River has a forecast of 29 of 29 right now. But my belief is that still is going to fluctuate. So I don't want to spend too much time on that specific forecast because where the heaviest strikes of rain are going to highly affect what happens on the Ohio. Wind advisory remains in effect until 1 a.m. and you know we've already seen the strong winds. So what's occurring right now is we've got what we call elevated showers. These are ahead of the line. These are not severe. These are not going to go severe. The areas that we're concerned about, and there you can see that new tornado watch that was just issued. This one is stacked on top of the PDS tornado watch, all out ahead of this monumental low to the north. And you can see we've got numerous tornado warnings already in Missouri, and you can see how this is what we call 2 locations or bimodal. So we have an area of severe along the cold front, and there are renegades that are severe ahead. Everything shows these renegades will be very, very dangerous with tornadoes. Right now, they are not tornado warned, and it's interesting. As the next few hours move by, the wind energy becomes absolutely incredibly supportive. It actually gets stronger in the next 2 to 3 hours. Louisville's 82 degrees. I told you yesterday we would have no problems. I forecasted a high of 84, and I told you that the dew points would get into the low 60s. So all of this, the sun, the temperatures, none of this is not anticipated. This is exactly what we expected to happen today. Beyond that, around our area, it's not just Louisville that's warm, everybody's warm. Beyond that, we've got strong winds in our area, which speak to the idea that this system has tremendous wind energy with fuel. And these are combinations you don't like to see. So Advanced Track shows bimodal, the cold front, the renegades. And this is where it gets complicated. These renegades are in the process of merging as with that line as we go towards 10, but they're still going crazy at 8. And so that's why I'm saying in our western counties it could get in as early as around 8. You'll see that there are scattered thunderstorms that are just west of Louisville at 9. This merger, this complicated merger is occurring at 10. So while the window opens in the west, the main line should get to you around 10 o'clock. All of this merges and gets to Louisville between 10 and around midnight. As you can see, a very severe line of thunderstorms moving across our area. And we'll see breaks in this line. The wind energy is ridiculously supportive of severe. So Louisville between 10 and midnight. And then you can see that's moving into our southeast counties around 1 to 3. Damaging winds, tornadoes are possible. And the Storms Prediction Center, western part of our area, has a 15% probability, and they are noting there is potential for strong tornadoes tonight, and that is appropriate. Tonight we drop back to a low that comes in at 65, 100%. You know about the timeline for storms where you live. You know about the threats. Tomorrow's high temperature comes in at 71. A 90% chance of storms tomorrow, afternoon into the evening. I think a couple could be strong, but it doesn't look like widespread. Some showers, thunderstorms on Friday, and then on Saturday night we could see more severe moving across our area. So let me just get you that, Mike. We have that tornado watch. It is for Lawrence County until 11 p.m. We will see more of these as we go through the night.
Thanks for joining us today at 5 as we stay on top of a severe weather threat headed our way. I'm Hayden Restevsky.
And I'm Gilbert Corsi. We already have a couple of delays for tomorrow. Silver Creek, Borden, Henryville, and New Albany-Floyd County schools are all on a 2-hour delay.
Let's head right over now to Mark Weinberg, who's been tracking the timing of these storms. Mark, you're still honing in on what area is going to get this at what time.
Yeah, I think if you're in Louisville, in the metro, I think you're probably as early as maybe around 9:30 or as late as around midnight. I will tell you that when you look at all the data in terms of where the rotation is the best, where the conditions meet with fuel and wind energy, you run into, if you're looking at our viewing area, on the Indiana side, I don't think that there's one spot that has a greater threat than the other. I think all of Indiana could see destructive winds and some strong tornadoes. And I think when you look on the Kentucky side, you'd have to say west of I-65, along and west of I-65 looks like the greatest threat. Strong tornadoes are possible here. It is a term we don't obviously use all that often. EF2 is defined as strong. Could you get something that's an EF2 or stronger in this scenario? You could. And that's why we're warning of that. So the tornado watch, the only county we have right now is Lawrence. Do I think we'd get a tornado watch for the rest of our area? I don't see a way we don't. Second, we've got a flood watch now in effect through Sunday, and you can see that there are already flood warnings for the East Fork of the White. Lastly, wind advisory, which is paid with some really strong winds today until 1 a.m. All said, it's been interesting. We've watched a couple showers around our area, but you can see those that were there are gone. Why? They are what we call elevated. So now we're starting to see the real concern developing. You see near Memphis that there is an area of thunderstorms that is ahead of the line. We refer to these as renegade thunderstorms. Renegades do not have to share the fuel with the rest of the line. Renegades then can take advantage of the fuel and the rotation and go wild. And that's why they have a heightened tornado threat and a heightened hail and destructive wind threat. Notice our wind just gusted at 43 miles an hour in Louisville. Would we have a concern of any renegades getting into our area? You can see that the data between 8 and 9 does have those renegades in our western counties. You can see those showers and thunderstorms are moving towards Louisville, and then you can see that primary line looks like it's somewhere near midnight and then slowly makes its way off to the east as it would likely weaken. But if you're looking at Louisville, between 9:30 and midnight is the greatest threat. Moving forward, I'm going to spend more time going through the threats for all of our locations. I'm going to spend a lot of time on advanced track, and we'll do that in 10 minutes.
Check back with you soon. Thank you. Well, people across our area are preparing for the potential of flooding, and that includes first responders. WDRB's Katrina Nichols shows us what they're doing in case of emergency water rescues.
Fins, life jackets, helmets, wetsuits. It's all the equipment that Anchorage Middletown Fire and EMS is double checking is ready to go in case it's needed for any potential water rescues this week. Middletown Anchorage Fire and EMS is taking advantage of an early forecast and prepping for incoming weather. Wednesday afternoon, crews at the Prospect Station did a system check, which encompasses checking equipment is there and working properly for any potential water rescues. When a known weather event is expected, like this week, system checks are done daily, and any other necessary equipment is added to its trucks, like chainsaws and extra water. And just like first responders are preparing, they want you ready as well.
Have a means to be communicated, whether it's a cell phone, an app, a weather radio. That way you know what's going on. You're not surprised what's going to happen. So this has been very well covered, and we've known about a week that this is on the way. It's just today's the day. Anchorage Middletown's water rescue team has recently put its crews to work. It is part of the state urban search and rescue team and deployed to eastern Kentucky to assist with the more than 1,000 rescues conducted in February. And another thing first responders cannot stress enough with this incoming weather is to make sure that if you come across high water, turn around and don't drown. In Prospect with photojournalist Brian Manuel, Katrina Nickel, WDRB News.
You know, when we talk about severe weather, I do understand that anytime we talk about the threat of tornadoes, I think anybody that was affected by the 2021 tornadoes that affected Bowling Green, Campbellsville, Western Kentucky, there's definitely a different feel. Those that went through the 2012 tornadoes that hit Henryville and Pekin and Borden, I know that there is a sense of uneasiness anytime we talk about this. And I really know it because I've spent some time with many of you. So what I will tell you is 2012, 2021, 1974 are up here in the elite of the rare air. They are the benchmark level events for this area. They are benchmark level events because it is almost impossible to replicate those very frequently. They happen, but just not that often. So is this going to be a benchmark level event? For our area, it's not. And I would tell you that I don't think you can compare tonight to 2012. I don't think you can compare it to 2021, and I don't think you can compare it even close to 1974. All of that said, we've got an enhanced risk for our southeast counties and a moderate across basically from Madison through Louisville through Litchfield. And tornadoes, including some strong, could occur, and destructive winds. And I just mentioned, because I do want you to be able to understand quantitatively what we're talking about. There is a tornado watch to the west. So I'm not telling you this to let your guard down, because if you let your guard down, you would be taking a risk that's unnecessary. I just want you to understand, without me playing it up or playing it down, exactly what we're talking about. The watch is until 11 p.m. If you're asking me, would we get another watch for our area, my answer is 100%. I don't think there's a way we don't. We also have the flood watch with various flood warnings in the northern part of our area. And you'll notice that East Fork of the White at Seymour jumps up and crests at 18 feet on Sunday. As we start to get a better grip on the rain amounts and where it falls, every one of our rivers will get a legitimate update. We have had some damage from the gradient winds, which are the winds around the low. They're not the type of winds that are from the actual thunderstorms. These are the storms that concern me the most. This one near Jackson with a tornado warning, near Covington in the western part of Tennessee, north of Memphis. These are all what we call renegades. Renegades are storms that are ahead of the line of thunderstorms, and these storms tend to be the most dangerous. You can see some of those are also in eastern Arkansas. The question then would become, could any of these renegades get into our area? And I'm going to spend some time on that. This is the upper level low to the north, and it is a powerful one. One of the things you know about this area is when the winds change direction as we go upward in the atmosphere, you change the game, because that can deal with almost no fuel, and we are going to have fuel. We're windy, we have warmth, and we have high dew points, and all of this is going on everywhere within our viewing area. So everything speaks to the idea that we're not lacking in the fuel department as we have warmth, and as we have wind energy, and as we have high dew points. It's all there. You really look at this and there's not anything that lacks. So you're going to get severe in these scenarios like Sunday. Do I think we'll get the number of warnings like we saw on Sunday? Yes. Do I think that we would see more significant severe in some areas? My answer is also yes to that. So you can see as we go into the evening, there are renegades out ahead of the main line, and those renegades could get into our western counties anywhere between 7 and around 8:30, and we've got to watch those super closely, because they would have an enhanced severe weather threat. All of this is going to be combining into one line at some point. During the combination period, you can get tornado warnings, you can get damaging wind, and then ultimately it would transition at some point into more of a wind threat. You could see that line. Some renegades are ahead of it around 10:30. You've got the line itself approaching Louisville around midnight. Almost all of the high res shows rotation paths coming right into Louisville. But you can see now you're talking one from Madison through around Simpsonville, Bardstown, even with Bose as we go towards Munfordville. Some severe continuing in our southeast counties. And at that point, we would then start to be concerned about these repeated strikes of very, very heavy rain, which would increase that flood threat. So understand our tornado threat is highest from Madison through Louisville. In E-Town, this is a 15% probability, and you'll notice the hatched means EF2 or stronger tornadoes are possible with a 45% chance of damaging winds here in Louisville. These numbers are enough to get your attention. Again, I just wanted to compare earlier so you understand what it means versus benchmark level events. There's a 100% chance of storms tonight. Obviously, some of those are going to be severe. Tomorrow, if we see severe, I think the afternoon would be the most likely time frame. The extended shows Friday we may see somewhat of a pause before more showers, thunderstorms develop Saturday night that would be severe. Showers before midday on Sunday, and Monday we quiet down. After the next 7 days are done, I think everybody is going to need a vacation.
Amazon Prime delivery just got a little faster here in the 502. They just brought the first same-day delivery service to Louisville, and I've already had it.
Really?
Yeah, they must have been testing it out.
The city's orders will be fulfilled at a facility on Planside Drive in Jeffersontown. The site has robotic technology that prepares deliveries in the greater Louisville area. Amazon says workers will be able to process tens of thousands of customer orders each and every day. Prime members can get free same-day delivery on qualifying orders over $35.
We're fortunate to have same-day delivery here. This is not common in everywhere in the country yet. My understanding is we're one of only just 50 or so facilities like this for same-day delivery for Amazon in North America. So that is so exciting.
Amazon has over 22,000 employees in Kentucky. This is the state's first same-day delivery site.
Now on WDRB News.
You don't see high risks of severe weather in our region all that often, and we do have one in the western part of Kentucky with a moderate for our area. I want to time out when strong tornadoes, destructive winds, and hail are possible where you live. Next.
Water rescues may be a reality with this incoming weather. We show you how Anchorage Middletown Fire and EMS is prepping for any potential water rescues if necessary.
Governor Andy Beshear has declared a state of emergency ahead of tonight's storms. We've already got some school delays. New Albany, Floyd County, Silver Creek and Borden, Henryville schools, all on a 2-hour delay tomorrow. Good evening. I'm Hayden Rostevsky.
And I'm Scott Reynolds. Even Keeneland is moving Friday and Saturday races to next week.
Let's go ahead and start with Chief Meteorologist Mark Weinberg breaking down the threats and the impacts.
This is a time of the year where we see severe. Everybody remembers the 1974 event. That was April 3rd, but not everybody remembers what happened 1 year ago.
Sure, it was the Jeffersonville into Prospect and Buckner tornadoes.
You have it. That was exactly 365 days ago. 1 year ago today, we had a tornado, which was an EF2 that touched down in Jeffersonville, crossed the Ohio River, did damage in Prospect, lifted. Another one then touched down in Goshen, and then we had a last one that touched down, if I recall correctly, that one was in Henry County. So this is a time of the year where it can be very, very active. You can see there's a high risk of severe weather as you go towards around western Kentucky, Memphis, eastern Arkansas. For our area, you've got the moderate that includes a chunk of the area and then the enhanced in the southeast. Do I think this is worse than Sunday? I think we're going to get similar number of warnings. I think the worst damage could be worse. You can see as we go towards our northwest, we've got Lawrence County under a tornado watch. All of this, we also have a flood watch in effect through Sunday, and we have a wind advisory in effect through 1 a.m. There's a lot obviously going on here, and you can see in our area there's not much, but I'm going to take you towards Tennessee, and these storms are really concerning. These are what we call renegade supercells that exist ahead of the main line of thunderstorms to the west. What is going to happen here over the next couple of hours is we expect the renegades to intensify, and then ultimately that back line will catch them somewhere within our viewing area. As that occurs, that would lower the severe weather threat once that merger happens. 83 in Louisville with 41-mile-an-hour winds right now. When could the initial wave of severe weather get into our area? Here's the time by my feet. Advanced track brings some of those storms in between around 7 and around 8. And you can see it's got those renegades moving into our southwest counties, and all of this approaching Louisville anywhere between 10 and midnight. This kind of gives you at least the beginning of that threat. I'm going to move through the entire threat, and it's multi-day severe and flooding threat. in 10 minutes.
Oh, thanks, Mark. With the risk for that serious flooding, your first responders are preparing now. WDRB's Katrina Nickel shows us how agencies are getting ready to answer the call to help, and those calls will be coming. Katrina.
Right, Scott. One of the things we hear time and time again from those first responders is to stay away from any of that flood water, and that's a big risk and potential here for these upcoming storms. Just to give you an idea of what they say, the NWS says that about 6 inches of fast-moving flood water is enough to knock over an adult. Now, of course, also when we're talking about this, we think of cars typically, and the NWS says that about 12 inches, 1 foot is enough of fast-moving water is enough water to sweep away a car or an SUV. Just to give you an idea, that's about halfway up this tire on the Ford Escape. And then they say about 2 feet, 24 inches, will do it for a large truck or an SUV. That's about this entire length of this tire here again on our Ford Escape. So while accidents do happen, first responders are making sure they are ready to answer any necessary calls as needed, especially for any potential of having to do some water rescues this week.
We've been practicing making sure all of our equipment is checked.
There's no such thing
Double checked and ready to go.
as over-prepared
That way when we are needed, we're out the door in a matter of seconds.
for firefighters.
We don't get a redo, and failure's not an option for us.
With an early forecast and risk of serious floods, Anchorage Middletown Fire and EMS water rescue team is prepping.
We're just doing another system check. Anytime we do these weekly, and then anytime there's a known event, we'll do them daily. So we make sure that everything is ready to go, all buckles are fastened, we have all the equipment we need.
In addition to checking its wearable equipment like fins, wetsuits, and life vests, Anchorage Middletown Fire EMS has 2 boats ready for water rescue missions.
There's the top boat again, that's for stationary flood water. It's not for really anything moving above a couple of knots on there. So this is when you see videos of people being evacuated from a flooded area. The inflatable boat on the bottom, that's designed for swift water or very rapid water. So if you think the Falls of Ohio.
Agencies on both sides of the river use similar equipment. For example, Tri-Township Fire and Rescue in southern Indiana has its own rescue boats, and Jefferson County fire departments have several water rescue teams.
When it comes time to needing multiple agencies, we work as one whole team for Jefferson County Special Operations.
First responders also spend several hours behind the scenes training year-round for water rescues, so they can be ready to answer the call when necessary.
We're standing by, we're ready to go, and we're always prepared.
And just like those firefighters are preparing to answer any necessary calls, they also ask that you at home do what's necessary to prepare. So just a few quick reminders. Go put that phone on a charger in case you lose power. You still have a way to communicate. If you've got a weather radio, be sure to fish that out in case you can't get the TV. You can also download the WDRB weather app, and be sure if your phone's charged, you can stay tuned and watch on that. So, Scott?
Yeah, sometimes we don't think about them, but we always have to thank those firefighters and first responders and EMS. They're ready to go right now for all of us. Thanks, Katrina.
Well, we want to get to some breaking news right now as a driver in Louisville was hurt by a fallen tree.
Yeah, LMPD tells us it happened about 4:30 on Palatka Road at Manslick Road. They say a tree fell on a car there, and the driver was inside the vehicle at the time. Now, they say the driver was trapped for a while as well, but that driver has now been taken to the hospital, and that person is expected to survive. Crews are now working to clear the tree and the car. One of the dangers of high winds and a lot of rain.
WDRB weather is sponsored by the Window Source of Kentucky.
All right, Mark, let's talk about the timing. A lot of people on edge tonight because we've got a pretty serious risk.
And the reality is like I've said, you have experienced some damage, and I think that you speak to the idea that when you go through it, it affects you, and now you get probably, I assume you're just a little elevated in your concern now tonight.
Absolutely.
So I know there's a lot of people that share that feeling. Let's get into this so you can get a sense of what we have going on. We've got a high risk of severe weather that goes from east of Little Rock through around Memphis and into the western part of Kentucky. So there's some interesting changes we're seeing in the data. Those renegades in western Tennessee, the data shows that they may be able to beat the line here. If they do, those would have a higher severe threat. Moderate risk of severe weather for areas like Madison, Seymour, Paoli, Louisville, E-Town, Hardinsburg, and Litchfield. Enhanced risk of severe weather, which is similar to what we saw on Sunday. The main threats here, destructive winds, hail, and some strong tornadoes could occur. In fact, The Storms Prediction Center has a 15% probability of tornadoes, including most of Louisville, that's hatched, which means there's a 10% chance that some tornadoes could be stronger than EF2. Tornado watch in effect for Lawrence County. That's the only one now that I don't see a way that would continue through the night. There's no way we don't get a tornado watch tonight. There's no way. We've got the flood watch with flood warnings to the north, and then we have the wind advisory, and you just heard those winds have done damage, and there are injuries from those winds. So don't take that seriously. So I'm going to show you a couple of areas where we have severe right now. Near west of Terre Haute, we've got severe thunderstorms near Mount Vernon, and then we have tornado-warned storms out of western Tennessee. The problem is if these tornado-warned storms beat the line, which is absolutely possible, into our area, they will carry with it an enhanced tornado risk. The wind energy right now supports tornadoes. The wind energy gets significantly stronger in the next hour or two, and that is going to make those storms go absolutely wild. 83 degrees here in Louisville for the high after a low of 50. I'll just show you the fact that we're warm, we're humid, and we're windy. And this goes for every location in our area. So when we talk about severe potential, we talk about, is the wind energy supportive? And the answer is yes. It's also causing the pollen to go crazy, and that's the reason why I've had a little trouble today with the old tree pollen. But you can see we also have high dew points in our area, and that is combined with high temperatures. So the high temperatures, high dew points equates to fuel. And then you have wind energy that changes direction with height. That means it supports rotating thunderstorms and tornadoes. And that's the reason why I can tell you that we're going to get severe weather in our area tonight. It's not even a question. The question is just how much. If I was to tell you, I think that more than 50% of our counties will go under warnings tonight. I think we'll see a lot of severe thunderstorm, and I think we'll see a number of tornado warnings. I think we'll probably get more tornado warnings tonight than what we saw on Sunday. So here is the data. It shows some of the showers and thunderstorms at 8 in our western counties, but these are the renegades. And these are approaching areas like Fordsville, Hardinsburg, and Litchfield around 8:30 to 9 o'clock. And you can see there is the main line at 9 to 10 in our western counties approaching Louisville between 10 and 11. But the problem is there are renegades out ahead of that line. And each one of those would have an enhanced hail threat and tornado threat. By midnight, the line should have now overtaken any of those renegades that existed. And this would then primarily turn us more towards damaging winds with isolated tornado threat. But I will tell you that there are going to be tornadoes within this line, and the wind energy is exceptionally favorable for severe, including tornadoes through the night. Once the front starts to stall, the thunderstorm should start to stall around 3 a.m. in our southern counties. That then transitions more towards this heavy rain potential we've been talking about for days. Tomorrow night, the storms on that stationary front erupt, bring widespread rain. It is cool enough that it shouldn't be a lot of severe, but some hail could get through that. It really could. Friday, data shows an early wave, and then a lot of data showing a pause with some isolated stuff in the evening and overnight. Then the front would turn back to a cold front on Saturday late and blast across our area, generating, in my opinion, more severe. So if I was to rank Sunday, today, and Saturday as the 1 through 3, I would say tonight's going to be the worst. Sunday night that we just saw would be the second, and third would be Saturday. So we've got a slight risk for tomorrow, mainly in our southern counties, nothing on Friday, and then another slight across most of our area on Saturday. As I noted, I think Saturday carries the better threat of the day after today. 6 to 8 inches of rain should be widespread in our area. I think these numbers are very reasonable. I do think because there's a thunderstorm component, some may easily go over these. And if we go over, the more we go over, the bigger problem we have. Instances of river flooding, flash flooding, all of the above will occur. 100% chance of rain and storms tonight. You know the timeline. You know the threats. Some hail producers are possible late tomorrow at 71. It looks like more showers, and then I think we could go dry late in the afternoon and evening on Friday. Saturday night, we see widespread rain and thunderstorms with severe showers early on Sunday, and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday are way colder, but without severe. You just need to watch out for the frost. We've got to watch for severe weather as we move through the overnight hours. Data very clearly shows severe storms. We're going to need to watch for destructive winds, hail, and some strong tornadoes. I'm going to be updating the timeline as these storms are moving across the area, so you know when to expect them where you live at 10. Well, we're probably going to be seeing you guys a lot in the next couple of hours. We kind of thought that with the storms now bearing down on our area and tornado warnings just one county west of our area, the time had come to kind of start to cover this. This has gotten a lot of attention across our area. So we've got a tornado watch for almost every county in our area at this point. We're sitting at 9:55 p.m. We still have a couple of hours before this gets to Louisville, but you see our problem. We have severe and tornado warned storms that go from Indianapolis southward into every county of western Indiana. Tornado warnings around Evansville, tornado warning one county west of Orange, tornado warnings around Paducah. It does appear that Paducah was hit by a tornado. Arkansas has seen devastating damage from the tornadoes earlier, and we will show you part of the reason why we believe that there is no way that we can't get severe weather out of this. Now, normally in a scenario like this, we would look at this and we would see rain ahead of the line. That's going to weaken the line. We don't have a lot to be concerned about. Today is not your normal day. The rain extends through Seymour, and you can see almost all of the severe is buried back in behind that. So we know that the rain is not affecting the severe storms. How can that be? That's the case because there's so much favorable wind energy within this scenario and fuel that is still going to be there, that we know that this can survive. So guys, I'm going to bring you in here. We've been watching this through the evening. Jasper is where we are now looking at a tornado warning, and that storm had a confirmed tornado just west of there. Correct. Rick, you've been on the analyst looking very closely at that storm, and I'm going to come over to you real quickly. Sure. You're on that storm now that's approaching Jasper, and you can see on the left part of your screen as you zoom in there, that's where the rotation is located. That's where our concern is heightened.
So what I can do is kind of rewind a little bit so you can see the evolution of this exact storm. Winding back several frames, I'm going to take you back to a point where you really see some pops. It almost looked like where's one center of rotation north of Linview. And that's where we had the best signature in terms of rotation. Now moving forward, we still have rotation, not as tight, but still you can see the reds and the greens coming together as it went just to the east of Oakland City and then just to the north of Huntingburg. And this is getting very close to Jasper. Now, does it have the same radar presentation on velocity, which just samples the winds? That's what you're looking at on your screen. Not a very tight rotation, but there is still rotation inside the storm. And with this sort of scenario, this can drop a quick tornado. And that is why, with Jasper being in a tornado warning, that's an absolute good call. And if you are in Jasper right now and you're listening, what should you be doing? I think you know exactly what you should be doing. Going to your safe place immediately.
And Rick, one of the things I'm noting as you look there is that the warnings are purple south of that, which is a greater concern. And so you're talking on the tornado, the severe that's coming through Evansville, that there are numerous tornado, not warnings, but coming out of Evansville, there's tornado confirmed on some of these, which elevates that threat. Bryce, as we look at the track here, part of the reason we started this a little bit early is because if you're in Orange County, I know you're worried. And I've had a lot of people on just social media saying, Mark, I'm really uncomfortable. You know, my child's crying on this, and we felt that the time had come. Let's walk these storms across the area. Everybody knows about the threat tonight. This one, I think, you know, and this year is probably one of the more heightened awarenesses I've seen on these storms.
Yeah, I mean, and especially it helps that people are aware of this because of what just happened a few days ago when we had those confirmed tornadoes in our area. So a lot of people are kind of on high alert anyway. And what's the hurt? Honestly, giving you an extra 20-minute lead time of what could end up being a tornado rolling on the ground or touching down on the ground heading toward Orange County. Rick DeLuca and I were talking about before we even came on air that this thing is recycling kind of just back and forth. So there's a good potential that it can make it all the way into Orange County now. And we're going to wait to see what the National Weather Service decides to do with this. We put a track on it. These things are moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. So Hall, you got about 12 minutes. French Lick that is in our viewing area just under 20 minutes. I'd put it more around 16 to 17 minutes now. This was drawn a couple minutes ago. Orangeville about 23. You can just see the updates there. And Paoli here in about 30 minutes. And as Rick DeLuca and I were looking at the northern side of that warning, and Rick DeLuca can attest to this, is that hail hail that's moving through on the northern
Right,
side of that
and we
cell.
know that because we'll switch back over to reflectivity, and you can see those dark purples.
Yep.
Right.
And that's your hail core right there.
And one of the things that's important to note for those that don't do radar is when you look at that correlation coefficient, it looks like a sea of pink.
Yep.
Why? Why would it all look pink? Well, what that's looking at is how round what's falling from the sky is. So what is a raindrop? It's round. Are all those raindrops the same size? Generally, the answer is yes. And that's why you see the sea of pink. It's saying, I'm seeing the same size particles. Well, what happens when the particles are a different size? That's when you start to see different colors, and blues specifically. When you get into the really dark blues, it means it's way, way oblong. That means it could be debris from a tree, from a house, from a power line, or something like that that has been lofted in the air. And that's why we're watching that. It's a different scenario in Evansville. And I'm going to head over to the wall real quick, guys. It's a different scenario on what's coming out of Evansville. These are not just severe tornado warnings. These are tornadoes that are confirmed on the ground moving through the Evansville area right now. So I'll mention this to Gil. We do have crews out there that are monitoring our area, and I'm going to come to you guys in about 3 minutes, Gil, so we can just kind of do a roundup of where our crew is and how we're prepping for these storms. This purple here you see coming out of Evansville is not a tornado warning. We've got a tornado on the ground that's doing damage right now, and I see Bryce's marker. Is it moving that fast, Bryce?
75.
I think it's
75 miles an hour. In my Facebook Live video a little bit earlier, I showed you guys, and I showed you that the winds aloft, 1 mile above the ground, which is not that far, are going to be approaching 95 miles an hour tonight. And that is evident by the fact that this thing's moving at 75 miles an hour. So if you're on the highway going the speed limit, you cannot stay ahead of the storms. That's how fast they're going. So you can see Huntingburg, which is also in Du Bois County. In 24 minutes, it'll be in your area. And then it's going to Hall 34 minutes from now. So this is not a severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible. This is not a tornado warning. This is a tornado on the ground being confirmed. The wide perspective shows somewhat of an unusual situation. If you watch me a lot, one of the things I always say is if there's rain ahead of the line, it's going to weaken the line. And I would say under most circumstances that would be the case. Under this scenario, you have widespread rain out of the head of the line, and almost everything within the line is severe or tornado warned. And this is a testament to how favorable that wind energy is in this particular scenario that rotates as we go upward in the atmosphere, that imparts rotation to thunderstorms. What we also know is that some of the data had indicated that these renegades, or these storms out ahead of the line, would become the show for our area. And the computer model data was horrifically wrong in that. So we know that our scenario is a line of strong to severe that is surviving well despite the fact that there's rain ahead of it. And to me, that says we're going to see a lot of warnings tonight. We will see severe and we will see tornado warnings. Within our viewing area is Lawrence County. Lawrence County, the warning had expired for there, right? So we just have the warnings now that bank up against Lawrence County and across Orange County. And we're going to do a scope inside here. There's that area of rotation that's north of Jasper that just, I assume this is just what prompted the new tornado warning. Very, very obvious. Good scope there, guys. South of Reeve, Indiana, heading between Halbert and Lost River. So if you're in Mitchell or you're in Bedford, we're going to watch you. A lot of the rotation that we had on Sunday night was transient, meaning it didn't last that long, with the exception of one, which was the rotation that moved out of Meade into northern Hardin and then eventually went into Bullitt. That produced a 31-mile tornado. So Rutherford, 7 minutes from now, it'll be northwest Indiana in about 26 minutes from now. And that means we need to watch that could go into Orange County. We're going to be watching these closely. The storms will have the potential to produce damaging winds, and destructive winds are going to be possible, which are 70-mile-an-hour winds and tornadoes as the line moves across our area. Since we don't have warnings at this particular moment, I want to take an opportunity. Gil, we have crews out there that are preparing for these storms on approach and are canvassed in our area, and they're going to be telling us live what they see along with our cameras as these storms move across our area.
That's right, Mark. You've got your weather team in, and we've got our reporters ready for team coverage tonight. We're going to begin in Indiana off I-64 West near French Lick with Richard Essex. Richard, what are you seeing as that system begins to move into our viewing area?
Well, what we have been seeing is a spectacular lightning show, which is just north of us. We are on 37. Look at this. We got to show you this, the camera from the hood. We are 25 miles south of French Lick on State Road 37. We got right off of Interstate 64 a few minutes ago. The wind on the interstate was almost more than you could navigate. We saw a lot of the semi trucks that were traveling this area slowing down and pulling over into the truck stops that are in this area. Some of them having a very difficult time keeping their equipment on the road. A lot of people have heeded the warnings. We're not seeing a lot of people out. The roads are almost empty. It feels like it's maybe 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning where there's just nobody out. And right now where we are in Perry County, just south of French Lick, the wind has really kind of died down. We were experiencing, 45, 50 mile an hour gusts when we were over in the Brandenburg Corridor area just a little while ago. But now it seems like as the storm is kind of moving our way, that the winds are kind of dying down, at least right here. Now, we talked to a guy that lives in Corridor. He said he lives in a trailer, and he came up to one of the hotels. He's going to spend the night there, at least tonight, kind of taking a more safe approach to how through this storm. And when we were a little bit south, we went into Brandenburg, Kentucky, on the other side of the river. The winds were absolutely ferocious. You could see there was a gas station canopy that we really thought was going to get torn off by the wind. It was just going back and forth like you wouldn't believe. Now, what our plan is going forward for the next hour and a half or so is we are going to kind of follow these storms back as they come back into Louisville. You can see to our north, spectacular lightning show, and we're going to follow this back towards the station for the next hour and a half. Back to you, Gil.
All right, thank you, Richard. So yeah, this storm is moving in as we are on the air with our 10 and 11 o'clock news tonight. So we're going to be able to really just follow this system as it marches into our region. WDRB's Christy Batista is hanging out around downtown Louisville, keeping an eye on things for us. Christy, what are you seeing out there? Has it started to rain? Or certainly the wind's picking up because you're holding on to your hat.
Yeah, Gil, actually, this is the second hat that I am wearing tonight because I came out here to get ready for this live shot and my first hat went flying over the side of the parking garage. It is now in the alley. Photojournalist Zebony Petties that I'm working with tonight is holding on to the light for dear life because this wind is picking up here. And that wind has been an issue really all day. We saw a tree that fell on top of a car on Manslake and Palatka roads near Iroquois Park. The car was in the middle of the road, the tree falling while the driver was inside, and that driver had to be cut out of the car, but that driver is expected to be okay. Of course, there is this severe threat tonight that we will continue to monitor, but if you are out and you see any downed power lines, because of course that is a factor with this wind, make sure you stay away from them. You do not know if those are still live, but as Mark has been mentioning, there is a chance for rain over the next few days. So what we'll have to worry about down the line is this flooding, and make sure you do not drive through any of the floodwaters. Even if it looks like you can make it, that can be deceiving and you really do not know how deep the water is. If you haven't done so yet tonight, make sure all of your phones and other electronic devices are plugged in just in case you lose power as this storm comes through. Get those flashlights that you have all in one place so that you don't end up having to look for all of them once you do lose power. And of course, this is just the beginning here tonight. We will be continuing to monitor this. And if we hear of any damage reports in Louisville, we will follow those and bring those to you. Gil?
Thank you. And as we hand things back off to Mark here, I want to share this video that we have seen out of Bay, Arkansas. There is a massive tornado that was captured on the ground there tonight, part of a massive system that is marching its way across the United States. There are warnings, Mark, from Louisiana all the way up to northern Indiana. And the question when you see this video, Mark, is this the kind of system that we may be seeing in our area here tonight?
So, Gil, we know that in particular in Arkansas, there's a town called Lake City in northeast Arkansas. Storm chasers were on the ground when it hit, and it was huge. There were signs in there that we only see in violent tornadoes. We were able to see the actual what we call horizontal vorticity, which is a tornado is vertical. We could see that horizontal rotating, spiraling around it, which we only see in the most violent. And I've seen some damage where there's vehicles flipped and 2x4s that pierced the vehicle. The trees were all denuded, which basically means everything taken off, including being debarked. And the ground looks somewhat scoured, which means that some of the grass was being pulled.
So does that tell us EF4, ES5? I know there are certain levels of damage that kind of indicate how bad that storm was when it hit there.
My opinion, based on what I saw on video and what I saw on the damage, is that what that is EF4 damage or stronger. We're going to find out as we go through this. Now, the next question I think from this is, do we expect that type of tornado here?
Right. Is that coming here?
My opinion is that we have the ability to produce numerous tornadoes tonight. I think that we could probably get some stronger than EF1. Do I think EF4s occur in our area tonight? My answer is I don't. I just don't think that we would have the combo that they had. And remember, they were under the high risk, we're under the moderate. So you can see what it's done to the west. Let me go back. My team and I are going to continue to analyze what's moving towards our area as we take a look at StormView HD as these storms continue to move across our area. We have severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings just to our west. And guys, I think we're going into a cluster scenario here. I think we're in a cluster scenario where there's going to be two distinct areas that produce a number of warnings, one that comes down 64 and one that probably gets into our southern counties. But this really means a lot of our area is going to be dealing with severe tonight.
Yeah, and you know what? It's an important thing to mention that this is how it's going to unfold. You're going to end up beginning with some rainfall, and it may rain for like a half hour, 45 minutes. I want to give you the exact distance of how much rain we have out ahead of the line of strong to severe storms. So I'm going to go out around Tell City. We have rain for about 42 miles, and you'll get all that light and even some moderate rain first, which is why, trust me, I'm talking with meteorologists here. We are all fascinated by the storms. I know you want to go out and see them, but this is a situation where every single one is going to be rain wrapped, all potential tornadoes. You're not going to be able to see anything, so it's not worth the risk for you or your family. You know, I know it's fun to get out there and try to take a video, but it's going to be basically just completely washed out by the torrential rainfall. And then we get some warnings, and you see them stacked up. There are severe thunderstorm warnings. There are tornado warnings. There are also confirmed tornado, and you know that by the purple. And Mark, we are just waiting here. It is basically banked up against us. We know the ingredients are there. We're just now waiting for the storms.
And let me head over to the wall here. Let's spend some time on breaking down parts of this line and where our concerns are the greatest. But from the wide perspective there, and I think you'd agree, Bryce, I mean, everything's warned.
Yeah,
there's not much that isn't.
Yeah, and you were mentioning the clusters down to the southwest. Rick DeLuca and I were really keeping an eye on that. We were kind of just tracking the path that this would take if it maintains the strength. And Mark, you can attest to this. In a normal scenario, you get rain like that out of ahead of a line of strong to severe storms, and it's gonna kill it. It's gonna cool down the atmosphere and kill it. But we were talking about the amount of wind shear that this has. You know, 70 to 100 mile an hour winds a mile above the ground. That is just keeping these things rolling, even within the line of rain that's ahead of it.
You know, I think that's part of the reason that we felt that it was important to get in here and get you kind of caught up on what's going on, because I think a lot of us have been trained, you know what, if I see rain ahead of the line, I don't need to be concerned. And we've got rain from Seymour. You just saw our Richard Essex showing rain. He is near the French Lick area. And you saw our Christy Batista in Louisville is about to get rained on. And yet there is an incredible amount of severe ongoing. So there's a couple of things you'll note here. As we look at this, you're going to notice this one that's ahead, the one that's near Bedford and the one that's west of French Lick and Paoli. This is a supercell. You actually see your traditional hook in both of these areas. And this means that these supercells are likely to continue to tornado. The problem is, and I'm going to tell you, we're seeing now an evolution that's occurring near Evansville. See, from Patoka, south of Evansville, it's starting to take on a bowing structure. As we start to do this now, we're going to get multiple scenarios where we probably transition away from these individual supercells into more of these types of bowing structures. They will carry what we call scallops. So if you've ever seen a scallop, you kind of know what I mean. But they're going to have these notches along there, and each one of these will have on the front nose the potential for destructive winds, and And then in every area where we see one of these notches, you can turn that into tornadoes. And tornadoes will form on a line like this with little to no advance notice. They are going to come very, very fast, and we're going to have to watch for those. If any of those can kind of get a little bit ahead of things, you would probably get the chance of a stronger tornado. We have the banked up against Orange and Lawrence County, these areas of rotation. Bryce, I want to do a scope in here so we can take a look at those areas of rotation and where they stand. That is very significant rotation here. That is, here's Jasper, so you're going north of Jasper, and then here's Halbert, Indiana. Movement on this is going to put it in Orange County momentarily. So we would probably see a warning, whatever the Weather Service decides. My feeling is it's probably going to be tornado warning, but within the next 10 minutes or so. Bryce is doing the whole storm just so you can get a sense. This one's going to be in Halbert 4 minutes from now, Spice Valley 14 minutes from now, in the Mitchell area 27 minutes from now, and then Buda in around 33. So you can see here, this one on trajectory takes it into the northern half of Orange County and then into the southern part of Lawrence County. And I would start to think right now, you know, again, our crew being in French Lick is going to be able to get in right behind this storm and get a sense of what's occurring. That's the importance of having crews out there, is we will know exactly what occurred. Severe thunderstorm warning on the back edge of that. The tornado area, the area of rotation that we were watching, would be in northwest 14 minutes from now, 16 minutes from now in the Bonds area, and then Morristown 19 minutes from now. And that was tracking specifically on the tornado warning here. Out from there to the wider perspective, the clusters exist in that we've got this area that's on the north. I think we're talking a very sustainable concern here. Most of the high resolution data focuses specifically on this cluster that's coming down 64, and then this cluster that also, and can we change on radar here, Bryce, over to just Paducah momentarily for this portion, only because I think we're going to get a better view in terms of what that storm looks like. And you can see these are lighting up like a Christmas tree. The reason we turn off the lightning is because there's so much at times can be difficult to see. But see how this is taking on the same structure as what's near Evansville? The Boeing structure. So what I believe is going to happen here is you're going to get these two bows that are small scale bows that are racing across the area. Why would it take on the shape of a bow? Well, think about it like this. If I'm to push equally across a line, what's going to happen? Well, the line's going to move equally. What happens if I'm going to push stronger on the middle? Well, it's going to bow out. Okay, that makes sense when I'm pushing on it, but what does that have to do with meteorology? Well, if those winds in the center are stronger than they are on the edge, it's going to push forward and it's going to start to take on the shape of a bow. So we know those winds are surging out in the middle, and what traditionally happens is on the south side of that bow is where we traditionally get tornado warnings. So this is an evolution we're seeing in the data now that suggests we're going to get long track severe across our area. Does that mean tornado? Does that mean damaging winds? Does that mean destructive winds? I think it means a combination. I don't see a way that we're not going to get some warnings out of this. So I do want to mention to Gil, since we have our crew is in French Lick, not a bad idea here to make sure that they're ready to go back to, because Richard's going to see these storms as they're on approach. Interesting, again, we note this, and Bryce, it's hard not to ignore the fact that there's rain ahead of the line, and this is not what most of our people are normally used to seeing.
Yeah, and without the wind shear that we would have, honestly, I don't think we'd have many, if any, warnings at this point, because the rain that's out in front of it that's making this radar look like a bucket of spilt paint would kill it. It would cool down the atmosphere so much that the storms don't really have a lot to work with. But the sheer amount of shear is so high that these storms just have so much energy with them that they keep on cycling. So what we're going to watch for next is this tornado warning that butts right up against Orange County, approaching the Spice Valley area. We're going to take another look inside here and look at the rotation again. The rotation's right in between Halbert and Lost River at the moment. And Rick DeLuca is really keeping an eye on this on GR2 Analyst. And again, Rick, what are you seeing in terms of broad rotation versus tight rotation?
Yeah, is it coming up or going down?
Yeah. Honestly, it's been holding rather steady. It was a little stronger there, and you can identify the strength. by the brighter colors. You see kind of how those greens pop a little bit. I advance forward, very similar situation where the rotation is broad, but there's still an area that looks like it's trying to wrap around. So just north of Jasper is going to be the area. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning.
That's huge.
That is probably one of the biggest severe thunderstorm warnings I've ever seen. So let's go back.
Understand when we say what we're talking about big in terms of severe, let's make sure two things that we know. The size-wise, what Rick's referring to, Rick, is the fact that the aerial coverage.
Right. We call them blanket warnings.
Yeah. You got it.
Right.
So what does that mean? When we issue, we have terms that we use. Blanket is what Rick referred to this as. We have short fuse, we have long fuse. These larger warnings tell us something about what the Weather Service is thinking and their confidence level.
Confidence level. And they're confident that within this line, we're going to definitely get strong winds. And that warning is for winds up to 70, which would be considerable. It's considerable. Yeah. And also the hail threat. I mean, hail's not as large, an inch or less, but also within that large warning, a tornado is possible. And that is tagged in the warning. And that is the biggest take-home message. At any point in time, we could see a spin up within inside that warning, which covers a large amount of real estate, almost a good chunk of areas west of I-65. That is where so considerable tornado possible. Breckenridge, Crawford, Meade, and Perry County under that warning until 10 p.m. Central.
And this is part of the reason. So, you know, our protocol generally is we don't cut in until we have a tornado warning within our area or we see a threat to life and property. One of the things we wanted you guys to know is the time had come. We know there's a lot of interest in what's actually occurring out there. So we felt that, you know, at this point, this is happening. Why not get on here and get you the information? I apologize if you're watching the end of the show. We just felt it was getting so close to our area, and we knew this was coming with these potentially destructive winds that the time had come to get in here and cover. Bryce, let's do a track on that. I mean, it is a very large warning, and it covers, let me just make sure I get the counties called. So this covers Breckenridge, Meade, this covers Crawford. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning with potentially destructive winds in Orange and Washington County. And Bryce, this also brings up the obvious. This is indeed heading towards Louisville, and I'm just going to show you from Louisville. This is the view looking west from Louisville. Our temperature is still 82.
Yeah, I mean, and
I think that's important to note, right, Bryce? I mean, if this is going to weaken and the atmosphere is cooling, we would expect to see those temperatures coming down. They're not. This is the same temperature in peak heating, so this is not your normal day.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, exactly like you mentioned, that rain is in Louisville right now in some capacity, and we're still hanging around 80 degrees. It goes to show that the wind speeds aloft are so important in keeping these systems alive at the moment. So as we track this out to the east, Mark mentioned that Boeing segment off to our west. That's signifying that straight line wind. You heard him talking about that earlier. So let's give some folks a heads up. Again, National Weather Service is calling this for 70-mile-per-hour winds, considerable damage threat, and has tornado possible tag on that. Jasper got 8 minutes, Rockport about 13, Tell City 20, English 26, and Whiskey Run 33. So when we clear this off, once again, it's not too hard to see exactly what Mark was talking about as this starts to push into our area. I mean, it's about as obvious as a Boeing segment as you can get. I'll draw it on here just in case you can't see, because I know there's a lot going on there. That Boeing segment is pressing straight out toward the Ferdinand area and riding along both sides of I-64. If you know anybody driving on I-64 heading west, my honest opinion would be to pull off into a sturdy structure. The last thing you want to be doing anyway is driving into a tornado warning, which there's multiple within this.
Do we know exactly where Richard is?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
So I know. So you probably saw Rick look at me, and I know you. Yeah. Rick and I have been working together. How many? We do have a tornado warning for Orange County now. Okay. We've been together, Rick, doing this for what, 12 years?
12.
Yeah, so I know what you're thinking.
You're aging us, thank you.
You were thinking about Lauren Smith, I know you.
I was, yeah.
So since we have a new tornado warning here, can I get a location on Richard Essex here really quickly and let Richard know I'm going to be coming to him momentarily. New tornado warning now issued for the Orange County area. This is until 10:45. Hail is not ultra large on this, but this is the storm that we've been watching. You can see the lightning on there is not out of control. This is not your normal day. It's just not, because what we have is wind that shifts as you go upward in the atmosphere. This is different. We saw 2 weeks ago You remember that Friday night where you saw me on TV on Friday night and saw me on Saturday morning? We got 4 tornadoes that touched down in our area. 1 touchdown near Orleans, we had 2 in Lawrence County, and we had 1 in Jackson County. And now we have multiple tornado warnings. So we have a tornado warning for Orange County, and now Lawrence County also under a tornado warning. Bryce, can we just make sure we scope this whole thing for thoroughness? And is our Richard Essex in French Lick?
He's near French Lick on I-64.
Okay, thank you. So this is the area of rotation. This is going to go just north of French Lick by around 4 miles. So north of French Lick by 4 miles, it's going to come in just south of Spice Valley, and it's heading towards Mitchell. So be aware, and I need you to be in your tornado safe spot right now in the Bonds area. It's 7 minutes from your house. Where is that? That came up so much on a lot of my social media feeds today. Is what happens if I live in a manufactured home, Mark? Or what happens if I'm on the 2nd floor of an apartment? Let me tell you what I know. I can't tell you exactly your location without getting out there and surveying it. I would need to know how it's constructed. I would need to know how your roof is strapped to your house. I would need to know how your walls are anchored to the foundation. Beyond that, I can tell you that if you are in an interior room of your home, you're in the safest spot. So if you can get away from windows in the interior part of your home, it's the safest, even if it's an apartment. And if it's a manufactured home, my opinion is if you go under a tornado warning, you seek shelter in a sturdy structure. If you know that your manufactured home is anchored to the foundation, that can withstand EF1, EF2 sometimes. If it's not, it gets rolled very, very quickly. Area rotation is crossing over just north of French Lick right now. Rick, I want to ask you quickly, just because you're looking at analysts, do we have debris on this at this point right now? And what we're going to do, Rick's going to do this with me. So Rick, let's go back over to the rotation real quickly, and I'm going to identify that area rotation. So it's an elongated area rotation that extends from around Jasper and then extends northward, which would be part of the reason why the tornado warning is kind of covering multiple counties. So from here, I'm going to put my hand over that, and we're going to look in that sea of pink. Are there any holes where my hand is? The answer is no. So we don't have a sign that a tornado is doing damage right now. We're going to continue to monitor this really closely. Remember, our Richard Essex is out there. Richard is in French Lick, Indiana, and is going to give us a live update. Richard, number 1, am I correct that you are in French Lick, Indiana? And number 2, what are you seeing right now where you are located?
Well, we are just about 12 miles south of French Lick right now. And just in the past couple of minutes, we have really started to experience the wind has really picked up. The lightning has picked up. This car that we're in, we call it the Sorcerer, which is a big Explorer. It's a big, heavy car. It is getting blown all over the road. I mean, it feels like we are just almost like in an old roller coaster kind of going through these twisty roads. Now, we are, thankfully, we're not seeing a lot of people out. But as we get close, we're in English right now. We're in English, Indiana, headed towards French Lick. The closer we get to French Lick, the more the wind is starting to pick up. We're seeing a lot of lightning to our north, and you know, it's kind of a very uneasy feeling that we've got. We've seen some limbs down across the road, so you know we're starting to see some debris, but thankfully nothing flying around. We're getting close to Paducah Lake, so I was hoping we would get there before, because that's a big wide open area. You'll be able to see just about everything that's going on in the sky. Here we come up on the Paoli exit on 37, but right now it is dark, very ominous. Tremendous lightning show off to our north. We're going to kind of wind around here as we make our way to French Lick. And when we get to Paducah Lake, we'll get back to you guys and have a little bit better view of what's going on in the skies. Back to you
Richard,
guys.
Be careful. We appreciate you out there. What we're expecting Richard to be encountering here is destructive winds as these storms are on approach. We've got our camera up here behind us at a Seymour, and we've been watching that vivid lightning. There's multiple threats we're going to see here, and we're starting to evolve into the scenario that I think we knew was going to occur tonight, where we're getting widespread severe thunderstorm warnings with also now embedded tornado warnings. The Weather Service, I don't know if they're going to be dealing with blanketing the line and then issuing tornado warnings in, which would be my most likely, which would be we're going to see a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings issued tonight, and they're probably then going to bump the areas where they're most concerned about a tornado occurring. And on StormView HD, we're getting that sense, Bryce. We're seeing that scenario happen. And Rick, I want you to be eyeing Jasper and what's going on into Orange County as Bryce gives us an update on what is a very severe bow echo coming out of Evansville that's going to have all hazards, which means hail, but then a heightened threat of destructive winds. And these tornadoes can occur with little notice.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why you see, and I know there's a lot of boxes going on in your screen here. There's another couple of those red boxes, those tornado warnings going through Ferdinand up through Du Bois and Perry County. So as Mark was mentioning, within this bow, there, again, NWS is saying basically that the threat for destructive winds is there, hence why that severe thunderstorm warning has expanded so far east, almost to Metro Louisville. But within that, they've also issued those tornado warnings, well, within the severe thunderstorm warning, honestly. So that Boeing segment, as Mark mentioned, is kind of the main show at the moment, simply because of all the factors that it has in it, starting with the damaging wind aspect, but also we can't rule out that quick rotation that we've kind of seen cycle in and out over the last couple of hours, even behind all this rain that's out in front of it. It's raining in English, it's raining in Corden, it's raining in Meade County. But it doesn't matter because there's so much wind shear that it's keeping these storms going either way. So when we pull up velocity here, and this is coming from the Evansville radar as well.
That push is exactly what we talked about. That's me pushing against you, right in the middle. And what happens if I push you? You're going to bump. And you see it bumping right exactly where you have.
Yeah, exactly. That really dark blue signifying that really, really strong wind just south of 64, just past Hart and Boone.
Significant wind in there.
And it's coming up on Perry County, Ferdinand, through Oil. And again, this also has that tornado warning on it. And I think it's a good idea that they did this, Mark.
I agree, and that one of those were confirmed.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be incredibly hard to see. This is what you were mentioning earlier. Dads, I'm talking to you. I know how it is. You step out, you step out like this, and you're like, okay, I don't see anything. What are you talking about? Well, you can't see anything. Even if it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, if you're a professional storm chaser, you're going into this, you can't see anything.
And I have done this, and it's called buried. When you go after a buried rotation area, you know full well you're not going to have visibility and you're not going to get video of it, which is what storm chasers do. So you kind of make a valid point. There are nights where I'm saying you might be able to see this, but look, this is at night number 1, number 2, there's rain preceding it. You're going to see absolutely nothing. It's a waste of time. But it's the one where, you know, as you noted, it can come and happen really, really fast. Rick, you're monitoring that rotation area. I'm going to come over to you, and let's just orient ourselves here for a moment. You can see Orleans there, you can see French Lick, and you can see Mitchell. The craziness of this is 3 weeks ago, Orleans was hit by a tornado, and this looks like to me like this might be going right towards Mitchell. And there is that area of rotation that's showing up very, very well, Rick.
It's very vivid, as you just alluded to. I mean, you can see how bright those greens are. As I rock forward, I'm going to turn on a different product, and we haven't used this one yet tonight. This one's known as NROT, or normalized rotation, which takes every other color, all the clutter off the screen, and just kind of shows you, and it tries to identify precise areas of rotation. There is a signal that we may start to see this tighten up, but still at this point in time, I'm not seeing any proof on correlation coefficient, which samples particles in both the vertical and the horizontal. So basically, it's saying everything is the same size. It's similar. When you see those holes, it's saying it's not the same size. And inside that area of rotation, I see absolutely nothing that tells me we have a tornado on the ground. Sigh of relief. That's a really good thing.
We're going to be monitoring.
But that's what we're doing. We're trying to really pinpoint, identify inside that larger warning where we have these areas of rotation, and if in fact they're dropping a tornado on the ground. And this is one thing where, I mean, you can't blink. You have to keep an eye on this constantly with each and every single update. And we are in a different mode known as sales mode on radar, which helps us update more frequently. So fast updates, you know, you got to be able to react in an instant here. And like they both said, I mean, Mark and Bryce said, everything's rain wrapped. So get inside, go to your safe place, stay away from windows. There's nothing to see here.
Yeah, and it's a good thing that DeLuca was also mentioning is the fact that this is a little further away from radar. So we're looking approximately about 5,000 feet up into the sky too. So is a lot of this elevated rotation? Yes, possibly. But this is where it becomes a little tricky, because since those radars are angled up, we're looking higher up into the storm. So it's harder to tell if this rotation is on the ground, Mark, unless we see the correlation coefficient drop, which we're not seeing at the moment.
Right, and what Bryce is basically saying is that Rick DeLuca is going to be constantly looking to see if we get a debris signature. This takes it from, if we were to get one, to, hey, this might produce a tornado. We're watching it very, very closely. There's rotation, to, this is a tornado doing damage. I need you to take action immediately. So Bryce is scoping the storm. And Rick, if you can, by the way, I know you're playing, the radar's been giving us some problems. I would rock between Evansville and Louisville and just see when you can get that. So we're looking out of Louisville on this rotation. So just so you understand what we're looking at here, we've got reds, which would be outbound. It's blowing away from the radar, and green that's blowing inbound. Okay. Why can't the radar see full rotation? Well, it can't, because the radar can only see what's happening with the actual beam. So our beam is shooting through the storm, and it can only tell towards or away. We obviously then can assume it's making a full rotation around. But this is significant rotation along a hook that just moved through bonds. It's moving towards Mitchell. Mitchell, I need you to take your tornado safety precautions immediately. This has got quite a bit of rotation on it. We don't have confirmation of any debris along this storm right now, but we're continuing to monitor it to say if we have to go to the next level. Rick, I'm looking at from Louisville at this point now. I have
Correct.
to be based. Okay. So Rick is looking at that rotation. Rick, you're a master of pulling out pixels. I'm going to guess we've got a 65 knot right here near Mitchell, the orange one.
It is 73.
Okay, and then I'm going to guess on the green side, we're looking at some of these peaks that are about 25.
21.
Okay, so we've got about 100-mile-an-hour rotation here that is now about to go over Mitchell. 100 miles an hour rotation. We've already surpassed green. Rick, this is something you talk about a lot. You use this. When that product you're showing, and you kind of alluded to this earlier, let's mix this all together. When it shows green, that means go. Now, you're showing exactly where that rotation is. It's now about to hit Mitchell. Let's look exactly under there, Rick. Are we seeing any debris being lofted on this? Right now, it doesn't look like much, but it's something we're going to have to watch ultra closely. Mitchell, you've got to be in your tornado safe spot immediately, which means I need you downstairs, underneath something. I need you in the center part of your house, and I need you to keep away from windows. Breckinridge County, you're now under a tornado warning here. This is for a storm that is fired out ahead of the line. This one's going to come through Fordsville and then ultimately towards the Hardinsburg area. And I know that when I say Breckinridge County, I know if you live there, I know you're kind of like, again? Mark, we just got hit by tornadoes a couple of days ago. We did. And you know what we did? We got through those storms together. And we're going to do that on this scenario. We now have multiple tornado warnings in our area. This is the reason why we warned you about what tonight held. We don't like to do this just for the sake of doing it, but this is even looking worse. Hail core right now on the storm. This is the northern one near Mitchell. Rick, let's spend a moment here on this one, and then I want to go back to the new Breckinridge County warning. So there's a hail core right now. Rick, you've got a road. I can see your marker. What is that road?
That's Highway 50.
So that's Highway 50, which is 3 miles northwest of Mitchell. Rick, can you just zoom me a little bit so I can get Bedford, just so we can give reference points here. Bedford up here and Mitchell right here. So which road are we looking at right here between Bedford and Mitchell, Rick?
That junctions with 37.
37. So our area rotation, let's again look very, very closely in here. We had about 100 miles an hour of rotation, which if this was to equate to a tornado, this would probably be in the neighborhood of EF1. Rick, we're seeing more oranges in there. That bothers me a little bit.
Me too. I've seen some 78s in there on one side.
And then we've got a brighter green here. I'm going to guess we're 31-ish.
Yep.
So 31 and 78. We now have 110 mile an hour rotation heading into Mitchell, Indiana. That may be a problem. Yeah. Okay, let's go back one scan here. I just want to see that back. And can I see reflectivity briefly on this?
Right there.
Can we see reflected? Okay, that may be debris. Yeah. I think that's debris being lofted. I cannot guarantee it, but I want to escalate it a little bit. I think we have a tornado that's touching down right now. It's going into Mitchell. Rick, this one is going into Mitchell. I wouldn't say 100% chance that we're talking about a tornado here, Rick, but I would probably say we're 75% at this point, and it's going right into Mitchell. There is significant rotation on this. We knew this was going to happen. We're now in the process of dealing with it. If you're in Mitchell right now, Rick, if your family's in Mitchell, what are you gonna give the advice?
Well, if you have young kids, I know how that goes. You're going to want to wake them up. They're going to be a little cranky tomorrow. But trust me, I think your 75% analysis is right, which means what's the point of taking the risk? In Mitchell right now, you need to get your family up, get the pets, go downstairs. And duck is the thing we always like to say, downstairs, underneath something, center part of your house, and keep away from windows. Something that simple, and just make it a game. I mean, say, hey, we're gonna go play duck for the kids, and that way they can stay calm and stay safe. Get to your safe place. And the new scan just came in, and the rotation is even stronger.
Right over. Okay, what are we
going
looking
right
at?
over Mitchell. I'm gonna just check the end rots. They've come down. Just wanna make sure we don't have any debris. Still not seeing any real strong signals of any debris or anything. But I mean, that rotation, we're looking high up.
And it is a little, it's not on top of each other,
right,
which is a positive.
It's a little separated, but it's still very strong rotation. And I wouldn't be shocked if this has or will drop a tornado.
And it may already have.
Exactly.
There was at least a hint of debris being lofted there. How are we looking on normalized rotation if we just kind of bake this into one product?
So going back, it was the signal was far stronger.
I think this is important to note here. You can see the evolution. Either way, though, Rick, even if we're saying that it was a little bit stronger, we have signs that this is not just transient rotation.
No.
This is persistent that has lasted on multiple scans. So this would not be necessarily a quick spin-up scenario, but it's the kind where we can get multiple tornadoes out of, where we could get tornadoes. Now, I'm going to come back to you, Bryce, because you've been watching on StormView HD. We've had our eyes buried on the Mitchell storm. Rick, you keep us updated. I want you focused on that one. Bryce, you're looking at the other area, and we're starting to get the sense of what our weather service is going to do in Louisville. They broad brushed with a severe thunderstorm warning with destructive winds and tornado possible, but we see they're now so worried that they're starting to deal with this a little bit differently.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it's a really good move because now we have the tornado warnings out for Crawford, Du Bois, Orange, and Perry counties within our area. And again, this is all within that severe thunderstorm warning. So honestly, if you're at home, how I would see this is they put this severe thunderstorm warning ahead to kind of give you a heads up, like, hey, we might issue a tornado warning. This is kind of your heads up ahead of that. And here comes that more downstream tornado warning that's going to affect areas like English, Ethel, Southeast, Paoli, French Lick. You are now under that new tornado warning with that Boeing segment that we talked about coming out of the Ferdinand area. We're going to keep an eye on this one as well because this one's moving pretty quick. So let's pull up a little bit of velocity tilt so we can see a little bit of rotation. And yeah, my eye pops right to that one just southeast of the Jasper area. Again, this is moving northeast. So we'd probably put this through Hall and up through parts of Orange County within the next probably about 15 to 20 minutes, Mark. That's another area's rotation we're watching.
And these are going to be very quick to occur.
Yeah.
That may not be there in the next scan.
Yep.
That may be further south in that tornado warning. And this is a rare scenario, Bryce, where we almost need to track the entire portion of that line because like we said, these scallops, these little notches are going to occur. Santa Claus may be dealing with 75-mile-an-hour winds right now.
Yes.
And that may generate rotation very, very quickly all around that. So let's give a track on that whole thing. And we're moving northeast. Rick, what do you have a speed on that storm? The south one, not the north?
Speed for that one is 50.
50.
To the east.
And that's why Bryce is going to deal with what's a larger fan here.
Yeah.
Because Bryce, even if that rotation isn't in that spot right at this exact moment, it may be in 2 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Like Marcos mentioned, these happen so quick because these are evolving so fast because there's so much wind shear loft that everything is spinning in some capacity. So while there's a little bit of rotation just south of Jasper, here in about 5 minutes or so, it may shift south another 5 miles. So I know it's a large box, but if you are within this area, I'd be in your tornado safe place easily.
I think you're right.
Cusco in 10 minutes, Eckerty in 11, English 22, Paoli 28, and Stampers Creek 32. That rotation may not be on top of those locations we just mentioned.
But it's coming.
But exactly.
And so, you know what, if you're like, you know what, I'm in Paoli, I got 28 minutes, get ready.
Yeah.
You know what, if you've got a tornado safe spot, know where it is. You've got some time to get it ready. Put some food down there, water down there. If you're in Paoli right now, you know what, charge your phone. If you're in Louisville and you're like, I don't have to worry about that, that's way down the line. No, you may have to deal with this. Charge your phone. So get ready for this. We're going to continue to watch this. Rick, you've been buried watching Mitchell. Tell me what you're seeing right now. I'm coming over to the analyst.
Sure, I'm seeing, once again, very bright colors. They're still separated quite a bit, but we've seen it tightening. Once again, it did come down, and this thing has a history, it has a cycle, and it's cycling back up. So now we are looking at, again, some strong rotation. I'm just going to verify we don't have any sort of debris. Not seeing anything, but it does look like we now have a confirmed inside. Is this inside our area, Bryce?
So let's zoom that out a little bit, Bryce, before I come over to you, just so we can get a sense here. And I'm going to head over to the wall again. Let's take it out to the viewing area. First off, we're going to start you with all the lightning. Keep that on for a moment, Bryce. When you look at all the lightning there, you're going to say, I can't see anything, man. You're right. But that's how much lightning there is. I just want to say this to you. You know, we've been through severe weather a lot here in the last 20 years. We've been through it a lot in the last 3 weeks. We went through severe weather on Sunday. And you know what? The commonality here is we go through it together. We're going to make sure. We're going to stay here tonight. Bryce worked yesterday morning. I mean, the guy came in at 3, probably woke up around 3:30, came in at around 4, worked the morning show yesterday morning. I called him yesterday and I said, Bryce, we're going to make some schedule adjustments here so I can get you in here tonight. He's going to be here tonight watching these storms go through with us. Jude Redfield will be in at 2 a.m. and Matthew Wine's going to be in very, very early tomorrow. Rick DeLuca stays with me almost every single night. We work together and we get through these things together. That's what we do. So a couple of things here. Let's take the lightning off and I want you guys to look. Bryce, could we go back over briefly to Louisville, because I just want to make sure that we're not looking at rain here that's elevated. So in Louisville, it's raining right now. I know Mark taught me that when it rains ahead of the line, that is going to lower the fuel, and I don't need to worry about severe in that case. Well, today's not your normal day. Today is a case where you're going to have everything buried. The rain out ahead is not going to be enough to cool the atmosphere enough to weaken anything. We're at 82 degrees in Louisville. My guess is even with the rain, we're still going to be at 79. We know that this has been easily adequate to support severe to the west. What makes this different? What makes this different is we're super windy out there. A mixed atmosphere is not able to cool, and when you get ultra windy like this, the atmosphere can stay warm almost all night long. It's the reason that windy nights within our area are the warmest. So we have these bowing segments. We mentioned that there was a tornado confirmed on the ground right now near the Owensboro area. So this one's going to be south of Owensboro. Here is Madisonville. This is not, there might be a tornado. This is, hey, we've seen debris. Rick, I know you can probably see this on Analyst. Are we talking about radar confirmed, spotter confirmed? Can you give me some of the info on that confirmed tornado that's south of the Owensboro area?
Sure. So this is weather spotter confirmed tornado.
Okay.
It's a particularly dangerous situation.
Okay.
Flying debris and Calhoun around 9:50. It should be in Beech Grove 9:55.
Okay.
Livermore 10 in Owensboro around 10:05. And that's Central Time.
And hear what Rick just said. He said particularly dangerous situation. So this is what we call a PDS. Particularly dangerous situation. It means this is not your regular tornado warning. We're up here now. And then beyond what is the PDS tornado warning, if we get into the really, really, really bad, most recent time that we've had that in the state of Kentucky was 2021 in December, and Rick worked that event. And I believe Bryce was here on that event as well. We had what we call tornado emergency. Tornado emergency is the elite of the elite. And when we get into tornado emergency, it means tornado warning, PDS tornado warning, tornado emergency. We're in this one right now in western Kentucky, and now we need to be thinking, I'm in Brandenburg, I'm in Hardinsburg, I'm in Litchfield. Is this going to affect me? Well, number one, we have a tornado warning right now already for the western part of Breckinridge County, and I want to zoom in on that. Bryce, let's do some scope work on this one. The first thing I notice is this is a supercell.
Yep. Right.
So you can see that this is ahead of the line. Ahead of the line means I'm going to steal all of that energy for myself, and I'm not going to share it with the rest of the line. So when we see something that goes ahead of the line, it has more fuel to work with. Bryce is scoping the area of rotation. Always important to remember when you're looking at rotation, put your back to where the radar site is, and then you would look for these brights next to each other. So we're looking at near the Whitesville area. Let's track that area rotation that's going to go south of Patesville, and you can see we're getting new scans in as we talk, and Bryce is going to move that. Assume 50 on this one, Bryce?
Yeah, let's double check that one. This is moving pretty far northeast, Marty, at 55, so this may go ahead right toward the Patesville area.
Okay, so we're going to be in Patesville momentarily. If you live in Patesville, it's time to take your tornado safety precautions immediately. So it's in the Herbert area 3 minutes from now. It's going to be in Patesville 10 minutes from now, 13 minutes from now in Dukes, and then Cloverport 16 minutes from now. The storms will be moving into you. You can see the core to the north. Here is that area of rotation, the hook echo on this. Bryce, I'm a little nervous that that hook on the tail end could get very, very close to Hardinsburg, which we hate to see. If you remember, just about 2.5 miles away from the Hardinsburg area east in Harnett is where we actually got a tornado that occurred in Breckinridge County earlier in the week. So we've got multiple areas wet now, and let's give this the view. Let's take it to the wide perspective. And Gil, if I could really quickly, can you let me know where Richard Essex is? If he's able to see something, I'd like to go back to get a report from him. We've got a very, very large severe thunderstorm warning that goes out ahead. And then you have tornado warning, tornado warning, tornado warning, tornado warning, tornado warning, tornado warning. There are multiple tornado warnings inside embedded within all of this. And the Weather Service has put out these large severe thunderstorm warnings because they're confident at least you're going to get destructive winds, but they think that they're going to produce tornadoes and they're going to highlight those areas very specifically. Rick, you've been honed in on the northern part of our area. Let's zoom out again so people can get perspective. This is what earlier moved through Mitchell, and this one's getting close to moving towards Jackson County. I see greens next to orange there. We're still in a scenario where we're concerned about that. Number two things, about how much rotation are we seeing? And second, do you have any debris you're noting?
87 knots, excuse me, 94 knots on one side. And then on the other side, you're looking closer to 20.
Okay, so we still got about 100 miles an hour rotation.
But I want to show you this. So if we rock back a couple of scans, okay. So this is just the velocity. You can see how it tightens up briefly here.
Yes.
And I'm going to go to a storm relative just to show you the greens and the reds are next to one another.
So Rick, let's just go back to that for a moment. When you say next to each other, we're not talking about that there's a small spread. We call this gate-to-gate shear.
Correct.
So what you're saying is Bryce and I are shoulder to shoulder, and on one side I'm seeing this, and on the other side I'm seeing that. That's different because as that rotation tightens, it means that it could be producing a tornado. The chance is better.
The chance is better, and in fact, you can actually see if you look very close,
there might have
been a little debris right there. So look very closely.
Okay.
Little debris, and then it goes away.
Okay.
So I'm based on what I'm seeing, I have a feeling that we may have had a tornado briefly touch down. This is going to be to the east of Bedford and to the north and east of Mitchell.
And we just got a new tornado warning on that. That one now means it covers Jackson County. Tornado warning now in effect for Jackson County as well. Rick, I'm going to allow you to keep an eye on that, keep looking in on that storm. Bryce, you've got the new warnings here, time, and what our threats are.
Yeah, so Jackson and Lawrence County, this includes you guys. Jackson, excuse me, was just added into that most recent tornado watch expansion about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, and obviously for good reason. This is the one that may have touched down briefly around the Mitchell area. Again, we saw that very minor drop in correlation coefficient. Again, we're looking higher up from radar here. I mean, we're probably looking around 5,100, 5,200 feet up. So even if we see a minor drop 5,200 feet up in the air, that could be something a little higher, more of a higher elevated as you get down toward the surface. Here's a look out of Seymour. So you're looking directly west. You're looking right toward the storm that we're talking about. You can see that rain coming down in Seymour. Wow. You can see the lightning show in the background. And again, Mark, you mentioned that that rain is not helping out. It's still 75 degrees in Seymour.
I think that's the most important thing to note. You know, also of interest here out of Seymour, and this is somewhat of an elevated site, so this is on the top of Schneck Medical, that wind is shifting to the west.
Yep.
We know at the surface that the winds are more out of the south, and then we know that as we get up, they're turning really, really quickly. So we're going to continue to watch this area. I want to show you downtown Louisville while we're at this. This is looking towards the west out of Louisville. I think the most important thing is what's the temperature. It's 82 still.
Look at the wind direction still,
and we've got a south wind at 22. The dew points come down a pinch here, but I don't think that would be enough to remove that severe threat at all. So if you kind of look at the high resolution data, let me give you a second to orient yourself. This is looking in the now. And you can see the data just continues to show this line plowing down 64, plowing right into Louisville, and you could see starting to show a weakening trend post 2 a.m. as it makes its march into our southeast counties. That is future radar again on what we're seeing moving forward. Kind of a look at what we have. We've got a tornado watch until 2 a.m. for every county other than Adair County. Severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect for Grayson, Breckinridge, Meade, Harrison, Crawford County, Orange County, Washington County, and Lawrence County. We've got tornado warnings in effect for you in Jackson County, Lawrence County, Orange County, Crawford County, Du Bois County, Perry County. We've got it in effect for you in the Meade County area, and then Breckenridge County. And if you're like, Mark, that's a lot.
Exactly.
You got it.
We have a new tornado warning now as well.
Okay.
This one includes Patesville.
So this is on that storm that had the hook on it that was near the Ohio River, just so we're on the same page, right?
So this one's until 11:30 Eastern Time. Again, tornado 7 miles northeast of Whitesville, moving northeast at about 60 miles per hour. 60. So Cloverport, you got to be thinking, what am I going to do? You got to move now. You got to go to your safe place.
And so, Rick, in this one, it's another really, really, really obvious one. It's buried inside rain all around it in Hardinsburg and Irvington and everywhere. And you can see that area rotation is very notable. Tobin, Tobin Sport area in 7 minutes from now, 9 minutes from now in Todd. Tobin, it'll be 13 minutes from now. Gerald, 17 minutes from now, and the Chenault area, 19 minutes from now. As it stands, that rotation looks like it's going to go north of Hardinsburg. My guess is going to be probably by about 8 to 10 miles. And then that would go also north of Irvington. But if you're thinking, am I completely in the clear here? Well, the whole area is rotating. Everything has been rotating out there. Rick, you're looking very, very closely at the Patesville area and what's heading towards Cloverport. You're looking at this from analysts. So a couple things we immediately note is there's some speckled spots near Patesville. Is that something that's in the sea of pink, or is that just that it's not raining right there, or is that hail that we're seeing heading into Cloverport? What is that indicating on the right there, where the correlation coefficient drops off a little?
So what I'm going to do is switch the left-hand panel back over to classic reflectivity, which is what you typically see when you look at radar and we're showing you where rain and storms are. I'm going to put a little marker inside. So it does appear as though
that's hail.
Those areas are hail, exactly, because it's not in an area of rotation. It's within inside the body of the supercell, which is exactly where these hail cores would tend to get with those updrafts, pushing the hailstones up, suspending them as long as they can before eventually they just can't be held up by those updrafts, and then they come down.
And Rick, this is something that we see a lot getting posted online these days. So people will just post the little hole in there, that blue, and they'll say tornado on the ground. But what you're showing us is there is a process. That little circle in the sea of pink doesn't say tornado unless it meets conditions. And using this as what we call a tornado debris signature, we call those false tornado debris signatures. So we have to go through a process to verify if that hole occurs, is it really a tornado spinning?
And there's oftentimes I will go through that entire process twice just to be very certain that we're not saying we have debris when in fact we're not. We're looking at hail. And I think a lot of people, like you said, do misinterpret that quite often. So in Cloverport, there is some hail. It's nothing crazy large, but you may hear that pinging off your roof. And either way, I don't want you being by the roof. I'd like you to be down in your safe place, since we do have that tornado warning, which is still for another 33 minutes. Now, down the line, Patesville, Cloverport, this is crossing over Highway 60. So if you're on Highway 60 right along the Ohio River, you got to start thinking ahead. Okay, what am I going to do, because this storm's moving my way?
And one of the problems we're seeing is that everything's rotating. It's the reason why we have the tornado warning that's also in effect for English County, and Crawford County. And you can see there are kinks within that line. And Bryce, I'm just going to take that scope off briefly. But look at all those kinks that are sitting there. One near English, one near the Grantsburg area, one near Oil. We saw this on Sunday. Those generated tornadoes so fast. You were actually at home, and that area of rotation went almost directly over your house, and then dropped a tornado just, or your parents, I think, and just downstream from them dropped a tornado. This scenario is not far off from that. However, the magnitude of wind is stronger, so if it drops a tornado, it may not be an EF1, it could be an EF2 in this scenario.
Right, exactly. Mark was mentioning all those kinks. We'll just point out a couple of them to you here. There's a bunch. There's one just north of the Leopold area. There's another one just north of Oil. There's this one. It looks a little concerning just west of English in between Grantsburg. And there's more to the north as well. So as Mark mentioned, these little kinks are exactly what caused those EF1 tornadoes in our area. And this has almost double the amount of wind energy that the last one did. I want to take a velocity look here and keep a look at a couple of these kinks that Mark was mentioning. One up near Ethel, it's got some minor
that is
rotation.
starting to rotate.
Yeah, and we need to keep an eye on that one, just right over the Ethel area, heading towards southeast.
Yeah. And Bryce, by the way, just so we're kind of on the same page here, I'm just going to put a quick draw on here. This is that Boeing segment, and you have those really brights near the center of that, and on the top and on the bottom of that is where you're going to get those kinks and rotation areas.
Yeah, exactly. And again, this is all within that huge severe thunderstorm warning that goes way out to almost the Louisville area because of that Boeing segment in general. And Mark, I want to mention again, we, as you were talking about earlier, we do need to keep an eye on this one. And there's a new severe thunderstorm warning that goes all the way up through Salem, Borden, and the southern and almost to the Driftwood area as well. This one is the new one. And this is just kind of expanding it north and south. I think that the National Weather Service is doing here, Mark, simply because of the wind field that this has with it.
It's a respect thing.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're within this severe thunderstorm warning, I just want you to think, okay, I'm in a severe thunderstorm, no big deal. We have these all the time. Well, you also have 3 or 4 tornado warnings within all of these severe thunderstorm warnings. So this may be your precursor to what could come later that's over Paoli at the moment, just for an example. So that's that main line that we're watching, moving through Orange County, moving through parts of English, Perry County, down through Oil and Leopold at the moment. We still have that tornado warning coming out of the Patesville area. We'll take another scope on this one. And it still has that minor rotation just south of Highway 60. Rick DeLuke has been eyeballing all of these small areas of rotation in our area on GR2 Angeles and is still watching for any drops in correlation coefficient. Rick, as this crosses over Highway 60 right over the Cloverport area, what are you seeing on correlation coefficient in terms of what might be damaged?
And what I'm going to do is, Rick is specifically, you see the wider perspective on what Bryce has, and now we're going to take it down to the closer perspective right over Cloverport. Rick, the rotation there doesn't look like it is as strong right now as what you were monitoring that was in Lawrence County, but there is still definitely rotation here that needs to be monitored. It also shows a little bit of a push there.
Yeah, a little bit of a push, and these winds are definitely going to be strong, and I think a lot of times we kind of get caught up. Is it tornadic? Is it straight line?
Fair.
Truth, does it really matter if it's 70, 80 and it's spinning around or it's coming at you straight? No, I mean, you're still going to get very similar damage, just rather than twisting, it's going to be linear. So yeah, I'm kind of concerned right now with you in Cloverport. It does look like the strongest winds are on top of you right now. You probably had them howling outside. I just really want you to use caution. And I know it's probably one of those nights where I think at least pretty much most spots west of I-65 will end up with a tornado warning
at the
bare minimum.
Right.
They're just all over the place when you look at the map, and it's really hard to distinguish these areas of rotation. And that's why, you know, I'm kind of giving the Weather Service a little, you know, tip of the hat, where you put these big warnings out and then identify within those warnings where these quick little spin-ups or tornadoes may be occurring. And that's kind of the way the rest of the night's going to play out. I mean, we just, you know,
we said 50%. We said probably we'd see 50% warnings. And you and I talked about this last night, that if there was a fail mode here, it's very clear that the fail mode is not actually going to happen. So, you know, you and I talked about this all evening. We're going to get a lot of warnings out of this. There's really no way out of that.
I know, and you're going to lose some sleep. And it's like you have to just kind of accept that, put it in the past, and realize moving forward that we have serious storms on top of us. And while they haven't made it to Louisville just yet, trust me, they're coming.
And Bryce, if we could, let's go back over to StormView HD, and I just want to start to look at the problem that's developing. It is becoming quite clear that there are, look at the waves in the velocity. You see how this is starting to wave back and forth? Each one of these is trying to develop rotation. There's an area of rotation near Bedford. There's very clearly one near Mitchell. We're starting to see one of those just south of Paoli. The cards are definitely coming out on this. Everything is going to be rotating along this, and we are going to have that potential that we're going to get tornadoes out of this. Do we have anything right now that has said touchdown? Marginally from Lawrence County. We'll find out through the surveys that come. One thing I do want to mention, and I think this is important, the National Weather Service sent us an email earlier today, and they said that to understand that with multiple days of potential severe weather, I think it's been highly publicized, obviously, at the Weather Service Service staff is not as large as what it was, that it may take 3 or 4 days for them to actually get out and survey, because there's multiple days where we could see severe weather. So I think this is important to note. We may not actually know what happened for several days. Part of the reason being we have 1, 2, 3 severe weather risks. We have that potential for significant flooding. And as noted, the Weather Service staff is just a little bit smaller now, and they may not be able to get out there and get to this as quickly. So I want to do some scopes on where we have tornado warnings right now. I would like to start with the northern part of the line, Bryce, and then I'd like to just make my way methodically down that line. So let's look at Pershing, Owen. Let's see. There's a little bit of a hook here. Is there something to be concerned about? So Pershing and Brownstown, nothing to be concerned about. Moving further west. Let me go on the northern side of this one just to make sure, Bryce, here north of Pleasant. Okay, nothing out there that jumps to me. Right now is showing rotation. Let's go towards the Bedford, Indiana area.
It's closer, but I don't think it's not eye-popping just yet.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that the rotation was a little bit stronger earlier. These are areas where we're watching right now, but nothing screams at us, I need to be overly concerned. Now, that said, you can see that there are oranges in here in parts of Jackson County, which are going to produce 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds. So understand, whether you go under a tornado warning or not, you're going to get 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds. And I think that's important to note. We're going to focus in, obviously, on where tornadoes are occurring. But let's track this. Let's track all of this across the area. We can track the line itself, and understand that already in Orange County right now, there's probably widespread 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds occurring. But this is moving off to the east. Everything has been racing to the east in the neighborhood of 50, 60, and at times we've seen these storms moving at 75 miles an hour. It is shocking that they can move that fast, but we have seen that this evening. This puts the line in the Norman area 6 minutes from now, Pershing 22 minutes from now, and the Acme area 28 minutes from now. Let's go further south along the line, and let's perform an analysis on terms of rotation on the bow that's approaching northeast. Southeast, it'll ultimately be moving towards Salem and Fredericksburg. So when we look at the velocity here, we're probably looking at widespread on the back edge here, 50 to 60, maybe some 65 mile-an-hour winds. We've got one of those areas of rotation that's about to breach southeast. The Weather Service is going to have to decide, do they let these warnings go? Because it's very clear the areas of rotation are about to breach where the tornado warning is. So there is a subtle area of rotation near southeast. To me, it doesn't jump out as anything overly concerning. We move further south. We've got the surging portion of the line right here. This is where we're going to get some 60 to 70s approaching Whiskey Run in about 4 minutes. Bryce, with the surging bow here, can we go ahead and track that area off to the east, just so I can call out some towns here? This is going to go in the northern part of Harrison County. It's going to go in southern Washington County, ultimately towards around Pekin, Borden, Henryville. It'll go towards Clark, and ultimately towards northern Floyd County. And Bryce is going to do that track on this portion of the line that puts it in Whiskey Road 5 minutes from now, in Milltown 6 minutes from now. It's going to be in your area in Fredericksburg 13 minutes from now. Palmyra, we're watching you. It is 18 minutes from now, and I know anytime you go under severe and Borden, I know that tonight's probably made you uncomfortable. I know that you feel that way because of what we went through in 2012, and I know we went through a lot. Let me just say that this scenario does not represent what we saw in 2012, because that was individual cells. And on that March 2nd day in 2012, when Pekin and Borden and Henryville and Chelsea and Marysville were hit by the EF4, we had individual cells. What we have here is a line of thunderstorms that doesn't have the same access. New tornado warning issued for the northern part of Jackson County. Let's dive back in there. Bryce, I'd like to scope that area specifically to see if that area of rotation is going to hit northern Jackson or if it's going to miss it. But the warning, new warning, what did you have on the time for that one, Bryce, just so I'm on the same page?
This one is until 11:30 Eastern.
Got it. Okay, so right in here is where our area rotation is. Can we do a scope on that? Yeah, there's some rotation in there. I don't see something that screams to me of a concern, but it is right now south of the Yellowstone area. Let's continue a little bit. And Rick, are you looking at that storm?
Yeah, same thing. I'm not seeing any real bright greens and reds next to one another. There are some high winds, absolutely. but not seeing anything in terms of rotation from the storm velocity, which is on the right-hand side, and then also from the NROTS, which is on the right-hand side once again. I'm just going to be careful here. You know the drill. I'll go to correlation coefficient just to give you an idea. And there it is. So I'm not seeing anything too concerning there.
That near the Peltonville area, that, let me make sure, is out of rain, and right here it is out of rain. So that also is innocuous and nothing we need to be concerned about. Let's go back over to Stormview HD, and I want to take it a little bit south towards Leavenworth. Bryce, we have our Richard Essex that is right now near the Leavenworth area along 64. One of those kinks right now may be near the Carefree area.
Yeah, I'll take a little closer of a look at it here. You can see that little bit of a notch there with those greens extending out toward Highway 62 and up near Carefree in between there and Kirby.
Okay, and so since we have our Richard Essex in Leavenworth, Richard, you are watching these storms. You've kind of been hovering between Orange County, now you're near Leavenworth, and I assume you're going to take these back towards Louisville. Tell us what you're seeing live in these storms right now.
Well, just a few minutes ago, the wind really picked up and we got an awful lot of rain. We thought for a minute we were going to have to abandon ship and head for cover. And now the wind's starting to pick up again. We're seeing a lot of rain. We are right off of the interstate, and a lot of the semis in this area, they have pulled in, they have stopped. Now, you may remember about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, I did a story out here in Crawford County with one of the storm sirens that was not working. And that storm siren is right across the street by the volunteer fire department here in Leavenworth area. And Leavenworth is right off the interstate, and it's also just north of Marengo. Marengo's been hit by a couple of tornadoes over the past couple of years, so highly sensitive to strong storms coming through this area. Now you can see right now we have got wind and rain. It's almost, the rain's almost coming at us vertically. And this is about as strong of wind and rain that we have seen since we've been out here for the past couple of hours. And people, you see, are starting to kind of pull in here to take some cover. And we are also kind of keeping an eye on this. If it starts moving our vehicle around, we're probably going to head inside to this gas station for some cover. But this is about as strong as we've seen, and the wind is really picking up. Back to you guys.
Richard Essex is watching those storms live from the Leavenworth area. Richard, we appreciate that, keeping an eye on those. Rick, you are going to take us through kind of the big picture of what we have that's ongoing right now. And quite frankly, there's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, our phones are blowing up. It's like a lot of people are saying, I'm in Louisville right now. What can I expect? And so that's what I want to do. I want to take you into Louisville and show you exactly what's happening. And then what we'll do is start to look west, because that's what's moving in our direction. So right now in Louisville, you are not under a severe thunderstorm warning, but you see that orange line. It banks right up against Jefferson County. What is happening in Louisville? You're getting some rain. And this is just good old-fashioned rain. It's light to moderate, not even seeing many lightning strikes out ahead of it. If you turn the lightning on real quick for me, Bryce, I'd appreciate that, just to see if we're getting some rumbles. So yeah, okay, there are a couple lightning strikes, one up around the Prospect area and a few more down near PRP and West Point, but you see a lot more lightning off to the west. This will start to march in our area, and it's not what's right here that's going to move into Louisville. It's what's down to the south and west. As this line moves in, that's when we'll start to see its effects. So that supercell right now, which we're watching right here, which is to the west of Irvington in Breckinridge County, this could perhaps maintain this track and maybe even clip sections of northern and eastern Louisville. And that's a supercell. So what can it do? It has rotation. It could also produce some strong winds, and there may be some hail within that. And that's what Louisville needs to prepare for. The possibility of a tornado, hail, and some strong winds, which could be 60 or even 70 miles per hour or greater. So that would be the scenario I want you to prepare for. You do not need to act right now, but I want to give you as much advance warning as possible, so that way when you do, it's like muscle memory. You know exactly where to go immediately, and you kind of have everything ready. It's a good idea to just have your shoes on in case there's some damage, you have to go outside. Keep your phone charged, have a water bottle with you. That's just a few items to keep in mind as you're saying, what should I do? But this is the tornado warning we have right now. Again, if you go a little closer inside this actual warning, there's the body of the supercell from Andyville, and it kind of arcs back. And this surge on the bottom end, that's what's known as an RFD. And these have some powerful winds, so it looks like Mystic. You're going to get in some of these stronger winds here momentarily. You can see that on the scope. Think of the scope like if we're a doctor and you take an x-ray. So you can't see just by looking at someone if they have a broken bone. But if you have the x-ray, you're able to look inside, and we're able to look inside these storms and see some of those powerful winds moving right near the Ammons area, close to Mystic. This will cross 477, and if it stays on that track, then areas like Brandenburg and Heath may be in the path of the supercell, and everything else along this line, like we've mentioned, continues to rotate. So I do want you to kind of be basically ready to move if we give you that green light and say, yeah, go. We need to get to your safe place. Tracking that area of rotation specifically, Andyville in 8, Titus in 15, Malkport in about 17, and if it can indeed hold together, then Heath, it would be there in about 20 minutes or so. So the big picture does show west of I-65 is the area getting hit the hardest, just plain old rain for locations to the east of I-65. Not so concerned with this spot right here. So if you live in Campbellsville, Greensburg, Munfordville, you had a little bit of rain. It helped cool the atmosphere, but this is the exact spot that we were expecting the worst of the weather, and I hate to say that it's unfolding because now we have, once again, those purple polygons. What do those mean? It means a tornado. It's confirmed. It's observed. It's doing damage. So that's why we're going to watch that cluster of storms move in. That backward C shape, I mean, if you ever used a bow and arrow, you know exactly what I mean by that force which comes in. And we have some really strong winds along that line. So brace yourself for some strong winds. You want to be on the western side of your, or the eastern side of your house, not so much the western side, because, you know, things get flying around. The damage will be on that side of the house, and you'll be safe.
And I think we're starting to see a problem developing here. We're starting to get kinks within the line in numerous locations. So I'm going to show you what's happening. The line is breaking down now a little bit. This is not uncommon in this kind of a scenario, but you can transition from potentially what could be destructive winds maybe into more tornadoes. So this is the area of rotation that is north of Kurtz. This is Jackson County, the northern part of our area. That rotation's leaving our viewing area. We have an area of rotation near Campbellsburg, Indiana, that is going to be the east of Orleans. We've got an area of rotation right now that is northeast of Paoli. This is, if you look here specifically, you can see breaks in that line. This is concerning. And then we go to the storm that has been showing the rotation near the Mooleyville area, which is going to be just south of the Ohio River near Concordia. This one also is showing rotation. I think that storm is the most unique of them all, Bryce. That has what we call sometimes a tail end Charlie. And what that means is that storm that's on the south, that's south of Alton, south of Mooleyville, north of Hardinsburg, is the last storm in that line. And that last storm in that line is showing more rotation, but we may be seeing rotation near Campbellsburg. I would say a tornado could occur in multiple locations on this line with little to advance notice.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen this a lot over the last few years or so. These lines that move through with these tiny little kinks in them that can drop a tornado even in between radar scans. And even though we're in what's called sales mode that Rick DeLuke was talking about earlier, where we get a radar update every minute and every 60 seconds, you can have a tornado that can touch down within a minute and lift its way right back up, and we have no idea that it even touched down. So that's what we're watching, especially for the northern area. For the southwestern portion, I'm still, and Rick, you can probably agree with me here, these multiple tornado warnings are still on a path to where while there's rain in front of it, the way that this whole line is angled, this is heading toward the Louisville area. And while we have that rain in front of it, I mean, Mark was talking about earlier that it's still in the 80s.
It's 80s, and if you were outside, you're going to get, well, first soaked, but also you may sweat because dew points have come up. And we have dew points in the 60s, or at least close to it.
Well, we've cooled 3 degrees.
Oh, 3 degrees.
And the dew point came back up since it's raining.
And I think this is important to note. Normally when you'd see rain, I mentioned this when the rain got here, it would probably drop us 3 degrees. So I'm clear. The data shows at some point when this is approaching or passing the I-65 area that we would see somewhat of a weakening trend. Are we seeing that? Possibly. but we're starting to see a little bit of a breakdown within that line. You can see there's some of the lightning here from Louisville. I'll show you some of our cameras from around the area. This is the view out of Corridon right now as we're seeing that strong storm approaching the Corridon area. This is the view from Simpsonville, where it's pretty quiet right now. New Albany showing storms as well, but it's more of the lighter rain. I don't think this is going to be enough to completely kill the line. At some point east of I-65, we're going to see a weakening. I don't think we can avoid that completely. Bardstown right now is pretty quiet. And the view out of Seymour, you've seen multiple rounds of thunderstorms. We have a viewer video here out of Brandenburg. Now understand, Brandenburg hasn't seen storms yet, but that has actually seen some trees go down. And that we saw out of Iroquois Park today, where we had a tree that was laid down from what we know is straight line winds. Looking at that tree, so a lot of times what we look for is there dry rot in the tree. This one looks like it was released at ground level. I can't tell if there's any buds on that or not to say whether there's dry rot in that tree, but that is a tree that was damaged by gradient winds, which means that these are winds that may not necessarily be from thunderstorms, and that just at least speaks to the idea that there's tons of wind energy. New tornado warning just issued. Rick, this is the one I was worried about. I talked about this just a few moments ago near Campbellsburg, that the rotation level bothered me. And now the Weather Service clearly agrees on that analysis as they popped out a new tornado warning. This is the view inside that storm, and right over the Campbellsburg area is where that area of rotation is. This is part of what we're going to deal with tonight, is kinks within the line. Rick, you're viewing this from the analyst, which you can view it with the kind of green means go. You're breaking down the reds, greens, whatever. You're saying, where's the rotation?
Exactly. It's just taking all the other nonsense away and showing you the area of rotation, which is getting very close to Campbellsburg. I can actually give you some roads. This is County Road 650 East. If any of these you recognize and you live by them, then that should be hopefully a very good deterrent for you to do something. This is Clip Road, rotation getting close to Brown Road. The main one is going to be 60. That's the one that runs through Campbellsburg. So again, you identify the area of rotation. The actual warning is out ahead of the area of rotation. So they're trying to get it ahead of that.
And you can see here, I'm going to take you over to our other radar source, and you can see on the live right now that rotation is now pushed a little bit past Campbellsburg. So we're now looking at that rotation that's moving towards the, I don't know if that's Kossuth area, Hitchcock, and north of Salem in the northern part of Washington County. Our Richard Essex is along 64, and I just want to take his video here briefly. If we can see what it looks like, this is coming down I-64 in Louisville, and they are in what we refer to as our sorcerer vehicle. So this vehicle, and I'm just going to go over to my radar just so I can see, they're near Corridon. There's a couple things you note. It's an absolute lightning fest. You can see all of the rain is just blowing sideways, and I'm sure this is a 10-and-2 scenario, which means you're gripping the steering wheel and you may leave some fingernails in there. But you know what? The thing is our job's to cover things. And a big thanks to Richard and our crew for heading out into the storm so that they know what's going on. Let them know, by the way, there's not a tornado warning where they are. It's just damaging winds. The tornado warning is north and south of where they are, but where they are located right now, there is not a tornado that's occurring. So I want to make sure that they know that. Rick, I'm going to come back over to Storm View 3D. You're looking inside the storm to get a sense, is there any debris? I wouldn't say conclusive, but it is still raising an eyebrow a little bit.
Exactly. I was like, I don't know about this, and I don't like seeing this, but exactly where the rotation is, we are seeing the possibility that some items may be being lofted, and that could range from maybe some tree branches to maybe some sheet metal. I wouldn't say anything extremely large, but there's definitely some signs by that area, that little drop in CCs right there where that green triangle is, which is, we call that a tornado vortex signature, but just an area of really strong rotation. We do have the green means go on NROT. So, you know, if you're in Campbellsburg, you should be in your safe place. You should be where you would go if a tornado was coming toward your house, because there could potentially be one. Now, looking at correlation coefficient, That's going to be the one thing with each and every new scan, which the next one comes in 30 seconds. If we see this area expand a little bit or get a little bit darker, then we'll be far more concerned. But it's something that we're going to watch like a hawk. So 20 more seconds until that comes back in.
Okay, and Rick, you keep an eye on that one.
I will.
And so let me show you our coordinate camera, which is in the thunderstorm right now. That one, and Bryce has been kind of moving these around. So Bryce is going to make sure that our cameras are aimed towards where the storms are located. Winds don't look crazy from what I see in the coordinate area, and I just want to make sure, Bryce, we are 100% sure the coordinate is moving, right? So we're sure that camera's not, that it is not frozen at all, right?
Yeah, correct. It just shifted a little bit west here. You'll see that in a second.
Okay, got it. Just making sure on that. Continue to keep an eye on that. These are the storms that we're watching the closest. This, again, that what we refer to as tail end Charlie. So the showing rotation, it has shown rotation for a while. This one is near the New Amsterdam area. Weather Service is now going to have to make a decision on this one. I can see either way. The physical structure of the storm shows a little bit of a hail core and a hook on it. So if they extend this tornado warning downstream, understand what we're saying right now. We're getting to the point now, Louisville, where tornado warnings may be issued for the city. What I'm going to tell you again is what I told you a little bit earlier, and that is our wind energy is a magnitude higher of what we saw on Sunday evening. Sunday evening had the added benefit from a severe analysis of a boundary near Louisville, which actually helped those storms rotate and spin up more. This does not have that aid, but it has much, much more wind energy. The potential for damaging to destructive winds, and obviously that scenario where some tornadoes occurring would remain possible. We continue with tornado warnings up and down the line to the west, where we've got tornadoes confirmed west of Patesville. And then you can see the severe thunderstorm warning that's very, very close to Louisville, with a line that shows a lot of warnings out there. I'm going to head over to the wall real quickly. We'll spend a little bit of time tracking. Bryce, I'd like to go up and down the line because we have now tornado warnings for Jackson, Washington, Scott, Clark, Floyd, Harrison, Crawford, Meade, and Breckinridge County. Yes, I did just say that. I told you guys when we talked earlier today, and we did a lot of Facebook Live videos on this one, that we were likely to get some tornado touchdowns, some tornado warnings out of this scenario. And I told you yesterday night, and I told you today, that we would at least get 50% of our counties, and conceivably more. Some asked me why 50%. And just if I'm being clear, our southeast counties saw rain a little bit earlier. Our southeast counties are in that point where we're not sure when this is going to start to weaken to an extent. So that's something we're watching. Scott Reynolds, I can see you on the set right now. Can you just make sure when we look at power outages that we don't have any significant power outages regionally? And our Scott Reynolds, if we could keep his mic open, when he gets that information, can jump in. Let me show you what we've got going on in the northern part of our area. We're going to track and we're going to scope everything. So wherever you are, you're going to get caught up on what to expect. Tornado warning on this northern is basically out of our viewing area. So I don't want to spend time on that. But Bryce, let's scope from Pershing to Brownstown. The radar is looking due north here. This whole thing's rotating. Everything out there is showing some level of spin and a lot of wind energy. We're going to continue to watch this, but watching closely. I would say near Pershing, there's definitely an area of rotation we're watching. Bryce, let's track that off to the east. I want Seymour to know when to expect, and I want North Vernon to know when to expect that line to be moving through with the strongest winds. These storms have been generally moving off to the east in the neighborhood of 50 to 75 miles an hour, depending on the storm. Am I seeing you right on that one, Bryce?
Yeah, 70.
70 miles an hour. So Seymour 7 minutes from now. Bryce, let's make sure our Seymour camera is ready for that one. Geneva 16 minutes from now. North Vernon 20 minutes from now. And then leaving our area about 30 minutes from now. So again, let me say it one more time. Seymour, we're with you. We're watching closely. 60 to 70 mile an hour winds are possible. The storm speeds are absurd right now, so we've got to watch that. We see that the line starts to cave and break, and that's why we're getting these tornado warnings. So we're going to move further south right now into the Washington, Scott County area. Floyd County, Clark County, and I'd like to scope here. What concerns me from a radar perspective is we've got some of these hiccups that are occurring everywhere within that line, and I'd like to look through that, starting off on the top here on the area of rotation that went past the Campbellsburg area. That's 4 miles north of Salem right now. About 2 miles south of Salem, there's an area of rotation as well. The Weather Service has no choice. These could tornado at any moment. We've got an area of rotation right now that's near Borden, and we've got an area of rotation right now maybe around the Georgetown area, but specifically north of Salem by about 4 miles, south of Salem by 3, and then one that's near the Borden area. Rick, I would just want you to make sure that we're checking those areas for debris just to make sure. And then Bryce, let's track the area of this line off to the east so we can get a sense for everybody here what time to expect it. And that area of rotation that is about a mile south of, or 2 miles south of Salem, looks like it just increased on the last scan. So again, Bryce, if you could call out the speed on this one.
Yeah, this one's also moving northeast at 70. These things are really booking it across 65 here soon.
So think about then, since it's moving so fast, it's going to get to you fast. Borden 3 minutes from now, Vienna 13 minutes from now, 23 minutes from now in Republican. And that's right, in Madison in 31 minutes, it's moving that fast. Let's take that track off briefly. I just want to look at that rotation one more time. And Bryce, can we get a little closer south of Salem? That area rotation to me looked like it came up a little bit. Bryce, right here is where I want to look. Let's scope near the Farabee area and what is north of Pierce. Here's Daisy Hill. Rick, I'm going to come to you just briefly here. You're looking at this Farabee area. So here's Salem, and this is going to be southeast of Salem by about 2 to 3 miles. Rick, are you seeing anything in there from a debris perspective?
I think my data is not backed up to yours quite yet. So
okay, just keep an eye on that, Rick, here.
Yep.
So we're watching near the Farabee area just to see. Bryce, we've got correlation coefficient on HD as well under debris tracker. Can we just check in there? Okay, so I don't see anything jumping out to me that would concern me that we do have a tornado on the ground here right now. So we're watching that very, very closely. Let's go back over to reflectivity and continue our work here as we continue to move down the line. Borden right now, that area of rotation was a little bit to your north. I'm looking at Borden. I don't see anything in there that bothers me overly right now. The rotation area does look north of you. Let's go further south. Let's get now into the Knobs. Let's go into Georgetown. Let's go into Corydon, and let's take a look at what we've got down the line here. Again, we're going to do our analysis live on here. West of Georgetown, pinch there, nothing that's bothering me right now. Let's go southward towards Corydon and continue to inspect within that line. Nothing in there that bothers me too much right now. And then let's go a little bit further south towards Central. This is the area where the supercell is. And
that one right there is a little... That one pops out a little bit. Let me get a little better of a scope on it here for you.
And you can see where Bryce is talking about. This is Dixie right now. Here's Central. And this is going to be going near to just south along 337 past Corydon. So this is going to be, I was never able to say where I went when I was watching the auroras because quite frankly I didn't want people to clog up towns. But I drove west of Corydon and then went a little bit north. So this is an area I'm actually quite familiar with. There is an area of rotation right here. Weather Service has not warned this yet. They've kept it severe with tornado possible. We'll see what they decide. Bryce, let's zoom out a little bit here right now and let's do a storm track along there just to get a time on these, and then we'll come back towards the towards what's to the west of this. But I just want to give an idea on what this means for Louisville. Right now, the Weather Service does not have a warning for Louisville. They're going to be forced to make a decision within the next 15 minutes or so on what they're going to decide. So Bryce is going to get a track. Bryce, call out the speed once you get it. The northern part of the line where we have the tornado warnings was racing at 70 miles an hour. Are we seeing speeds that are similar on this portion of the line, Bryce?
It is close. It's a little slower. They're moving northeast, east-northeast at 60.
Did you ever think you'd say moving slow and 60 miles an hour in the same sentence?
Right.
So you can see 3 minutes from now in the Georgetown area, 16 minutes from now in Louisville. Louisville, be prepared. Some 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible. Could they get stronger? Sure. Could we get an area rotation? You bet. And we're going to be watching you closely. Stay with us tonight. We'll make sure we can get you through these storms. 11 minutes from now in the Elizabeth area. PRP 17 minutes from now in Linden, 26 minutes. And then we're going to go a little bit further to the west, and then I'm going to go back over to Scott Reynolds. Let's go back. This is that original warning that I believe was in place. There is the new one, new tornado warning. This is what I was alluding to. Let's go south onto this. I wanted to to see what this portion of the line's doing to get a sense of where we stand. Hardinsburg, you're now square in a tornado warning, 60 coming towards Irvington and into Brandenburg. We've got areas of rotation near Patesville and near Fordsville. And Rick, I just want to note, these are far enough west that if you're still having issues on radar there, you can always go over to Evansville to get a look at those. That's actually close enough to that radar. So there's an area of rotation near the Fordsville area that prompted this tornado warning. And Bryce, I'd like to then move this off. I assume we're talking about another 60 to 70 on this one because that length of that tornado warning is quite long. The Weather Service again has shown us that this is probably the way they're going to handle, and you can see this also has a sense of a bowing segment to it that may be partially responsible for it. Again, you're getting strong winds at minimum out of this, but we saw this on Sunday night where you can get tornadoes pretty quickly as well. So wow, a 75er.
Yeah, 75 is how this one's moving. And you can really see it with that bowing too, right behind you there, just west of the Hardinsburg area. It's really obvious. I mean, if Mark went like this, you'd exactly know where you're having that bowing segment, literally like you're pulling back a bow and arrow, Mark.
Okay, so the storm is going to put this then in the Hardinsburg area 8 minutes from now. It's going to be 22 minutes from now in Ekron. Flaherty, it'll be 26 minutes from now, and 32 minutes from now in the Radcliffe area. As we take this out to the wide perspective, you can get again a sense of what we have ongoing right now. Before I come out to Richard Essex, and they're in Lanesville, Scott Reynolds, I asked you what we're looking at. Do we know if this has done any damage? Do we have power outages?
Well, we do, Mark, and it's really with Duke Energy. As we look, of course, Indy got hit earlier, 16,000 customers there. But as you come down to the areas you've been talking about tonight, French Lick, Orleans, in that area, Duke is showing 1,000 customers without power. And then north of Mitchell, there's a dot on the Duke Energy map that says 2,000 customers without power. Also in the Millport area, 474 without power there. So there is a fair amount of a power outage across Indiana, you know, north all the way up to Indy and northwest of Louisville. Then when you go to LG&E, Litchfield is showing a few dozen outages. It's really a smattering with LG&E. E-Town also maybe with a few dozen customers losing power, but fewer than 50, and then just dots of 2 or 4 customers here and there, but nothing much with LG&E yet. It's mostly concentrated in that Mitchell, Orleans area, Millport, and then up to Indy.
Thank you, Scott. Keep an eye on that. We're going to take you now to Seymour. As you can see, our camera's getting rocked as we're getting incredibly strong winds moving through the Seymour area right now with vivid lightning strikes. We do have what we call a mesonet station there, which is going to tell us winds. This is updated every 2 minutes or 60 seconds or so, so that would update momentarily. Looking west towards New Albany, where out of New Albany, where we have a tornado warning that has also been extended now that almost clips Louisville, but goes just north of Louisville. And I'll show you what we have here now. So we have tornado warnings that are everywhere on this line. I don't know that the Weather Service has a functional way to deal with this other than going tornado warning on a lot of this because it's happening so fast. You're under a tornado warning in Scottsburg, Deputy. You're under a tornado warning in Borden. You're under a new tornado warning right in the Corydon area right now, near the Georgetown area, and then Charlestown. Also tornado warning near New Amsterdam, Hardinsburg under a tornado warning, in Irvington and Brandenburg under a tornado warning. Our Richard Essex has been out on the roads. He's been our eyes on the ground to tell us what's going on. Richard, you are in an area with a tornado warning right now. 2 things. Are you safe where you are? And second, tell me what you're seeing.
Yeah, we are safe where we are, and we just got tornado warnings on our phones, and we are aware of what's going on. But let me show you what the road. All of a sudden, the rain has really picked up, the wind has picked up. It's blowing this vehicle around. We're in this big heavy SUV, and it's blowing it around like it's a Volkswagen Beetle in a thunderstorm. This is kind of the heaviest rain that we've seen all night. It's just coming down in sheets and sheets and sheets. Now, since we're in such a heavy vehicle, we're getting moved around, but it's hard to tell outside how strong the wind is. Okay. By the way it's blowing things around, it feels like it's pretty strong. We're going to kind of slow down here. We're going to get off on this next exit, and kind of take a better look at what this storm is doing and be in a position to get into a safe place in case we have to.
Okay, and Richard, just so I can make sure we're on the same page here right now, Richard, can you give me again your exact location? Because we have an area rotation that is coming right along 64 between Corydon and Lanesville and is going to go right along 64 through around Lanesville. So where, again, are you specifically located? I just want to make sure.
We passed Lanesville about 10 miles back. We are right here at the Edwardsville, Georgetown exit right now.
Got it. Thank you, Richard. Keep an eye on what you're seeing. Our Richard Essex here east of Lanesville right now. In the eastern part of Harrison County and parts of Floyd, and he's going to continue to watch that. These are the storms that we have around Metro right now. So Metro Louisville, we've got tornado warnings that are occurring. The tornado warning that we have is going to go off to the south of Corydon. So I'm going to show you what our camera indicates out of Corydon right now, because the bottom line here is these are our eyes out there. So it does look like we still have power. That I want to make sure. Okay, there we go. That makes more sense. Maybe we did have a power flicker right there.
Could have been.
I don't know also if this is just maybe a latency issue because we have maybe some type of damage that's occurred or winds that have occurred in that area. Richard, Rick, you've been looking at this storm on the analyst. The analyst is our way to kind of determine rotation. Let me give you just again a sense of what you're looking at. On the left, we're looking at what we call rotation. These are where you're looking for where the reds and greens come together. On the right, you're diving in to determine if there's any rotation. Corydon, Lanesville, centered up on left and on right. Two things. What are you seeing on rotation? And second, are you seeing anything that says I need to be concerned about debris?
Well, at the bare minimum, I'm seeing some very strong winds in the neighborhood of 65 to 70 miles per hour.
And this is from Louisville radar, so I assume
we're looking back from Louisville radar.
So we're about 1,000 feet above the ground or less.
Not even. It's less. Right.
So that means that we're now looking at more verification.
Right.
So this is elevating the concern of damaging winds. This is not it might be occurring. This is we know it's 800 feet above the ground.
The closer you get to that radar, the better that some of your data can be. I mean, when you're really far out there, you have no idea how high you're looking in the storm. So to have data that's less than 1,000 miles up, we're in good shape. So this is something that we can actually say with a lot more confidence that we have some very powerful winds, which are now just north of New Middletown. In terms of the correlation coefficient, I'm seeing some evidence that maybe something's being lofted, but it looks like it's a little too close to the hail core to me.
I think you're right.
So I would say, well, okay, there's a new scan, so let's analyze. I mean, this is live analysis.
Absolutely.
We get new scans in. We're going to show you what we're seeing, and we're going to talk you through this.
And two things I noticed on that new scan, Rick, is this is clearly not a kink in a line.
Right.
This is a big body full supercell. As you can see in Georgetown, Lanesville, and Crandall, that is showing a sign of hail. And that pop right now that you're seeing in Lanesville is probably unimportant. But the rotation area, that hook that is extending west near New Middletown is real.
That's real, and it's got me real concerned, honestly. Let me just rock back one or two frames so you can kind of see how this thing
it definitely is showing an inflow notch.
It's inflow. So the inflow, you get that warm, moist air, which these storms, I mean, storms are smart. They go where there's food, and they love to feed on that warm, unstable air, and that's what's getting sucked into that supercell. So New Middletown, you are in what we call the RFD, and now they've issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like
and
you got something else.
We're getting a report from the emergency manager out of Washington County. He's saying a tornado is reported on the ground at State Road 160 in Garrison Hollow in South Boston. So the emergency manager out of Washington County, Indiana, is now reporting that there is a tornado on the ground. I will note that when we get reports sometimes from emergency managers, we don't know, the Weather Service hasn't escalated into a tornado observed at this point right now. If that changes, we will note. But again, so what I know here is that Salem is reporting power out from, they said debris is, from high winds is on the roadway in Salem, at Main Street, at Mulberry in Salem. So we know that some damage has occurred now in Salem. Scott, if you could check Washington County in terms of power outages, we'll come over to you when you know more about that. And again, we're getting a report from the emergency manager out of Washington County that a tornado is on the ground at State Road 160 in Garrison Hollow in South Boston. And I can't tell you for sure that's exactly what's happening, but the report reports that we're getting right now would say that. We don't have that indication necessarily on radar. I'm going to head over to the wall real quickly, Bryce. Let's spend some time going through now our metro area, with the exception of Louisville, under a tornado warning, a lot of it. Northern side of Louisville is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. So in Louisville, we're not hearing tornado sirens, but you're hearing those in Lanesville, in Clarksville, in Sellersburg, and Charlestown. And look, you know what? I know it's a uncomfortable feeling when you go into this time when you start to hear sirens going off, and there's no way around it. I hope in the end of all this that we prepared you for what we would see tonight. But what I want to do now is scope, because Bryce, I think you're probably on the same page as me. Uneasy a little around Clarksville, uneasy a little bit south of Lanesville, as there are some pops there. So we're looking now. This is Jeff and this is Clarksville. And so you can see this is going to be 265 right here. This is I-65. There's some hints of some subtle rotation right now near Blackiston Mill heading towards Watson. The irony of this whole thing, a terrible irony, April 2nd, 2024, you may remember this. We had an area of rotation. Came down I-265. Do you remember what happened next? It tornadoed. It generated a tornado in Jeff. It crossed over the East End Bridge in a horrifying moment for us when we saw that happening on radar, with debris being lofted on radar. We saw the signature, and then it went into Prospect, produced significant damage, lifted, then another one touched down in Oldham County, then lifted, and then a last one touched down in the Henry County area. 1 year ago today. We're looking in Lanesville. That's definitely an area of rotation right now that is about to head over Lanesville. So Lanesville, I need you in your tornado safe location. You need to be downstairs. You need to be underneath something. I need you in the center part of your house, and I need you to keep away from windows. This is going to cross Indiana 11. Right south of 64, and then it's going to move towards Cord and Pike, and ultimately probably on the northern side of New Albany, and then head along I-265 in southern Indiana. Will the rotation increase or decrease per scan? We'll be watching it. Right now, the rotation there is notable, but I wouldn't call it high. And Rick DeLuca is going to be continuing to monitor that area of rotation very closely as Bryce and I move around. There is that area of rotation. We're looking at least on the northern side here, Rick, that we've got pretty strong winds here as we hear rumbles of thunder in downtown Louisville. Pixel-wise, what are we seeing here? And it's odd, there's a tornado vortex signature that seems displaced a little bit. It does seem displaced a little bit. I mean, if it is, it's embedded within the rainfall. You can see on the left-hand side behind you. I'm just going to verify very quickly that we don't have any debris in that area. Okay. And we don't. Okay, so that's good news. But that's where the hook is. Exactly. That's where, you know, you'd see damage there. The Lanesville pixels, like you mentioned, are in the neighborhood around 48 knots, which would be around 54 miles per hour. Okay, and that's rotational or straight line? That would be straight. Okay, got it. So we do have Richard Essex. And is going to be and we've got him in the box, and you're now, I think what we're starting to probably hear now is a lot of people in Louisville are probably now hearing the rumbles of thunder and getting uneasy. This is are we in Harrison County or are we in Floyd County? Can you give me one more time where we're located? As we take a look, you're going to see the vivid lightning that's going on in the background. Our crew is at a gas station here that is along Cord and Pike right now, and you can see there is a lot of electrical, a lot of lightning with this, which bothers me a little bit because we're seeing the lightning count come up here a little bit, and this can be a precursor to an intensifying storm. That area of rotation right now is basically almost exactly where they are. Guys, if I'm right now in, let's say, anywhere along I-265 in southern Indiana, if it's me and if it's my family, I'm going to put them in their tornado safe spot right now. I'm not going to play around, and honestly, it's because that area of rotation may come up very quickly. You're not only under a tornado warning, again, along I-265 in southern Indiana, but this is a supercell thunderstorm, Bryce. This is not a line with kinks. This is a supercell in a hellacious wind environment with fuel, and that bothers me.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's basically, honestly, the atmosphere, you could almost say, is just a sitting duck waiting for this thing to continue to strengthen a little bit, because as Mark mentioned, it is by itself and it is rotating. You can see that rotation pretty obvious there, just west of the Louisville area. When we look at the lightning, Mark was mentioning this earlier.
And there you can see, by the way, that's along Court and Pike. Okay, that is escalated significantly. Okay, this that looks like we're north of 65 miles an hour. Are they? There's power. That looks like might have been a power flash there. Man. Hard to say exactly. That is bad.
How is that porta potty still standing?
No, really.
That was needed. Let me just move on. You can see, though, the winds are incredibly strong in this area. Rick's right, though. It may seem dumb to talk about the porta potty, but a lot of times when we see the most intense winds, it lays down things like that.
Yeah, for sure.
These are all things that we would look at. Again, it seems odd, but we're watching this type of stuff closely. If it gets laid down, you know you're probably talking north of 75 or 80 mile an hour winds. But that got super intense. My mic may have just lost the battery.
Yeah, so I got you, Mark. Don't worry. Mark's changing his battery.
Talking a lot.
Yeah, I'm surprised you still have a voice, to be honest with you. But yeah, familiar with those thunder pots, so that's why we were keeping an eye on certain items to see how they're getting blown around. I do want to take you down. Listen, in Louisville, it's about to happen. Like it's game time. I need your full attention.
And here is a look at Louisville. This is looking west off the 800 building. This is a really good look once we get those lightning flashes there to see exactly where this is compared to that rotation mark.
And I want to get back over to Rick importantly. This is very, very important, Rick. That rotation area is getting more concerning.
Exactly.
That rotation area is going to cross off of Court and Pike there. This is going to be heading towards New Albany.
This is
heading towards New Albany and North Louisville. So this is heading towards New Albany and the northern side of Louisville. We need to be careful right now.
And it's a new scan shows it just as tight as the last one. I'm going to go over again. You're looking at two sides. Left-hand side of your screen, reflectivity. Right-hand side, velocity. Reflectivity is the rain. The right side is going to be the wind. And you can see we're getting close now. There is strong rotation within inside the storm.
Right towards New Albany.
It's going right towards New Albany. I'm going to flick on the correlation coefficient and see if we have any debris.
So Rick, explain that if somebody's just looking at this, they're like, oh no, just west of New Albany, I see that blue circle there. That's a tornado, right?
Right.
Or is it?
It's not, because that little area is outside of the reflectivity.
So it's telling us that it's not raining here and there's different sized particles because it's not raining.
Because it's not raining there, exactly. So I mean, maybe the wind's picking something up, but it's saying we're now have a tornado, and that's the good news. Could we have one? It's very possible. I mean, everything is spinning, and I'm not saying that to scare you, to alarm you, but that's just the honest truth. So here we are now looking westbound from New Albany. So if one were to happen, we have a pretty good shot. And Mark, you're better at this than I am, but you always look at the backhand lightning to try to see if it can illuminate anything, any sort of wall cloud or maybe a funnel cloud attempting to drop down. So we're going to wait for some lightning to see if we can identify any sort of features.
And Bryce, make sure we're cardinal. We are west-southwest.
This is west-southwest, exactly.
Okay, so what we're talking about is I want to make sure that I know where I'm looking. Bryce, we know where the rotation is, so Bryce is making sure that our camera is located exactly in that area. Area of rotation right now is heading over New Albany as we speak. We're looking at where this would occur. So what Rick noted, there it is. Okay, yep, I did see it. We've got a wall cloud on this. Can we take that full? Let's go to New Albany camera full. Rick, keep an eye on that rotation, and I'm going to come back over to you. So what we're looking for is back illuminated lightning so that we can actually see the base of the thunderstorm. This will tell us, do we have a wall cloud or do we have a tornado forming? The lightning obviously doesn't listen to what we're asking, so when it hits, it hits. And I'm just going to continue to look at this. Bryce, stay eyes pinned on this as well. It does appear that right in the middle of this camera here.
You're about to get a flash here, Mark.
Okay, we did get a flash, so there we go. It does appear at least there's a slight lowering. I didn't see something that shows maybe connecting down to the ground. Rick, can we go over to analyst right now, and I want to inspect into that storm with you so we can just deep analyze what we have ongoing. The area of rotation right now is 4 miles to the west of New Albany. This is right over the Ohio River, just west of New Albany. This is a high population center.
That's Court and Pike right there.
Court and Pike. So this is exactly where you just just watched our Richard Essex that was showing you that picture where the rain was obviously blowing exceptionally hard. Was that straight line wind? Was it not? Our Richard Essex behind me here, they are traveling now down 64 and heading towards New Albany. If you know this area, you know it well. It's coming down that hill. They are noting that they're seeing some power flashes. We will watch that closely. Can we get in the other side here, the New Albany camera, in a box with me? And Rick, we've got a very, very distinct hook right now moving into New Albany. We've got a small hail core right now that's going along I-265 in southern Indiana. The area of rotation is notable near the New Albany area, so specifically on the junction of 64 and I-265. The area of rotation is exactly on 264 and I-65, 265 rather, and 64. Rick, can we go normalize rotation? I just want to see, this is going to bake it all together and say, is it showing a tornado, yes or no? It doesn't say for sure that we are showing that. Rick, let's go back to reflectivity, and I just want to check again debris. I want to see if anything's being lofted. So let's go back now into correlation coefficient. Again, I'm going to note the area of rotation we're watching. I don't see anything that's being lofted currently. Back to New Albany camera full so I can take a look. We're starting to see now the sheets of rain moving through New Albany. You can see there, specifically look at that power light in the distance there. Those sheets of rain and the intensity are starting to pick up as that area of rotation is moving. Bryce, let's now start to adjust towards the west.
Yeah, we are looking due west right now.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to be looking for things like whether we get a power pop. Is a power pop would mean that it would be a blue from the ground going upward. That would mean it's not lightning, and that would mean that it is potentially a tornado that could be occurring. In the metro right now, we have an area of rotation that is right over New Albany, I-265. This is 64. This is going to go right on the northern side of New Albany, and this is ultimately going to be moving just south of I-265 by around a half a mile. We will watch this closely. Let me be clear. If this rotation notch ticks up one amount, we will probably get a touchdown. It's that close right now. But again, it looks like rotation. We do not have confirmation. There's a new update on our radar right now. Rick, take me in a little bit more close. Can you give me just an inspection? I'm going to say these are 68 mile an hour, 68 knot?
Those are 60 exactly. 60 on the money. And the other side, you're looking at 32s.
Okay, so again, make sure I'm on the same page here, about 90 miles an hour.
Correct.
A little bit more broad rotation, because remember, if these were right on top of each other, we would be sure. We're getting reports now out of New Albany from someone on our assignment desk page is noting that her family's reporting power out here in New Albany. You can see our Richard Essex coming in towards Metro Louisville right now along 64. If you know this area, you know it well. They're coming down the hill right now on the back edge. And here is our radar presentation as we're looking, and Bryce is keeping the camera on there, which is our top right. The area of rotation right now is near the New Albany area. Let's track this area of rotation through Metro. It's going to go and cross I-265 and 65, and this is going to go right through the southern part of, let's say, or right through the core of Clarksville. Let's do a track on that one. What are we talking about on speed on this one, Bryce?
The speeds on this one,
or Rick?
We are closer to 60 at this point.
Okay, 60 miles an hour approximate movement. So since we're so zoomed in, we had to only do a shorter track. So what I know is that we just need to half the time here.
We're going to readjust it, don't worry.
Okay, so we're going to do a restorm track. What happens is when you're zoomed in too far, sometimes you actually can't make the track or speed long enough. So that's going to get it done, guys. 4 minutes from now in the Cementville area, 8 minutes from now in the Prather area. It'll be in Longview Beach around 11 minutes from now. It'll be in Goshen 16 minutes from now, and 19 minutes from now in the Rolling Hill area. A lot of people are wondering what's going on in Louisville right now, and I want to zoom out just a pinch here so we can take a brief look at this. We're going to go to our Christy Batista, who's in Louisville. Please let Christy know that we're only going to be able to come to her for about 45 seconds, so we need to keep it brief because we have the tornado warning. But Metro Louisville right now under a severe thunderstorm warning, although it doesn't look ultra intense right now. Our Christy Batista is in Louisville looking at these storms. Christy, tell us what you're seeing out there live right now.
Mark, we are down by Fern Valley Road right now, and we've been in this area for about an hour, and that's really when the rain started, and over the course of the past hour, it has picked up. There have been several large gusts of wind over that course of the hour. And you can see behind me the rain coming down pretty hard now, and every once in a while you'll see that lightning come through. There's a strike right there as this storm comes closer to us. We have started to hear more thunder in our area as well. But overall here, just average rainfall, and those, every once in a while those gusts of wind, but nothing too crazy over here, Mark.
Christy, she's going to continue to monitor from Fern Valley Road as the severe storms are on approach towards Louisville. Christy, stay safe, and we appreciate your live report out there. Rick, I want to come back over to you. We're watching an area of rotation. I will say that the area of rotation we see is not what we would refer to as tight, but we just got a new scan in there right now. Okay, so that's more concerning that we're seeing right now. This is about to cross I-65 and I-265. We go actually to dinner right out in this area quite frequently. This is the core of Clarksville, and you see that area rotation. And what bothers me a little bit, Rick, is that there may be multiple areas of rotation. There's the obvious, what looks like maybe a downdraft right there, but south of that, where those colors, the pinks, are right next to the dimmer colors right along 65. These may be multiple areas of rotation. From a reflectivity perspective, what you normally look on radar, does this thing show a hook or something that really is more concerning?
I mean, it shows a hook. Okay. You clearly see that extending out of New Albany. It goes up beyond Clarksville. And now we have a new tornado warning.
Louisville, you're under a tornado warning
The sirens are going to go off.
And there we can hear Scott's phone is going off. Scott, hey, just so you know, we're on TV here right now, so if you can mute your phone. We can always have a little bit of fun, even and when we have a lot going on. Rick, we're watching multiple areas of rotation, so now we need to be concerned in Louisville. Let's spend a moment with Louisville because we have the rotation in southern Indiana, and we have an area of rotation that's moving towards Louisville. Rick, if you're in Louisville right now, let's go through the steps you need to take. We're talking about 15 to 18 minutes from now, that area it could produce a tornado moving through Metro Louisville. Steps you take.
Steps I take, first off, you got to gather everyone, your family, your pets. If you can quickly phone a friend or a neighbor who's nearby, you want to knock on a door, you're going to get drenched, but if it saves a life, who cares? So let them know. And what you want to do is gather everyone and duck. And if your kids are a little scared, I was trying to teach my daughter this, you go downstairs, you go underneath something, you get in the center part of your home. Think of your home as like a shield. The more walls you can put between you and the outside, the better off you're going to be. And then also keep away from windows. I think people really just think, if I get hit by the tornado, then something bad's going to happen. Oftentimes debris gets shot out from these storms, and that can do more damage than you think. So that's why I say keep away from windows. There's a lot of big trees. I mean, a lot of big trees that aren't in full bloom, thankfully. But, with each and every passing week, we're getting a little more on there. So this could definitely take some trees down. And the power outage map is going to be our best friend with this one because, unfortunately, as these stronger winds advance, you're going to probably see that. Right now, the strongest winds are not in Louisville. They're getting very close to West Point. I just feel like a hot spot that's constantly getting hit. Right now, they're in, always. I feel like every single time. And we look this up.
We feel like when they come out of West Point, they normally go wild.
They normally go wild.
That so many
it goes right past the radar.
And so there's some questions that I'm asked quite frequently. Why would that be? If you know this area, it's not a mountain, but there is some terrain there. What we know is when a storm goes down a terrain, it can actually stretch the storm a little vertically. Stretching the storm vertically can enhance rotation. So if you're the skater with your arms out, when you go down the other side of the mountain, you pull your arms in and you start to spin a little faster. That may be the causation here. But if you are in West Point, somebody emailed me the other day and said, Mark, you mentioned West Point and not Fort Knox. Fort Knox, you're included in this, and that area of it, at minimum, Rick, very strong winds. And Bryce, I'm going to let you come back in front of me. But at minimum, we're looking at exceptionally strong winds that are going to be moving through West Point, Fort Knox, Muldrow, approaching PRP, Shively, Shepherdsville, and the Hillview area. And we're going to spend some time, Bryce. I want to make sure that our Louisville camera is...
Hey, we won't go southwest. We're looking at due north right now. Southwest is going to be blocked.
We could look south, maybe south from Corden.
Let's give it, let's give it a little bit of time before that gets towards around 65, and then we'll do that. Rick, I want you to tell me, because I see you looking at it, the winds that are approaching West Point, Fort Knox, Muldrow, even if this is not a tornado, Rick, this is only about, I'm going to guess 500 feet above the ground. What are we talking about winds that we know are verifying?
Okay, so this is saying 59 knots, which
64,
which is 64 mile-per-hour winds. And straight line tornadic doesn't matter. 64 mile-per-hour winds, they're going to knock some trees down. They're going to cause some power outages. The lights are going to flicker if you're in Muldrow, West Point. I would just be prepared for that. But like I just said, these are very strong winds. I'm not seeing rotation much. Let me just look over at the... So there is rotation, but it's not really pronounced. Either way, these are really strong winds that are moving into, let's say, the Muldrow, West Point area, and this will be tracking into Louisville. This is Louisville's play, so you're hearing tornado warnings. If you go to your safe place now, you're going to be down there a long time. Just stay there, because this is going to take some time to get there. I mean, are the storms racing? Sure, they're going 60, 65 miles an hour.
But still, you prep yourself.
But the longer you have, the longer you have to prep and the longer you stay there, your chance of survival, goes through the roof. That's the bottom line. I mean, we're here, we've been talking for 2 hours now, and we're not just doing this for fun. It's our job to keep you guys safe, and we take all of us this very personally. I mean, you look at a map and you just see roads and you see names, like, we see people. And that's what changes this for us. It is very personal, and we know people, and this is getting close now to, you just have friends and family down there. People who work at West Point.
And this is an area, Bryce, where you have family.
Particularly,
So Bryce, talk me through one thing I want to go through here. This is approaching the radar right now. What's going to happen as this approaches the radar? We have the cone of silence, and then it comes out the other side. We're going to get a period where we don't know exactly what's happening, and then it's going to be approaching areas like where you have family. So walk us through what's going to happen here.
Yeah, so as this approaches the radar in West Point, you can see how it scans across. And this kind of happened a couple weeks ago, before this past weekend when we had the tornadoes go through. Once that radar scanned right along Dixie Highway, you could just see the plethora of straight line winds that were about to cross Louisville. So in terms of Metro Louisville, I live down here, folks. I'm talking to Muldrow, Valley Station, PRP up through Shively. You're going to get this first. Blevins Gap area, heading over toward Peniel, heading through Jefferson Memorial Forest, Bear Camp area, all the way as far south as around, say, the Christie's Cafe area, heading down toward the Dairy Queen area, down toward just south of the Snyder. So Snyder and Dixie Highway. This is where this is going to roll into first. And Mark, I'm watching that little inflow notch there right over Lasonia.
And you have family in this area, so, speak to this concept. Don't tell me as a meteorologist. Tell me as Bryce Jones.
Yeah, I mean, and I live down here in all transparency. I live down here. My wife and baby are at home right now, so I'll probably call them here soon, just because of the straight line winds. I'm not even calling them I'm not even calling them in terms of rotation that I'm worried about, or a tornado on the ground. I know that a couple years ago, we had those 80, 85 mile gusts go through southwest Louisville, and it knocked down countless trees all around PRP, all around Valley Station, all down through the Muldrow area and toward West Point. So there are a lot of old trees down in that area, and in the suburbs, a lot of them that are right next to houses. I have 2 large maple trees in my backyard, for instance.
And you've prepped, right?
Yeah.
So what you're saying here basically is for my family, I don't know if this is a tornado or straight line winds, but I'm so concerned that I'm going to tell them to seek shelter.
Yeah, in my opinion, it doesn't really matter, especially you have trees in your yard. I mean, even if not, in this scenario, you can get a quick spin up like that. And as Rick was mentioning, we're talking about 65, 70 mile an hour winds within this.
And you have a pack and play in the basement.
Yeah, I do. Okay. Before I left, I set up the pack and play in the basement.
Okay, just so people
the meteorologists when they have a pack and play in their tornado.
That's how you know.
And as we were talking about, once that moves past the radar, right when we get to...
So we're going to have a downtime here.
Yeah, right when we get to where it is about now, right along the river and heading over toward the Farnsley area, heading down along the Greenbelt, down toward Mike Lenning's, for instance, folks that live in southwest Louisville. That's when we're going to get a good read of what exactly these winds are doing. So in my opinion, I'd be in your tornado safe place regardless.
And one thing I want to mention is our Richard Essex is in New Albany. Do we have the shot that we can show? Richard does have some damage and has noted power outages in New Albany. So we know that this storm has done some damage. Let me briefly look at our power outage map. This will at least at nothing less than be a good gauge of where we are. So 614 without power in Louisville right now. You can see some of the damage there in the New Albany area. We will continue to monitor as this moves around our area. I'm going to go over to the weather wall. I want to spend some time here tracking on what we have ongoing. And just so you know, you may not hear Bryce for a moment. We weren't joking when we said that he's going to call his family. Understand, guys, that, you know, we have family here that deal with this too. When I say to you that we're going to get through this together, I mean it in every possible sense of the word. And I want you to know that my team, sometimes they have to step away because they're concerned about their family as well. And I hope that you know that what we're advising, if you're in Bethany, if you're in the Buena Vista area, if you're in Fort Knox, if you're in West Point, if you are, I hate to say it, in an area in Fairdale that just went through, if you're in Okolona, if you're near the airport, if you're near Fern Creek, if you're near Mount Washington, I'm telling you the same thing that I'm going to tell my family. And Bryce is telling you the same thing that he's telling his family right now. And that is take shelter. Because we believe that this is going to produce damaging to destructive winds. We could get a tornado. If we don't, we're still going to have a bad situation, and why take the risk? We always say this. Live for another day. Rick, let's do a track on that area of rotation that's now moving through just north of Fort Knox, and that is basically going to come across the southwestern part of Jefferson County. We started our tornado coverage early tonight because if you're asking me in transparency, this wasn't going to end any other way. Rick, am I fair to say that you tracked that at 70?
Yes, sir.
70 miles an hour, guys. Can you outrun this on the highway? I mean, tell me. Can you drive 70 on the highway when you've got torrential rain falling? I don't know. I would say Scott Reynolds probably knows, but I don't. It's a joke if you know how Scott Reynolds drives. So let me give you some time here. 3 minutes from now, it's in the Rosewood area. Fairdale, I hate saying this. You went through a tornado a couple days ago. I know it was tough, and I know a lot of people were traumatized by that. But take that as an experience that tells you what you should do. In 12 minutes from now, you may see a tornado. Fairdale, 12 minutes from now, 4 days after you saw a tornado, you may see another one. Take that seriously. J-Town, you've got 22 minutes. In Middletown, you've got 25. Where do you go? You go downstairs. You go underneath something. You go to the center of your house, and you keep away from windows. Guys, you continue to watch this over from our weather center. Are we getting new information, downstream warnings? Where do we stand?
Let me just take you back up just to the east of Charlestown.
Okay.
There's been a quick little uptick in the rotation mark.
Okay.
So I just wanted to give everyone the heads up that we still have another tornado warning. We have not forgotten about you. If you live in Goshen, if you live in Charlestown, the rotation is going right between you, but is getting close now to the Westport area. Did maybe briefly have some evidence that it did do a little damage, did loft a little debris, but I just wanted to kind of flip back to the other warning, just so that way if you're around the Charlestown, Goshen, Westport area, you know we're still keeping an eye on you. But obviously now with Louisville under a warning, we're going to go back to that one.
And we'll keep an eye on that, Rick.
I'm just letting you know that, we got eyeballs on everything for you.
So we're keeping an eye on that area. This is quite concerning what's coming north of West Point. We have a very clear hook echo on the storm that's coming into the west side of Louisville. We're looking a couple of 100 feet above the ground. What's going to happen here in the next 7 minutes is we're going to get a very good read on this. We are looking at it so close to the radar right now that sometimes the radar is not going to deal with this scenario well. In fact, that's the norm. So the next 10 or 5 to 10 minutes are going to be critical. Don't wait right now. This is crossing Dixie Highway south of Valley Station. heading towards Fairdale. You don't have much time in the Fairdale area to make your decision. You've got probably 4 minutes to make a decision on whether a tornado could hit you. The area of rotation right now is directly on top of Fishtown. We have inflow in there. Inflow means that their air is rushing in and rotating around, and we can hear the tornado sirens. Rick, you can open the door as Rick's going to head out into our water garden and just give us a sense of what you're hearing. Rick, I can hear the sirens now. You're out at our back door. What are you hearing?
The sirens roaring. It is eerie out here. Couple people driving by. Lightning flashes all over the place.
Okay.
When you hear those sirens, I mean, you just kind of get this weird feeling in the pit of your stomach. There's some rumbles of thunder. The winds are whipping around. I mean, these trees, and a lot of these trees now actually have, you know, at least some flowers or some small blooms. So I would be shocked if we don't get a number of power outages with this storm here. But that siren alone, it's deafening.
It gives you chills, Rick. I mean, it really does. We're looking at Louisville right now. And watching our camera kind of bounce around here a little bit and watching some of these downtown lights go on and off. This is starting to see a little bit of a lightning show. We're going to turn this toward the east and eventually a little bit toward the south so we can see this come across Louisville. Again, just to give you a little bit of a reference here, you're looking from the 800 building in downtown Louisville. And we are now looking south-southeast, okay? So we're looking towards the airport, toward right around, say, 65 and the Watterson.
And this will give us the view, Bryce.
Yeah, exactly.
So once this gets past, basically around, let's say Fairdale, we should get a view, and what we're going to be looking for is whether we get power flashes. So guys, now what we know, can we two-box over, I'm going to put Storm View HD back in here. Can we put our camera on the second view here so that we have both in the boxes as we move through this? So I'd like to do boxes with our 800 building camera and our weather system. So a two-box between the 800 camera and our weather system, and I'm going to head over to the wall here. I don't know if that's possible to box that. If not, that's okay. So I'd like to head into the wall. What we're going to do is I want you to know what's going on in Louisville. Bryce, we need to do a track through Louisville as the storms are continuing to move through downtown Louisville and, excuse me, through the south side of Louisville. The insanity of this is almost the exact same area that went under a tornado warning on our Sunday. So the area of rotation right now is going to be moving through the southern side of Louisville along the Gene Snyder. What you're going to be watching for is whether we see power flashes on this camera, and we should see them in the distance. The area of rotation right now is moving to the east-northeast. It's going to be in Okolona 9 minutes from now. It is moving at 70 miles an hour. In Newburgh 11 minutes from now. It's going to be in Fern Creek 14 minutes from now, and J-Town it's going to be 16 minutes from now. In the Middletown area, in around 18 minutes. So we're now getting the view, as we told you. Once this gets past the radar, we will know. We know now. This orange right here, I'm guessing, is around a 70 knot-ish, 68.
75.
We may have 80-mile-an-hour winds right now in Louisville. Rick, what height are we at? I'm going to guess 450 feet.
400 feet exactly. So destructive winds potentially.
Destructive winds are moving through Louisville. We're seeing right now on radar we have 80-mile-an-hour winds that have just passed along PRP and along Dixie. We know that these winds are being measured only at about 450 to 500 feet above the ground. We now have a new update.
That's an 84 knotter mark.
So there may be 90-mile-an-hour winds now in Louisville. Guys, you need to take this seriously, whether it's a tornado or not. This is destructive winds moving through Louisville. Bryce, do you have any information to add as we see these storms moving across the area?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention in particular a couple little locations down
Bryce
in this
is ultra familiar with this area.
Since I'm familiar with South Louisville, so we're talking about 84 knots. Mark, what is that in miles an hour?
93.
Okay. 93-mile-an-hour winds. Look at where these strongest winds are. This is the Gene Snyder. right around the Stone Street Road area. So we're talking right on the other side of Dixie Highway from the Cracker Barrel, from the driver's licensing office down there, right off as you get off exit 1 from the Snyder and onto Dixie Highway. If you know anybody along Dixie Highway, north or south along the Snyder, you know what to watch out for this. Now these strong winds are moving up to the northeast, so this is going to ride right up the Snyder. We're going up toward the Stone Street Road exit. So we're coming up on Blevins Gap. We're coming up on Bear Camp Road. We're coming up on parts of Jefferson Memorial Forest, Peniel. Right in that area is where we're going to get some of these strongest winds. There are a lot of trees out in that area.
Jefferson Memorial Forest.
Exactly. A lot of homes with a lot of trees right next to them. So again, this is the Snyder. This is Dixie Highway. This is right where you get off to get onto Dixie. So this is in between the Dixie Highway exit on the Snyder and Stone Street Road, which is a little bit further back. South End, I know you have a lot of viewers down on the South End, and we're talking right to you here. We're talking 80, 90, maybe more stronger mile-an-hour wind gusts out of this mark, and this happened exactly like we thought it would. Once it moved past that radar, we could get a really good look at it, which is what's happening now. When you look at StormView HD, Mark, you can see that inflow notch really easily passing over Dixie Highway, coming up around again, right around West Pages. You're starting to see that inflow notch a little bit as you get further off to the east from Dixie.
And we're finding out that we've got damage. Our Scott Reynolds, we're going to stay on radar here, but Scott, bring up your mic. Tell me what you know about the damage that has occurred so far.
Well, as far as power outages goes, we have from Duke Energy about 14,000 now in the New Albany area, in that surrounding region. We've got 5,000 without power. Up by Seymour, about 1,000 customers don't have power in the Fredericksburg area, and about 1,000 without power north of New Pekin. And when you look at the Indiana outage map, there are dots everywhere of 200, 500, or even more. But so far, LG&E not showing a lot of outages yet. We expect that to change very shortly.
Keep an eye on that, Scott. Let me take a look at the power outage map here briefly for Metro Louisville. You can see we're still at 334. That's going to be our baseline number. Rick, you're looking at this on StormView 3D. You've got an area of rotation right now that's basically near I-65. This one, Rick, I would note here, I think that radar may be lagging again just a touch on the rotation, but we're talking somewhere along Gene Snyder approaching 65 now.
Right, and this is just beyond 60. Again, we're looking at the greens and the reds getting very close to one another. What I want to do is take you over to NROTS, normalized rotation. Okay, and then obviously this is going to be south of Valley Station. So let's go back over to StormView HD and see what's going on from the scope perspective.
And Rick's going to continue here. We've had some issues where the radar may be lagging just a pinch here. I'm looking, Rick, at the other source, and I actually think that you're talking, it matches up quite well with what we're looking at. So I'm going to come back to you. Just wanted to make sure that exactly what we're talking about. So this is now going right down the Gene Snyder, Rick.
Correct, and this is the area of rotation. And aside from rotation, you're looking at winds which are going to be in the neighborhood of at least 65 to 75 based on some of the gates, which I'm seeing right now. And when I say gates, I'm referring to those tiny pixels of color. So what I'm going to turn on is a different, new scan just came in. This is how we do it. We take it one scan at a time. I'm going to go back over to storm relative velocity, and we still have, looks like a broad area of rotation.
It's lifted just north of the Gene Snyder right now by about a half a mile, and it's in Valley Station.
Yeah, this is right near the JCTC Southwest campus, and down there near the public library as you get closer to Stone Street.
Okay, and Rick, so we say kind of green means go here. Are you seeing something on normalized rotation that makes your concern higher?
This is the next level. Green means go. We have green already. This is yellow. And I don't have a catchphrase for it, but it means you should definitely be in your safe place. Don't even think twice about it. I'm also turning on correlation coefficient. Are we seeing debris being lofted? Because this is a highly populated area. If a tornado was to drop down, it's going to do damage and pick things up. Right now, not seeing anything overly concerning, but that could change any minute. So we're getting new scans by the minute.
And just so we understand here, if this tornadoes, we may not see it on the instantaneous scan because it could take a little bit of time for debris to loft. We might get it on the next scan.
And it's moving at 70 miles per hour.
Looks like you just got it. Is that a new scan?
This is a new scan. Look how fast the winds are already. Now they're in Fairdale. I mean,
so let's make sure we're on the same page here. The rotation does appear that it's come down maybe a little bit, and it appears to have gusted out a little bit.
Right.
But that means that the straight line winds are coming up now.
Exactly. It means just a different threat. I mean, you're talking about still winds very strong moving through Fairdale. This is right along the Snyder. This is moving toward Heritage Creek, and right where 65 near Okolona. I mean, these South Louisville, you're going to get beat up by some very strong winds.
Yeah, and this is the exact location where we started to see that tornado damage survey begin. It's right crazy. Around the Fairdale area, in between Fairdale and Hollyville, right on the other side of Jefferson Memorial Forest, riding both north and south of the Snyder, just moving past the New Cut exit and heading up towards 65 in the Snyder, and we'll come up around the Preston Crossings area and up through Okolona, right up and down Preston Highway as well, Mark. And the trajectory of this is going to take this right over Preston, from about where the Roosters is up around Outer Loop all the way down to where, if you're familiar with this area, the McDonald's area around the Jefferson and Bullitt County line.
And what I'd like to do, guys, is I want to track where this area of strongest winds are going. Rick, just make sure we're on the same page here.
Yep.
I assume we're talking about some 68 mile and maybe 62 gates here.
Let me just 62s.
So they are 62?
Correct. So
okay, so that means we've got nearly 70-mile-an-hour winds in Fairdale. Let me just put in perspective. The tornado that touched down here probably produced at the touchdown point probably 85-mile-an-hour winds. So yes, it might be a little bit weaker, but how much? And do you want to take that risk? And this is not just Jefferson County. This is about to cross I-65 in Hillview and in Shepherdsville. Rick, you stay eyed on Storm View 3D. Bryce, take me out to the wider perspective, or keep me here as I wanted to do that track. And Bryce, we are on the same page, my friend. So Newburgh, 4 minutes from now, J-Town. We need to take our tornado safety precautions. You have 9 minutes. You hear those sirens outside? This isn't a game. This is when we go and get to the safe place in our home. You're not going to see anything if you go outside. This is pouring rain. You're not going to see anything until there's power lines that are flashing around you and it's too late for you to get to your safe spot.
Mark, I want to put this on a little loop for you.
Okay.
It's a real good illustration of this going past the radar and then it just exploding outward.
And you can kind of see why we always say near the cone of silence, we don't know. And then all of a sudden we know. So this is why we watch that closely. Bryce, can you just give me a drag on this because it appears it may have gone past there. We're talking about areas along, let me go through several areas. I'm familiar with a lot of these areas myself. So this is about to cross Shepherdsville in the next couple of minutes. This is 4 minutes from now in the J-Town area, 9 minutes from now Mount Washington. So it's moving through Shepherdsville now. What this is going to do is race up 44. This is going to go up 44 and then move into Mount Washington. It'll take about 4 minutes to get from Shepherdsville to Mount Washington because it's going at 70 miles an hour. From here, we go north. It's along the Brooks exit. What's in Brooks exit, maybe 70-mile-an-hour winds. Those are going to go outside of Beulah Church Road, right in here, and then they're going to cross in the southern part of Jefferson County. Coles here, Mary here, for Little Spring Farms here, Mount Washington here. You have about 4 to 6 minutes, 7 to 12 minutes before it crosses Bardstown Road area, and all those locations including Glen Mary and Mount Washington 9 minutes from now. It's moving so fast this will go down the Gene Snyder. It'll pass Billtown Road in about, let's say, 14 to 16 minutes along the Gene Snyder, and it'll be in Fisherville around 17 minutes from now. We're looking at an area of rotation that may be coming up right now a touch, although radar being here, I think that may be a little bit of a downburst. Can you give me reflectivity on this real quickly, guys? This is going to be along Zorn. That I think is a downburst. I think we're talking about a downburst, a wet downburst that's occurring right now. Yep, that is what we call a wet downburst or a wet microburst. This is going to produce an enhanced small area of winds near Indian Hills and Northfield. So this is going to go, this right now is near Zorn and 71. A downburst, a wet downburst is occurring right now.
That's right around Melwood.
Okay, right around Melwood and Zorn. Rick, let's go back to the southern part of the county right now, and I don't want to hyper-view Louisville only because I know that we have others. Bryce, can we also take me out beyond Louisville? I don't want to spend a lot of time because our highest population center is right under a tornado warning. Litchfield right now, strong storm moving through your area. 60, 65-mile-an-hour winds are coming up the Western Kentucky Parkway. We'll watch you in E-Town around 40 minutes from now, and we'll go north of Louisville. Eastern side of Louisville right now, the National Weather Service doesn't have have the east end of Louisville, I should say southeast side of Louisville, under a warning yet. We'll see what they decide, but I can't imagine they don't go. Tornado warning remains in effect here. This one's coming down 42. So 42 right now, past LaGrange. So you're talking about Goshen here. This is 42 as we're getting into the northern part of Henry County. Northern Henry County, be aware in terms of rotation that I'm seeing right now. Here is our area of rotation that is 2.5 miles north of 71. If you're in Carrollton, you know this area well. We're getting into the hilly terrain, coming down into Carrollton. Carrollton, you've already seen a strong thunderstorm, but the one behind it has rotation, is going to cross 71 and go just on the south side of 71 near Carrollton and ultimately New Liberty. Let's go back into Metro Louisville and let me get you caught up on what we have going on for Louisville. Strongest area of winds right here has now crossed I-65. That area here is Preston Highway. Right here is Beulah Church Road. Right here is Fern Creek. Right here is Glen Mary. Right here is Little Spring Farms. Right here is Mount Washington. 4 minutes from now in the J-Town area, Mount Washington, Glen Mary, Fern Creek. You're talking 6 minutes from now. Simpsonville, Fisherville, you've got 14 minutes, and 21 minutes from now it'll be crossing 64 at Shelbyville, and then going past the Waddy-Peytona exit around 26 minutes from now. Rick, you've had your eyes buried on the analyst. What are you seeing on winds now? We should have a great view into this.
Yeah.
And I see an orange.
You see it orange, and orange is a color you don't want to see on the velocity product because it indicates winds of 70 knots, which would be around 78 to 80 mile per hour winds, right? Because you multiply that times 1.15, and we're just doing that on the fly here.
He's the human calculator.
Yeah, exactly. So, get it, just like a TI-83. Anyways, the strongest...
It was an 82 when I was in college.
All right, well, that's a long time ago. Anyways, we're just messing around. Shepherdsville, Hillview, you guys are getting pounded with the strongest winds right now. I'm not seeing any rotation inside there, guys, which is a good thing, but these are linear. Linear winds can do just as much damage. It's going to knock some trees down, and unfortunately, that could lead to power outages. I'm actually pretty curious. Bryce, would you pull up the power outage map that we have just to see, because we now have strong winds in the metro. I want to see if that's reflected. Not quite yet. But nonetheless, we're staying with this one the entire way. South Louisville in particular, right along the Snyder and just south, that's where you will experience the most ferocious winds. Severe thunderstorm warning now, Jefferson, Oldham, Shelby, Spencer.
So this is the downstream from the tornado warning, and this is what you said, Rick. You said we had transitioned a little bit away from the rotational winds that we saw near Fairdale, and we're pushing more towards straight line winds, and this matches your analysis.
Right, and again, this is just, you know, we've been here so long and done this so many times that we can kind of see how this unfolds. But still, the tornado possible tag is there.
That's right. Yeah, and the considerable damage threat as well. 70 mile per hour winds is what they're calling for.
Right.
So, and I mean, since we're looking a little bit further up now and we're reading around 80, it makes sense that I think that's about right.
And I think some pockets of 70 plus are in there. I really do.
Absolutely.
I mean, we're talking, what are we now, 800 feet above the ground?
Just about 800, 900 feet.
Okay, so we're still looking very, very close to the ground. I want to make sure our Scott Reynolds continues. We got a new tornado warning that's going to extend now out from this. Scott Reynolds, I'm going to bring your mic up briefly. Can you update me on power outages?
Well, the one thing that stood out to me, just 334 customers so far without power in Jefferson County, and 131 in Oldham, but 858 in Meade County, and that's almost 50% of the total customers there. I don't know if they were yes, in Meade.
And
now that could be one big station
4 days.
that supplies a lot of people. I'm not sure why.
I appreciate that, Scott. Scott's going to continue to watch that. We're going to go over to Storm View 3D. Rick, we got a new tornado warning. So initially we got a severe thunderstorm warning, and then we got a tornado warning. And I suspect you have an answer as to why. I see Bardstown Road there, so you can see Fern Creek on the bottom. You're talking about if you were to drive up Bardstown Road, you can see Hurstbourne there, and then on the top of the screen you can see Breckenridge. We're talking about just about a mile north of Bardstown Road and Hurstbourne. Rick, why the change?
The change is because we saw the greens and the reds come together, and this happened very rapidly. I'm going to switch over to NROT. We don't have the green means go just yet. I'm not seeing any evidence of, well, let's see the new scan. All right, wow.
Ooh, man.
Okay, the winds are very strong around Fern Creek. I mean, very strong. Just north of Fern Creek. I'm just gonna throw out some roads. Scott Road, Scott Court rather, Jolyn Road. If you're in Alex Court, if you're,
I know this area really, really well too.
Guttenberg Road. I mean,
it's heading right onto J-Town. I mean,
right
this is
into
highly populated part of Louisville.
With knots of 73.
73 is 82. 81 to 82. Rick, are we seeing any debris out of that at this point right now? Anything that shows that we're seeing debris lofted anywhere from Fern Creek through around J-Town? And let's do our exercise. Let's make sure that we're looking in reflectivity. Are we seeing anything that drops in there? So, I think we might be.
Let's go through. That's the reflectivity. That's base velocity. Now storm, where you can see, I mean, there's a couple. There's so many areas rotating in there.
But is there any debris being lofted? Some of those little pieces may be damaged in winds, though, but it doesn't look like a tornado.
It does not, correct.
But I do think that some of those little holes there is probably some damage being done.
Yeah, that would be a sign there's some damage.
Can you give me a marker on that, and let's just make sure that's Billtown Road right now along the Gene Snyder.
Let's make sure it's inside reflectivity. It's inside.
Okay, can you give me rotation again?
So only base velocity.
I wouldn't throw the farm at that, but there's debris there. It's doing damage.
It's doing damage. There's no other words you need to hear from us. It's doing damage. Tornado or not, it's doing damage. So let me just go back over to correlation coefficient. Again, that's on the Snyder. So we see damage right along the Snyder. So if you are traveling, if you have friends and family who are planning on hopping on that road, that's near Billtown Road.
Yeah.
You don't want to do it.
So these are areas, you know, I mean, we all travel around the city so much. It's hard. It's hard to watch some of this sometimes when you see damage being done to I've got friends in this area. When you know there's damage being done to areas where you have friends and family, these are things that sometimes are tough to see. Bryce, you've got a track on this area of rotation here. This is going to be making its march through still a very highly populated part of Louisville. J-Town, Middletown. We're going to go through the polo fields. We're going to go through basically around Valhalla. We're going to move towards Cardinal Club. We're going to go towards Simpsonville. We're going to go towards the outlets. Give me some times on these.
Yeah, so Simpsonville will go 9 minutes from now. We have a camera there also that will work on getting positioned in the right direction to see what exactly is heading in that way. Eminence 19 minutes, Smithfield 15, Bethlehem 24, and Gratz, you got about 31 minutes. So I'm going to go back over to Rick DeLuca for a second for these really pops of wind there.
This is on top of J-Town right now. So this is downtown J-Town. This is right in the core of J-Town right now.
That's Taylorsville Road right there.
So I mean, your pops have got to be in the 74, 76, 78s?
82.
82, which would correlate to around 90 mile per hour winds, potentially. How high are we? 900 feet now? Maybe 9,000?
About 1,400 now.
Okay, so we're higher. So let's do a reduction of 10% on there. So if we're now looking at wind at this height that's 82 knots or 90 miles an hour, 10% reduction is going to give you 75 to 80 that could be occurring. Rick, that looks more like rotation right now. That may be a tornado touchdown right now. This is getting close to J-Town. This just passed through J-Town. This is more rotating now than it was before. You've got to be in your safe spot right now. This is about to cross 64. This is about to cross 64. Is that near Hurstbourne? I'm going to head over to the wall too, guys. So we are at Hurstbourne now?
That's it's just to the north and to the east of J-Town. It's to the west of Hurstbourne.
Okay, so if we could, Bryce, I want to go out, if we could, to the wide perspective here, or back over to rather Storm View HD, and I want to zoom in directly into where this storm is so I can give you exact towns and exact locations. And Bryce, let's go even tighter than this. I want to go right into J-Town, and I want to now put on here, if we could, a scope. I want to tell you exactly where that area of rotation is to the street level and where it's going.
Let me give you a little bit more of a zoom here, Mark. You can get a real close. That's
Blankenbaker, Plant Side Drive. The area of rotation is over Blankenbaker and Plant Side Drive. You hear me, right? So now if you're along 64, and this is going to be heading towards Eastview, this is going to be heading towards around, let's say, the polo fields, you've got to be in your safe spot if you're in the southern side of Middletown right now. Don't play around with this. The rotation areas along Plant Side Drive and Blankenbaker. Remember, this is moving at 70 miles an hour. So what this would do, this is Blankenbaker. If you're familiar with 64 right here, once you get past Blankenbaker, you basically go towards around the 64 and Gene Snyder location here. It's going to cross 64 and the Gene Snyder. Understand what I'm saying here. We may have a tornado moving across the highway. Rick, are you seeing anything different here in terms of, do you have any debris that's showing up right now?
I don't have debris, but I still have that very tight area of rotation. Okay, so we'll go back over just to go through the exercise. Okay. Reflectivity.
Got it. And again, Blankenbaker, Plant Side Drive right here. And Rick, what is this pop? This looks like an 82-ish?
That's a
Ooh.
That's a 94.
94, tell me the other side. Remember, we're not in storm relative, so it's
Yeah, that's 28.
So we'd subtract. So we've got about 80 miles an hour of rotational energy. Understand that this is what we call gate to gate. Gate to gate, what that means is that I'm seeing rotation right here, and on the radar, on the exact bin, the exact rotation area next to it, I'm seeing rotation. As somebody that is my background is in radar research. I worked with the Doppler on wheels for several years, and so there is a very big difference between rotation that's separated and rotation that's gate to gate. And what that means is I'm not seeing something rotating out here. I'm seeing something rotate like this. So this is tight rotation. This is a better view, Rick, in terms of trying to get assess the intensity. Can you give me a gate on this and a gate on this?
Yeah, that one's 45.
Okay, 45.
And the other one's 21.
Okay, so we're talking about 70-mile-an-hour rotation that's occurring right here. There it is.
There it is.
There's the tornado, guys. We got a tornado on the ground right now. Did they go tornado confirmed?
They have not yet. It doesn't look like, but I don't think it's going to take them very long.
This is a tornado on the ground. I don't care what they have.
Yeah,
it's right over Gene Snyder and 65. Can you give me reflectivity here? This is a tornado doing damage.
Yeah, absolutely it is.
Tornado on the ground. You hear me? There's a tornado on the ground doing damage along 64 and the Gene Snyder.
Yeah, it is confirmed now, Mark. They're updating it right now.
Perfect.
It is now
a tornado on
confirmed.
the ground. Can you give me roads here? This is going to be, the tornado is going to hit basically along, this is Shelbyville Road. So can you guys give me locations? I know the down here is going to be, this right here is Valhalla. What do we have as this road right here, guys?
That one is Miles Parkway.
Miles Parkway. You've got to be in your tornado spot right now. There's a tornado on the ground. This is debris being lofted. This is not a, hey, I think there could be a tornado. This is one doing damage. All of this in the pink here is rain. It should all be the same. If it's underneath the thunderstorm, it should all be pink because raindrops are the same. It's not. And this means that it's a tornado because there's different size debris. This means that I can tell you this did damage as a tornado near Blankenbaker and Plantside. The debris is now being lofted as this is crossing Gene Snyder and I-64. Guys, let's take me out a little bit wider because I want to know where that tornado is going. Bryce, let's go over to Storm View HD, and I want to do a track. Let's zoom out a little bit here. But actually, Bryce, briefly, let's go back in because I want to give very detailed specifics. South Beckley Station Road, about half a mile south of Shelbyville Road, you're getting hit by a tornado right now. If you're not in your safe spot, your life's at risk. Eastwood, Kentucky, this is going to be right here, Shelbyville Road, and this is Gilman Road. Eastwood, Kentucky, if you're not in your tornado spot right now, your life's in danger. Your life's in danger. I'm not telling you there might be a tornado. That's what a tornado looks like. This is not a maybe. This is, I can guarantee you that a tornado has hit Louisville tonight. This is a fact. We've got a tornado now that's
over Shelbyville Road.
What is this right here, guys? I know Shelbyville Road. What do we have on the junction?
Johnson Road.
Shelbyville Road and Johnson. We've got a destructive tornado that's doing damage right now. Scott Reynolds is quite familiar with this area. Scott, can you detail a little bit more about specific in this location? Because I know you're super familiar with where we're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, that is right out there. There's a little liquor store right there,
Okay.
a little, beer and wine and liquor place right there on Shelbyville Road. That's just
that's
brushing.
east of Valhalla, right?
Yeah, it's getting really close to Valhalla and also to the Polo Fields neighborhood where I've got a relative there.
Okay, make sure they know, Scott.
The call has just been made.
Okay.
But yeah, that's wow, there's a lot of people there.
Scott, keep an eye on that for us. Let us know if you hear power outage increase. And you guys can see, we're with you.
Mark, I'm going to take you over.
Affecting our family too as well, by the way. And this, are we looking?
We're looking due west at Simpsonville.
Price, can you give me just a pinch to the south of that? I think that may be the tornado right there.
Yep, exactly. This is why I want to throw this up. We're getting a little bit under the clubhouse here at U of L Golf Club.
It's okay. We'll deal with what we have to deal with. Can you guys two-box me into radar here with Simpsonville camera? Where we're watching is right here. We're going to see if we can get a view of that tornado. Okay, Bryce, it's right here. Let's move to the right just a little bit. The tornado is right here, and it's heading right towards our camera in Simpsonville. We're going to see if the tornado, there it is. Every time you see a power flash, a couple things to note. If it's coming bottom up, that would mean that it's a power flash. If it's coming top down, that is lightning. So we're watching to see if our Simpsonville camera will view this. Bryce, keep an eye on that. Take me back over to Storm View HD or Storm View 3D because I want to check that area of rotation. So let's go through here. The area of rotation, Bryce, is going to go just a little north of west. So I want you, Bryce, to be just about, put it at west-northwest. And I think that the area of rotation is going to come out here. This is Shelby County, and this is Jefferson County. The area of rotation is going to come out, Rick. What road are we talking about right here where I'm pointing? So I want to make sure where it's going to be crossing.
That's Webb Road.
Webb Road, if you're on Webb Road right now, and this is going to be on the southern edge of that, we're talking about a mile north of Shelbyville Road, the area the tornado is going to hit you. Rick, can we put rotation on here for me? Because I want to compare what we're seeing in terms of where the rotation intensity was versus where it is now. So, Rick, I think we're probably talking about 50, 40, and then maybe maybe about 50 on the other side?
Yeah, more 20 and 30.
Okay, so we've got, it looks like this is maybe an EF1 or EF0. From rotation, can you give me regular velocity without the relative? I just want to see, what is that gate?
That gate is 70.
Okay, so when tornadoes are moving exceptionally fast, sometimes on the northern side of the tornado, the winds can be quite weak. Why? Well, if the tornado's rotating at 70 miles an hour and it's moving at 70 miles an hour, it means the southern side of the tornado, you add let's say it's 70, and let's say we have 30. You add it to make it 100. If you're on the north side of the tornado, you'd subtract the speed from the actual rotation. So if the rotation is, let's say, 70, on the north it could be 0. As a forensic meteorologist, I dealt with this very, very frequently, that we had to determine sometimes where the winds were only going in one direction, but we knew it was a tornado because we knew what we call translation speed, or how fast it's moving. We've got a 2-box here with our camera in Simpsonville. The tornado is going to go northwest of Simpsonville by about 1.5 miles. And our camera in there it is exceptionally close to what is the tornado. The debris is starting to spread out here, guys. Rick, the debris spreading out means we may be having fallout, what we call debris fallout now, from the tornado.
Right, and actually velocity kind of verifies that. I'm going to rock back a couple of scans. So here's where things really started to escalate, right south of Middletown, and then right there. When you see that rotation with I-64 and I-265, the Gene Snyder, and then it wrapped its way off to the north and east, and now the rotation has not only weakened but spread out. You want to look for those colors really bright, tight together. You're not seeing that tight and bright tendency right now.
That's
which
a good
is a sign
thing.
that it looks like it's weakening. I mean, but this
is what we talked about.
Yeah,
We knew this could happen.
This just hit a junction two, or two major interstates come together.
It's a worst case scenario.
I don't like seeing.
So there's a picture of that. So can you guys take that full and put that at the wall for me? This is what was, I believe, the wall cloud. If we're looking at that, so when we try to determine if this is a tornado, what we're looking for is what I refer to as the ground interface. So here is the wall cloud, or the lowering. This is the ground interface right here. If you look really closely, you can see that it goes from dark gray to light gray. So this was at least reaching towards the ground. Whether this touched down or not, we'll have to find out. I would say, guys, not 100% conclusive in that picture whether it's a tornado for sure, but it is definitely at bare minimum, Rick. That was a steep lowering. And now on a positive, we're seeing what we just talked about. You said the rotation came down. So Rick, walk me through. When you're looking at debris that's been lofted for a tornado, if the rotation starts to come down, what should happen to that debris? What's going to happen? I mean, it was thrown up in the air.
Right. Well, if the rotation comes down and you don't have those strong winds keeping everything flowing, spinning, and lofting in the air, well, at some point, without the wind, it's going to have to come down. I mean, so that's just like natural gravity. So now what we're seeing is the actual debris signature start to not only decrease in size, but also it's not that dark, deep blue that we once saw, meaning particles are a bit more similar. They're still not the same north of Simpsonville, but again, this is a really good sign that a weakening trend has begun. doesn't mean you should not remain in your safe place if you are north of Simpsonville under that tornado warning. You know, sometimes we say it's weakening and people say, oh, well, then I'm good to go. And I don't want you to do that. In fact, the complete opposite. Since we have radar verification that we've had the tornado on the ground, the last thing I want you to do is get out of your safe place. Remain there. We still have confirmed tornado
in Shelby County.
In Shelby County.
In Louisville, the area rotation has gone by.
Exactly. And in Louisville, it's gone by. So if you're in Hebron Road, if you are on LaGrange Road, if you are on, let's say,
and this is north of 64,
This is north of 64, moving off to the northeast. Again, so this is going to go northeast, and this did do damage right along 64 in the Snyder. And
Rick, I want to look at the power outage map here, just so we can get a sense.
That would probably be, if I'm guessing, there it is.
So we've now seen at least a pop. This doesn't, we may get more. What I think happened here, and Rick, I think we can kind of agree on this, when we talk about intensity, I don't think a violent tornado just occurred.
Correct.
I don't even know this will necessarily be strong. At least I think we're talking about probably EF1. It looked like to me that we probably were looking at around 100-mile-an-hour winds on this one.
Which is about EF1 or so.
And that's comparable to what we saw in the tornadoes that occurred. Here's the insanity, Rick. 4 days, Louisville has now been hit by 2 tornadoes. Do you remember when people used to say this, Bryce? I don't know if you're old enough to know this. Louisville is in a dome. We cannot be hit by a tornado. Last year, this year, the last 4 years, Louisville's been hit by a tornado.
We were scratching our heads about that.
In 4 days, Louisville's been hit by 2 tornadoes.
Well, we just upped that statistic pretty well, didn't we? I mean, it's been a crazy spring so far. I hate to even say this, but there's more severe risks. This is just the beginning.
I know.
Tomorrow, the next day, even into the weekend, Saturday, we could have severe weather. I mean, if you're sitting at home, I really want to just tell you this. It's not going to be a sprint. This is going to be kind of a severe weather marathon where day after day the chances are there. The next couple days, the chances and threats are a lot lower. But it comes back up on Saturday. Now, we still have that confirmed tornado warning. The National Weather Service being active, they have just trimmed the warning.
So in Louisville, we're out, right?
Louisville out. Louisville, take a deep breath. Exhale. Breathe in, breathe out.
Let's do it with them. I mean, you know, when things escalate like that, there's a moment in what we do where you go from this could affect an area, or it may knock down some power lines. And I can tell you, in what we do, there's a moment where we go through this could take another human being's life. And when you know without question that something's doing damage, for us, we feel the same escalation I'm sure that you do at home, because it's intense and it's scary to us because of what we do. All we want to do is keep you safe. I can tell you that Rick is here at 1248, not because he wants to be here. He's here because he needs to be here, and that he wants to make sure you're protected. Rick, while the area of rotation has gone down, we still can say there is a tornado warning here. It's near Chestnut Grove, heading towards the Cropper area, south of Pleasureville. You have got to then be careful in Christiansburg, in North Pleasureville and Cropper. We saw this go from, this has got strong winds, but it's not really rotating, to we had a tornado on the ground. And that happened in 2 minutes.
Not even, yeah. It was like a minute scan. So we had nothing, and then all of a sudden, debris being shown up on radar. And that was in one scan, which are coming in every minute. We're getting a new one right now. From what I'm seeing, the rotation is not as good, which is great news.
But we still have to take
Could it cycle back up?
That's the problem. I mean, Rick, we can both say that when we talked about this yesterday night, you and I, you know, we work the same shift all the time, so he and I are around each other all the time. We kind of joke about this, but we probably see each other more than we see anybody else. And Bryce jokes about that he has some of our weird habits right now. Bryce apparently was talking in a New York accent recently, and his wife was wondering where that came from. But we're around each other so much, and Rick, we were talking last night that the only fail mode out of this was if rain was so intense ahead of this, and even then we were not sure.
Right.
When we got towards this morning, we knew the fail mode was out of play. We knew that there was no way to get rid of the instability because we were going to be so windy today. And we knew that when we went towards this evening that we were going to get damaging and some destructive winds and possible tornadoes, which brings me back to the now. Nothing has changed in terms of the wind energy. We're probably going to see the cliff at some point, and maybe we're there. But is it time to say we're off the cliff? By the way, there's a new update when we still have a tornado warning with tornado confirmed. I don't think there's a tornado on the ground right now, and I think we're heading in the right direction on this storm.
Yeah, the Weather Service starting to do more severe thunderstorm warnings. I want to make sure they didn't do tornado possible tag. I'm sure they did with this one, but yeah, they did. So now the escalation, not only with us, but also with the Weather Service, where they start to put warnings, and they're not putting tornado warnings out, they're doing more severe thunderstorm with a tor possible.
And Scott Reynolds has been manning it here. Number one, Scott, I want to say thank you from our group that you're staying here late. You have been kind of monitoring from a news perspective what's going on around the area. We have to focus on what the severe storms are doing. You are able to tell us what they've done. Tell us what we know.
Well, we know there's some debris. We just heard from Richard Essex out in that area of 64 in the Snyder.
Can he get there, by the way?
Well, I think, is he trying to get there right now, Seth? Our producer's talking to us. Okay. I can tell you this. It's funny. We watch what you guys say, and then within 10 minutes, the LG&E numbers flipped. Yeah. They went from 2,625 without power to 4,944. Jefferson County went from a little over 1,000 to 3,250. So you can tell that something came through. Bullitt went from 490 some to 640, and so those were the two big changes there. Clark County REMC saying 3,000 without power, 60,000 with Duke Energy across the state of Indiana, and in our area, Floyd really with 13,000 plus.
Okay, that's one of our bigger.
Yeah, and Orange almost 2,000, Harrison about 570 customers.
And we can tell you what occurred in Floyd is we do think there was rotation there. I don't know if that's going to end up being tornado or not, but if I had to wager one way or the other, I would argue it's probably going to end up being that was a weak tornado that moved through.
And I got one quick question for you, since I have a son at Georgetown. He's going, when's the storm going to get here? Will Georgetown or Lexington get hit? They're nervous over there.
It's fair. So what we're going to see, Scott, is the intensity come down. It appears that we're starting to hit what we call the cliff on this. We kind of talked about this during we didn't have a newscast tonight, but we've talked about this, for days, that we knew that this was going to transition from tornado threat to severe threat to heavy rain. And I think we're now starting to see that move towards the heavy rain scenario. But we still have a lot of warnings out there. I think that we're still going to need to deal with this. Bryce, you're looking at StormView HD right now. Let's focus. If you're in E-Town or if you're in Litchfield, you're like, Mark, give me some time. Bryce, give them some time. Tell us what we're seeing.
Yeah, so the more severe thunderstorm warnings, again, these are not tornado warnings moving into Hardin County, but I want to mention, again, that this has another looking Boeing segment that we saw with the one that just approached Louisville. It produced a tornado, and now it's moved on. This one is doing the same thing in terms of bowing out. Whether it's going to produce a tornado, that's what we're going to watch for heading into E-Town. Mark, I want to show you this. This is moving northeast at 75 miles an hour.
Which also speaks to this idea, Bryce, that things can escalate quickly, because this is, explain briefly, like when we're talking about storm speed, you've noticed some things that you've said are shocking to you. What is that storm speed? Tell us about the environment.
I mean, it's highly unstable. I mean, the fact that we have so much wind energy that it's taking over and basically belittling the fact that it's raining in front of these supercells, it's quite amazing, to be honest, and in a good or a bad way. Where the damage is occurring. The fact that in a normal scenario, if this were yesterday, folks, these supercells would have died off hours ago.
You're 100% on that.
Because of the rain that was in front of it. But obviously it's not. We had a tornado just touch down in Louisville. I want to talk about these winds moving in. E-Town 2 minutes, Lebanon Junction 11, Boston, and in Nelson County you got 12 minutes, Bardstown 22 minutes, Fairfield 27, and Taylorsville 31. And again, that's got that Boeing segment, Mark, that the one that just moved through and moved through southern Indiana.
And this is about to hit our E-Town, so we've got a view of this storm from E-Town.
Yeah, let me make sure that's pointed west. It should already be, so we should be getting a good look at it.
Okay, and I'm going to check. I've got my E-Town camera in a different location, so I'm going to jump up so that I can view it out of one of my other shows. So let me get E-Town pulled up. Bryce, you've got it in a good location?
Yeah, I can only go so far west because the building it's on, so we're looking northwest, but we should still get a good look at it as it rolls in.
So this storm is now going to be approaching our camera in E-Town. We can see a lot of lightning strikes. So the things that we're going to be looking at from our camera in E-Town is going to be, do we see upward flashes? When it's coming top down, we know that's lightning. When it's coming from the bottom up, it's a power flash. So normally, so you know, power flashes normally from damage are going to have a very, very bluish hue to it. So we're going to look to see, do we have any bottom up flashes that are occurring within our area. Still, we have a tornado warning in effect for our northeast county. Rick has got eyeballs on that continuously, but we have seen that threat come down just a little bit. So we want to make sure that E-Town is getting the coverage that you deserve. Watching that storm right now near E-Town, I do not see upward power flashes right now. But how far away are we from that strongest wind getting into the E-Town area? Rick,
it's right
can you check on analysts on that one? And
sure, I do want to let you know there's a new tornado warning now. This is for...
They did go downstream?
They went downstream with the new warning.
Okay, let me do two things here. I'm going to grab the E-Town camera, just put it in my bottom show here, so give me 1 second. Basically what I'm saying is I'm going to put this in the show that we use to show you our severe weather. It definitely looks like those winds are picking up now in the E-Town area. Yep, I don't want to leave this yet. I don't want to leave it yet. With the look at the winds on that light there. The strongest winds are now hitting E-Town. So E-Town, you've got potential up. We're looking at the damaging winds now moving in E-Town. Rick, continue to keep an eye on what we've got on that tornado warn storm. And again, this is this is rural Henry County. We're passing now past Pleasureville, and we're going to start to move towards rural Henry County.
Yeah, and so this is an area of weak rotation coming off the same storm which did some of the damage inside Louisville. So it's not like this is a new storm. It's got a history. It's done damage already. Thankfully, it's now moving into a more rural area, but at the same time, there's still people there, and we still have to get you the knowledge. So here's where we have the warning. This includes areas like...
I'm going to come over to you real quickly, but I don't want to stay super long because I want people in E-Town to see what's happening. Right?
Okay, so listen up quickly. If you live in Pleasureville, Cropper, Slabtown, in basically Henry County, safe place, do it now. This storm doesn't have the pronounced rotation it once did, but it has a history, and it could drop a tornado at any moment. So that's the quick recap. We'll head back over to the camera in E-Town now.
So we're looking at E-Town because we know that we have the damaging winds coming through E-Town. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Winds on E-Town, are we talking about an elevated warning, or is this our normal severe thunderstorm warning that is now hitting Elizabethtown right now? Rick, what do we have on that warning for E-Town? 60 miles per hour?
And pennies.
And pennies. Do we have anything in terms of tornado possible on that? Do we have a tag on that? Radar right now to me says we're not seeing anything overly concerning, but we have tornado possible tag. We are watching Elizabethtown. We've got our boss, Barry Fulmer, in here, who has generously offered to come back into work and stay a little bit later. And he is kind of understand that we mentioned this the other day. When we cover severe weather, it's not a weather team situation. It's a team and news team. Bryce, our news director, Barry, has just given you some information. Tell us what you know.
First of all, I just wanted to mention with our talks with the emergency management, 64 east from the Cloverleaf area into Shelby County. So where that tornado debris was being lofted, scattered tree debris, wood, and insulation
on the highway.
I'm not sure if it's on the highway. I'm assuming it is.
But we know if it's insulation, the standard structure.
Hit something. Yeah, it hit a home, hit a business, or something.
And you know, the things changed, Bryce, over the years. We went from a time where we would use radar to help us to think that we have a tornado that's touched down. Can we go over to weather picks? You're looking, Bryce, before we go over there, give me one moment, guys, on weather picks. But Bryce, you're looking at some of the damage that has occurred, and the world's changed now where we have viewers that are out there with real-time reports of what we're seeing. Radar told us what happened with 95+% certainty, but you have pictures here now of damage.
Yeah, Lyndon Doerr sent this one in. She didn't specify the location. You can assume obviously somewhere in our viewing area. That's a large chunk of a tree leaning right on a car. And then we look up into Salem, that's another pine tree being uprooted. By the way, if you're watching and you have damage and you can safely go out and take a picture, again, stay away from down power lines if there are any. There's a Facebook post on the WDRB news page, and Mark has a few as well up, or you can comment on any of our pages at that. You just comment your damage. We'll show them on air how to give somebody the feel of what exactly the damage looks like over toward east of Louisville. Here's another look.
And this is a Valley Station as the storm was going through. If you ever were to two-box us, let me go to the wall. Can I head over to the wall on this, guys? I want to analyze what we're seeing.
Yep.
So just so we know, Seth, can you tell me where this is in terms of the video? Are you going to play it once or are you going to play it multiple times? Got it. So the video is going to loop. Can you tell me in my ear when zoomed in? What it appears here is there is a tornado right here is what it appears. This is from Valley. There we go. So we've got a loop. So it appears if you look closely, there's an edge over here on one side and there's an edge coming down right here. And it looks like those flashes were upward facing. This at minimum to me is that we have what was a very low wall cloud here. We know, in my opinion, that this was probably at least at minimum straight line winds, but that may have been a tornado. It's obviously incredibly difficult at night, but this is the area that it appears right here that there's a tornado moving. You could see it right there. Impressive video from the storms that have moved through. It's going to take me some time to truly process everything that's happened in the last 4 days. You know, I hate to say this, but this is one of 3 severe weather threats that we have in the next 3 days. So we're not done. And Bryce, we're now starting to also need to talk about this rain situation that is going to be a lot. This is a bad scenario for our area. Some positives here. The cliff does appear. I think we're on the cliff now.
Yeah, I just want to give a few all clears here if people are waiting to go to bed. And Mark and Rick, you can back me up here. I think right along west side of Louisville, right, if you're west of this line, you're in the all clear in terms of severe weather. What you're not in the all clear of is the flood risk. That's going to continue likely all night. And then as Mark and Rick were mentioning, we have a lot of rain on the way over the next few days. You can see how this line is sort of angled from northeast to southwest here. This is going to sort of start to flatten its way out overnight and over the next couple of days, because this front that's bringing in this mess is stalling over our area, which is where and why we're going to get these waves of on and off and on and off severe storms, and the potential for that, which we have a severe risk over the next, I believe, 3 out of the next 4 days.
3 out of the next 4 days. And Bryce is here late tonight until, 1. What's going to happen here is at 2 o'clock, Jude is going to come in so that he can start to work. I'm going to send Rick home. Rick knows that if I have to stay too late, that would allow Rick to come in a little bit earlier tomorrow. And Bryce is also going to stay with this. We don't walk away from severe weather coverage. What at some point will happen, since it's the middle of the night, my opinion is at some point we're probably going to return to programming only when we start to get warnings that are not tornado possible. New tornado warning just issued. That one appears to be just a pinch east of our area, but that rotation's coming up definitely in northeast Shelby County. That's moving out of Shelby County. Rick, we may be lucky in the time frame, but it is near Flag Fork and heading towards the Cosgrove area. Rick, I'm going to come over to your analyst computer. That is more rotating now than it was a little bit ago. Maybe not over the top, but that, I think what has happened here is we may have seen a cycle, because look at that other tornado warning is north of it. It cycled, developed a new updraft base to the south, is now able to tap into more of that warm air, and then the rotation came back up.
And that one's now stealing the attention from the other one. So I agree with that analysis wholeheartedly. Just to place a marker on there, I'm just going to go through some of the steps, see if we have a lot of rotation inside of that. Nothing overly concerning yet. Do we have any debris? No, all pink, very uniform, all good signs that we don't have a tornado, but we do have rotation, and it could tighten up and may drop a tornado. So,
but that is heading out of our areas. The positive for us. For those that are, like, let's say in Beechwood, Kentucky, it's not. So what happens is there's a handoff when these storms leave our area. Lexington's the next market that would deal with this, and they're going to be then now covering the tornado warning downstream. We know that damage has been done in Louisville. Our Richard Essex is just a hero on this one in terms of spending a lot of time with these storms. Richard, is Richard's mic open? Do we know? Richard, you have driven now from around French Lick back through Lanesville as the storms have come through through Louisville. Can you tell us where you are, and can you tell us what you're seeing?
Well, we are just off Shelbyville Road. We came down, I think it's Johnson Road.
Okay.
And we're seeing debris all over the place. We've been seeing it out on the interstate and on some of these side roads. There's a lot of it out on Shelbyville Road. And it appears to be foam insulation and regular insulation that's just been blown apart. We've gone back into some of the neighborhoods to see if we could find some of the houses that may have been damaged. We haven't found anything just yet, but every couple of feet you're starting to see some insulation that's been blown apart. So I would think that came from some type of a house nearby. When we were out on the interstate, there were a lot of limbs down and a lot of the construction barrels had been knocked over.
Okay.
We're just seeing scattered things all over the place.
Richard, can you tell me, were you able to access somewhere near 64 and Gene Snyder? Because that's where our debris signature showed up. Were you able to get into that area? Did you see anything in there if you did?
Yes. Yes, we drove right through that area, and there was a lot of debris in that area.
Okay.
Because it's on the interstate, we couldn't stop and take a look at it. But it appeared to be a lot of insulation, a lot of foam insulation, and some debris from the trees that had blown in that area. So yes, yeah, we saw exactly what you were seeing on the radar.
Okay, we appreciate that. Our Richard Essex putting in work tonight. Number one, Richard, you're awesome. We appreciate you guys, and stay safe out there tonight. Let us know if you see anything. If you guys wanted to head towards an area where we're sure there was some damage occurred, we think that this started somewhere near Plantside Drive and Blankenbaker. So if you can kind of get back into those areas, that's where we're watching. This is a track on the tornado warning. We've got a new one now. So this is a new tornado warning that is now off to the east of E-Town. Bryce, we watched this storm come through E-Town. If you're in New Haven right now, you're very uncomfortable. Give us a time on the storm moving along.
New Haven, you got 3 minutes. Botland 11, Bear Wallow 17, Brush Grove. We're going to go 21 minutes. And again, this one is cooking to the east as well. Just like the ones that were moving across Louisville, this is moving northeast at 75 miles an hour. 26 minutes in Willisburg and 31 in Battle, and honestly maybe even be a little shorter than that considering how quickly this is moving. This is what we were talking about earlier with these storms just cycling over and over and over. Even though there's all this rain out in front of the storm and of the supercell, it's not affecting the actual supercell itself because of the amount of wind shear that we have. I'm going to go over to Rick DeLuca, who's on StormView 3D once again, and he's looking at that rotation. DeLuca, do you think we're seeing the tighter rotation, or are we seeing any debris like we saw over near Shelbyville Road?
We're definitely seeing some surges within the line, and what I mean by that is where you see those reds around New Haven pushing out a little faster. That acceleration is due to the stronger winds, which means New Haven, I do think you're going to get some powerful winds, no doubt in the neighborhood of at least 50 to 60 miles per hour. Could it be tornadic? I'm seeing subtle areas of rotation, nothing extremely pronounced, which is some good news. Just to verify that, I'm going to go through a couple of steps. There's the new scanning right there showing maybe a little tightening trying to occur, but the winds are getting very close now. New Haven, you probably hear that howling going on outside with those strong winds. I'm going to go over to a product known as to see if there's any area I can identify.
It's elongated.
It's a very elongated. That's more of a linear, straight line kind of effect, and you actually match that up, and that's really what it looks like. Yeah. But because the reds and greens are so close, we keep saying within one scan, which is 1 minute, you can get a quick spin up. So that's why I want you to treat this like a tornado, even though this may be more of a straight line wind sort of situation. And just to verify correlation coefficient, not seeing any sort of debris signatures like we saw before. I mean, that thing, it was undeniable. It was crazy to see those dark, deep blues. We are not seeing that right now. And so that you can just breathe a little easier, but still safe place for those of you inside that red polygon.
And Rick, if we could, I'm going to go over to StormView HD right now. And Bryce, I want to head over the wall, but we're starting to see a little bit of a transition on that cell, which I think is probably the reason that the National Weather Service pulled and went towards the tornado warning on this versus severe tornado possible. Bryce, can you rock me back just one or two scans? This is the body of the cell. and you'll notice it's kind of garbagey and kind of looks like a bow. Watch right here as we go east. You see how it starts to get this inflow notch and starts to get the hook around the bottom. So what it is doing is it's showing us that it is starting to pull rain around the back and trying to rotate. That notch in there says that this is coming up in rotation. If I'm in Balltown right now, I'm taking my tornado safety precautions, which means downstairs, underneath something. I need you in the center part of your house and keep away from windows. As we noted, it's elongated in rotation, but I suspect because it is starting to show that notch, that rotation is going to tighten up in the next one scan or two. Botland 10 minutes from now, Booker 14 minutes from now, in the Brush Grove area 20 minutes from now. And since these are, Bryce, what's the speed on these?
75 to the northeast.
75 miles an hour. It's going to be in Willisburg in 23 minutes. So you've got to take your tornado safe precautions. Balltown, there is the area rotation right now. This is Bardstown Road here. This is 31E. So you know when you go through Bardstown, you come into town, you go around the roundabout, and then you would come back out of Bardstown. This is the bluegrass right here, and this is Bardstown Road right here. So this is going to be going and crossing the Bluegrass and Bardstown Road near Balltown. That is a very highly traveled area. It's going to go down the Bluegrass Parkway, basically on top of Bardstown Road. You've got to take your tornado safety precautions. If you have any friends that are traveling on the Bluegrass right now, say, hey, near Nelsonville, there's a tornado that could be, there's a tornado warning. It could spin up quickly, and you need to be careful if you're near the Balltown area. Botland, Booker, and all of these areas, be careful. There's an area of rotation. I think we're in a transitional period because of that inflow notch. Rick, when you look at it on 3D, it's starting to make that turn from straight line winds towards a tornado threat.
And you can see we had the reds and the greens kind of almost let's say parallel to one another, and now they're starting to sort of kink around, and you even see that pop of higher winds. That's the darker reds around Bellwood Road, and that is just a sign that this is starting to intensify a little bit, and that pop of wind will stay just north of Balltown, but may scrape southern Bardstown, crossing over New Haven Road, and this is following areas like the Stephen Foster Road. So again, Bardstown, some strong winds, they're moving your way. And I'm just going to give you some estimate of how strong they are, at least 55 to 60 miles per hour, some strong winds in that vicinity. So this is, again, another tornado warning.
And they just statused it too, it appears, clipping the back edge of that.
Edge? Okay.
I mean, it's right south of Bardstown. Bryce, can you make sure our camera out of Bardstown?
There it is.
See that? We're all on the same page. So we've got our camera out of Bardstown looking due south. Remember what we're looking for now. We're looking to see if we get any power flashes, which would mean light down upward instead of the lightning, which is top down. While we watch this, I want to mention that we just got a report that so we know where the tornado we believe started in Louisville was near Plantside and Blankenbaker. What's there? The BMW of Louisville is there, the Lexus of Louisville, and I think they're building that Acura plant there as well. That would be just near the main event area and also near the Extreme Theater. So we know that the Lexus dealership, we're getting reports that I'm going to use the verbiage that was shared with me is hit hard. So we'll find out specifically what that means. But that Lexus dealership and BMW of Louisville is that exact area that we believe that damage occurred. Watching the storm out of Bardstown, Bryce, you're seeing more reports coming in. You know, we have gotten a lot of reports out of Washington County of damage, and you're getting more reports of that now.
Yeah, this is Pekin.
And if we can go to weather pics, if we could.
Yeah, we'll go over to weather pics, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. But the picture you're about to see is out of Pekin, Indiana. And what it is, I believe, just from the looks at it, just from this picture, and it's in the dark again, I do think it's more of a straight line wind damage here. Those are power lines.
And what is that in the middle there? Is that a light laid down?
That's the power line that's
got it.
Bent
so
down.
The power line's
bent
laid down
toward the home.
Is it on the line itself too?
It's hard to tell, but it looks like that wind. That's got a transformer on it still too.
So this is probably some 70s that laid that down.
Absolutely. And then here's another one, Chenoweth Hills in J-Town, as we watched This was before the tornado touched down, by the way. This is when Rick was talking about those 80, 85 knot sparks, even though they were 1,400 feet off the ground. That's your tree damage. That's a thick and looks like healthy tree there in J-Town. Let's go back over to that Bardstown cam real quick. And again, we're starting to see that lightning pick up a little bit more.
Yeah, that storm's right almost on top of Bardstown as we speak. So, yeah, I mean, this is the camera I was looking at on Sunday, when we started to see something fly by the camera.
Change direction.
We believe in retrospect that was maybe a container that had trash in it that was flipped. But when we saw the rotation center over Bardstown and then we get something flying by the camera, there's this moment of, oh no. This is looking south out of Bardstown right now towards the Balltown area. The rotation center is going right along the bluegrass. It is it's the second worst if you're not talking about a major interstate. That area has come up, Rick.
We're going to see crazy winds in Bardstown any second.
Can we go 2 box with the Bardstown camera, guys?
It's really starting to pick up.
What are we getting on those gates? And I assume we're about 2,500 feet above the ground.
We're about 1,600, so they're a little bit better.
These are lower. Okay.
And these are 62 knots.
I'm going to go back to that Bardstown camera because I think we want to see this. What's going to happen here? We're probably talking about 60 to 70 mile an hour winds about to hit Bardstown, and it's definitely rotating. It is definitely rotating. There's an area of rotation near Balltown, and there's an area of rotation right over Bardstown. This is, as Rick noted, elongated rotation. Boy, that is really starting to get crazy in our camera in Bardstown. This is why we installed the cameras. You know, we had decided that a camera network was really necessary in this area, and that's the reason why we put this in. There's nothing that replaces live eyes on the ground, and our camera is always live eyes on the ground as we are viewing this from the square in Bardstown. Bryce, the wind's picking up there. We still have power. That's a super positive there.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look fun.
No, it doesn't. And just to compare it what it looks like on radar here, there's it moving through Bardstown, and there's that second little bit of rotation that Mark mentioned and that Rick DeLuca was watching real closely over the Balltown area. Both of these need to be watched. I think especially for that Balltown one. Rick, while that one in Bardstown is rotating, that one near Balltown, a little bit further south of it in particular, has that little bit of the inflow notch that kind of shouts at you a little bit more.
It's spinning a little more than the one in Bardstown. I mean, Bardstown right now just getting rocked by rain, and that's not just your regular rain. This is getting blown sideways by some of those powerful winds, lightning flashing all over the place. But I do want to kind of focus in on that Balltown area just to go through the process of making sure we don't have any sort of tornado on the ground doing damage. So what I'm going to go through is base reflectivity. This is what you always see when you see radar. And there is that rotation, which Bryce was just talking about. So for those of you, this is now to the east of 31E. Okay, it's east of 31E in the Balltown area. I'm going to switch to NROT, see if I can define an area of rotation. While it's rotating, it's not rotating terribly strong. Could this drop a tornado? Possibly. That's why you should be in your safe place right now. And last but not least, I'm going to go to correlation coefficient. Not seeing anything that, you know, shouts, yeah, we got a tornado going on. But with the fact that we have rotation, it's very close. It's not strong, but it's tight. So therefore, that does warrant you to be in your tornado safe place. And I know it's 117 and you're like, I have kids. I don't want to wake them up right now. Trust me, you'll be happy you did when, you know, the potential's there. We've seen so many crazy storms go by our area tonight. And the fact that these can happen in the blink of an eye, you need to be cautious and you need to act as if there's a tornado. Again, just to the east of Balltown, you need to be in your safe place. And we're going to put a tracker on the storm as it races. I think the motion on this is like 70.
I mean, you just have to understand, it's almost comical.
70 miles per hour is the motion. That puts it in Bloomfield in 4, so you already should be in your safe place. Willisburg 16, Lawrenceburg 27 minutes from now to a half hour. These storms, the fact they're moving around 70 miles per hour,
it's insanity.
Is insane.
I mean, it's ridiculous how fast we're talking about. You know, if you watched my Facebook Live video earlier, one of the things I showed is that the winds, and Rick, you and I kind of talked about this, 1 mile above the ground were an absolutely absurd 95 miles per hour. I mean, I can count on one hand where you see data showing 95-mile-per-hour winds. There's a flag in Bardstown. You can see the strongest have come through. So Bardstown, it does appear that the worst has occurred now. That rotation area is now starting to move east. So what we're seeing here is a transition. Remember, the storm went through a phase where I told you that it was coming up in intensity. We saw an inflow notch start to develop. Bryce, if we could, I want to back it away a little bit just so we can show you the evolution. What we do here at WDRB is radar analysis. We have never been people that are just going to regurgitate information. And, you know, you may know this or not, but my background is in radar research. I spent multiple years with what are called the Doppler on Wheels crew. I went out and we sampled tornadoes, we sampled fronts, straight line winds. I worked then on a research project studying microbursts and downdrafts, which are winds that come out of thunderstorms and head to the ground. I did a research project with multiple hurricanes, multiple deployments. My graduate research work was on a tornado that hit Spencer, South Dakota. So I have spent a lifetime trying to get better at radar analysis. So what we saw is when this was coming out of E-Town, see how it's flat? And then you could see right as it gets here. Now let's zoom in a little bit more on the western side of that tornado warning. We saw at this point an inflow notch develop. Rick at this point had said we are now concerned that the rotation, which is kind of elongated, started to tighten. Now you see an inflow notch here, and watch as it goes past Bardstown. There, it's now starting to look like a line, and now this is the most current scan. It's showing gunge out in front of it, garbage out in front of it, with that notch completely gone. So an evolution here. We believe that at this point now the tornado threat has come down and the damaging wind threat in this particular zone. But what we have seen is this going up and down and up and down, and I don't think we're done. The sad part of this whole thing is in our southern counties, you probably notice that this is slowing down. Let's take this out to the wide perspective, and I want to animate. Because we're now starting to see the scenario that we are afraid of beyond today. And this is that the southern extent of this is going to pivot. So what will happen here in the next few hours is this is going to pivot more easterly and westerly. And that then would target the southern part of our area for heavy rain. Once that transitions east-west, this front is going to start to wave north and south across our area and strike us with heavy rain in the coming days. And that's what's going to lead to potential flooding in our area. And that's one of the things that we have grave concerns about. Let's go through where we have severe right now, and I want to spend a little time on the track of these. We're starting to get to a point where some of our counties are going to be releasing from the threat. So the tornado warnings have now moved out of most of our counties. This is Eminence, Newcastle. This is Henry County. This is Shelby County, which has now left our viewing area. So we have now statused the tornado warnings out of these counties. We now have severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect for Grayson, for Hardin County, for part of LaRue County, and for, let's see, is that get into the southern part of, yeah, that does include Bullitt County, and then it includes Nelson County. This tornado warning, let's track that. Let's fan track it, Bryce, just because it doesn't appear that it has the same rotation it once had. But once this gets past Willisburg and Macville, I think our tornado threat will continue to drop. We're going to stay with it. Salvisa around 17 minutes from now, Wilmore around 28, and Nicholasville around 33. The other part of the severe is now south of E-Town, moving through the Hodgenville area and LaRue County. We'll track the back edge of this as well and move that off to the east. This doesn't show a hard bow to it, which is good. We're starting to get to the point now where our atmosphere is getting worked over a little bit. So as we track this through the Hodgenville area northeast at around 70-ish on these, that puts it in Hodgenville in 2 minutes. Be aware, damaging winds could be moving across your area. This could mean a separate strike for Bardstown in about 18 minutes, and then Springfield 28 minutes from now, and Willisburg 34 minutes from now. Recapping kind of what we've seen tonight. Wild night.
Yeah.
We went from damaging winds to where things intensified. You guys have been doing this with me for a while. When you start to see heavy population centers and damaging winds, you get uneasy. when you see something that you know is a tornado that has done damage in population centers, it is a very, very hard thing to see.
Yeah, especially like in areas that you know. I mean, I went to the back and called my wife and told her to go to the basement. You know areas, and even before we came on air, Rick DeLuca has friends over toward the western half of the state that he was letting know they were moving through our areas. So, I mean, we know exactly what you guys are feeling. Just because we're meteorologists and know how this works a little more doesn't mean that it doesn't affect us either. I mean, we know exactly how you feel, and honestly, I think most of us get into meteorology because of storm anxiety when we were little. A lot of us catch that weather bug, and a lot of meteorologists catch that weather bug that we call when we were younger. I mean, I was maybe 4 or 5, 6 around there. Probably around 5 or 6. And I think the biggest...
So you know, this is going to be a fun story. Bryce grew up in this area, and I have been here for a long time. So Bryce had grown up, and his parents started to reach out to me when Bryce was around, I think, 8 to 10 years old. So Bryce, what was your event, which I probably was working, that kind of got you into this?
Then I would probably say Ike. Ike was a big one.
2009.
And then the Henryville, Borden Pekin one was a really big one.
By then you already knew.
Yeah, by then, you know, I'm watching it myself, have no idea what I'm doing, but you know, that's how you kind of get into it. And then the more you grow a passion, you grow for it, the more that you realize that you're potentially saving people's lives. And in a scenario like today, I mean, it's rolling through the highest populated area in our entire viewing area.
And to have a confirmed tornado.
Yeah. And this, by the way, we know that this did damage. Yeah. So our Richard Essex, can we bring his mic up? Richard is in Lexus of Louisville, and this appears to be some sheet metal. Richard, a couple of things here. Are we talking about something that's maybe, you know, light, or is this a big piece? And can you tell where this debris has come from?
Well, it looks like it's come from the building, you know, and here, I tell you what, let me pull up.
You guys have time. It's 1:30 in the morning, so.
Yeah. Pull up so I can.
We just want to make sure we know what we're seeing.
It looks like it's come from the. Let me get out of the car. It looks like it's come from the building.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's fairly heavy.
Okay. Well, we talking 25 pounds, Richard? We talking 50, 100 pounds?
Oh, probably 150 for that whole piece.
Okay. I mean,
I don't know. Do you lift?
Moving up.
He's a deadlifter.
Let me show you the rest of this the parking lot. There were some light poles here that are now laid down on the ground, and their sign, their big sign as you come off Blake and Baker Road, has been flattened.
Okay.
It was spread all over the place. You can see, there's the big sign. It still has electricity to it, but it's on the ground.
Okay.
And if we move on up, there are some, there's the light poles that are down, and some of the trees that have decorated the outside perimeter of their lot. Those are also down. It looks like we have a shopping cart that has come over here. And there's another piece of aluminum there. Now you'll see there's a blue police car lights over there, and that leads us back to the Papa John's headquarters, and we hear that there's been some damage back there. You can see there's some, look out, the light poles here that are down.
Oh, look at that debris. That tree's blown in the opposite direction.
A lot of debris. Yeah, wow.
So
pull on up there.
So Richard, one of the things that's interesting about what you're seeing with that tree is that appears to be laid down in the opposite direction as what flew off of the building. So remember, you can kind of see how this is flipped in different directions, which is a strong indicator of a tornado. I know this is next to BMW of Louisville as well. Do you see the damage has extended across that area, or is it highly confined and small, maybe towards where that Lexus is and then crossing towards Papa John's headquarters?
It looks like it came right next to the Lexus dealership.
Okay.
It did not go, from what we have seen, it did not go into the BMW dealership.
Got it.
But you'll see all of the Lexus dealership put most of their cars that were typically outside underneath their awning to protect it from hail and some of the storm that they thought was coming.
So, Richard, we appreciate this. Can you let us know, can you head down a little bit towards the Papa John's and see what you can see on there? But we appreciate this. I mean, this is, it's very obvious that this is tornado damage, and it's very obvious because you can see there's trees right there just on the left part of the screen that don't have damage, and then you can see this one is torn apart. Very, very obvious tornado damage in this area, and your reports tonight, Richard, have been highly helpful for us to know exactly what happened as the storms move through. Appreciate this, Richard. We're going to come back over here. We've got strong storms continuing to move across our area as we have tornado warnings still in effect here. The storm that is east of Bardstown may have gone through a cycle now, and it does appear to be now getting itself better organized once again. This is a storm that's already done this several times, so it would not surprise me if I'm in Bloomfield right now. I'm going to take this extremely seriously. I'm going to prepare for 70-mile-an-hour winds, and I'm going to prepare for the possibility of a spin-up because it does appear that it's starting to get itself reorganized. What specifically are we at? Does that have torr possible on that, Rick?
It sure does. Torr possible, hail, and wind threat with gusts up to 60, and that does look like it's a downstream warning, which means they're seeing what's happening now around Fairfield, which came out of Bardstown, now moving to Bloomfield and Chaplin. So those of you who are in Chaplin, prepare for 60-mile-per-hour winds. They just, I do believe, have allowed the tornado warning to expire and are now covering this with severe thunderstorm warnings once again. But don't forget the tornado possible tag. So that's, I think, how we're going to see the rest of the night unfold here. Since we're starting to see that peak down to the south near Bonneville, Hodgenville, not seeing the same wind we once saw. Still, if you live in Spencer County, if you live in Nelson County, especially around the north and the eastern section, you're going to get some of those strong winds without a doubt, 60 plus possible. So please prepare for that. And I'm getting pictures here out of the Beckley Station area. In the hills of Beckley Station, that windows were blown out of homes. And there is damage here that appears very obviously to be tornado damage. This is the obvious area that the rotation went through. It has been quite an evening, guys, quite an evening. We obviously, when we made our forecast, nobody wants anything bad to happen into our area. There's just signals about today that made it not the same as other days. We don't know the extent of what the strength of these tornadoes were. We won't know, we may not know for several days. The Weather Service sent out an email earlier this week that said that because of the prolonged severe weather threat, because of the possibility of flooding, that they were, and also because of staffing issues. Look, I think we all know and have heard about this, that they may not be able to get out to do surveys for several days. I can't tell you which one of those things specifically causes the greatest reasoning for that, and I don't even want to get into it. But we know that we may not know for several days. My belief here would be because the damage in Louisville is very close, within 6-8 miles from where the National Weather Service is located, that they may very well be able to get to that and survey it. But we'll find out. Time will tell us on that. Let me take you into the storm right now. Give a bit of a scope on this one as we look at Van Buren through Sparrow, through around the Pullman area. Rick, it definitely is producing at minimum really strong winds. I think that we can all agree on that. That's our best case scenario. Yeah, and thankfully, it's starting to lose some of that fuel, but nonetheless, 60-mile-per-hour winds, that's going to wake you up. So don't be shocked if you're not awake from the rumbles of thunder, but you're going to start to hear the windows rattle from some of those strong winds in Van Buren, in Sparrow. It's on top of you right now, along with that heavier rainfall. We have transitioned right now down the Bluegrass Parkway. It's too. Right. Imagine traveling the opposite direction into that. What if you're an 18-wheeler that's coming down there? It's a heavily traveled area. Listen, I don't even like passing 18-wheelers to begin with. I know, right? Yeah. So you add 60-mile-per-hour winds, torrential rainfall. No thanks. Don't sign me up. So that's the only warning that we have right now. But that is something to rejoice over. Yeah, and that's about to get out of our viewing area. It's about to get out of our viewing area. So we talked about the cliff. We're kind of explained this. When we say storms are going to hit a cliff, there are ingredients that we look for in the atmosphere.
there's also an inevitability. Inevitability means that you cannot sustain fuel forever. Fuel is directly connected to heat of the afternoon. When we talk about hitting a cliff, what we mean is that we may have peaked. And what we're seeing here is a sign that the cliff we've gone off that edge.
Yeah, and just think of it like your cell phone. You've been talking on the phone all day, going, texting, looking things up. Your battery is going to start to drain slowly but surely. And at some point,
good analogy,
you really don't have any energy left. And that same thing applies to the atmosphere. So basically, you know, we're in the red right now. There's really not much left for these storms to work with. They're still trying, but we've lost the energy, we've lost the fuel, the instability is coming down, and that's what you're referring to as the edge. So just think your cell phone, you know, we don't want to plug it back in and charge it up, but we may in the coming days.
Yeah, and you can with the sun coming back out. But I don't think we can replicate the ingredients over the next 3 days that we had here. I think that I also think that part of this is that our wind energy was ridiculous.
Saturday we get some fuel back, but we don't get the same wind energy.
And we don't
magnitude.
have the same turning.
The directional shear, I mean, you've been preaching this, you know, every single day. That directional shear can overcome low fuel. This time we actually had both. We had the fuel and the wind energy, which is why, I mean, we just got trashed with so many warnings around the area, not just severe thunderstorm, but tornadic, because of that dangerous directional shear. There's two types. Directional is when it changes with height. Speed is when the magnitude goes up with height. And this time, unfortunately, we had the directional shear, and with that coupled, we also had all that fuel and instability, and you kind of saw what happened.
Yeah, and he was talking about, or we were talking about earlier, how this one had double the amount of wind energy in most cases, because last time had around 45, this one had 70 to 100, so give or take about double the amount of wind shear that we had with the last one.
And you know, I think sometimes people think, they think sometimes that we just kind of want to hype. I think there's this weird belief that meteorologists are just trying to wind people up. In the end of all this, I'm pretty tired.
Yeah, because we want to be here at 1:30 in the morning.
Talking for the last, we've been on TV now for 3.5 hours. I think we started right before. Yeah, my feet are hurting too. But
you can feel your feet.
I know.
Mine are
my
numb.
heels.
What we knew out of this is we knew that these ingredients were here. It's the reason that we were here, and the three we are. It's the reason we're still talking at 1:30 in the morning as we get a new tornado warning. I told you guys very, very clearly
just outside
that this was, this is Anderson County. Anderson County used to be in our viewing area, but Rick, this is exactly what I talked about, that this had cycled. We saw that rotation starting to turn back as we got an inflow notch developing, and the Weather Service pulled the trigger and goes now towards the tornado warning, which quite frankly is the right move. But that tornado warning is for Anderson County, which would be Lawrenceburg. No longer in our viewing area, but I do know that people in Anderson County actually can receive us. So let me just give you a quick scope here so you can get a sense on the area where we're concerned about this. The most rotation is going to be near Anderson City, heading towards Lawrenceburg, and near the G area. Let's take this out to the wider perspective so we can get a sense of what we have ongoing. I'll tell you what, I think we're getting close to winding this down. Bryce, Rick, what's the ETA on the expiration on the warning, the severe thunderstorm warning for our area?
The one is...
The 7, because it's 70s, I don't want to bail on it.
Yeah, well, it's moving northeast at 80.
80?
Northeast at 80, which is the
fastest of the day.
That's the fastest of the day, which...
And what's the expire?
I'm still looking for that.
Let me check behind us just so I can see. 2 a.m. On the expire. Oh no, that is, that's the severe thunderstorm warning for Nelson, Shelby, Spencer, and Washington until 2 a.m. So we'll allow these to get past our area. And they may, to be completely honest, actually be able to cancel that severe thunderstorm warning within the next 8 to 12 minutes.
2 a.m.
So let's, our Richard Essex has been valuable. What I'm going to tell you we will do is once the warnings are allowed to expire, we'll go back to programming. Richard Essex, tell us where you are and tell us what you're seeing. And by the way, let me tell you this, Richard Essex, you are awesome, dude. Now you're out in the rain. You've already tried to lift a 150-pound piece of metal, and now you're covering severe weather at 1:30 in the morning, and we appreciate you, my friend.
Thank you.
So tell us what you're seeing, Richard, and where you are.
Well, I've been sitting in that truck way too long. My legs.
He's got to stretch his legs, and we want to sit down.
We are right across the street from the Lexus dealership. There is a office complex, and if you look at this building over there, you see the roof is starting to come off. You see there's an awful lot of insulation that has been thrown around in this area.
That's it.
We saw some of the fire department starting to walk through here, doing inspections. We've seen a number of emergency vehicles coming back here, but I want to focus on this roof up there. Look how that thing has just been ripped apart, and that's where a lot of this insulation that we've been seeing all over this side of town is probably coming from. Now, if you look down this way, you see where the fire truck just turned on their bright lights for us. Awful lot of debris in the street, and going back that way, you can see the fire department going from building to building to make sure that there aren't people inside, and taking a look at some of the structures. We have seen some of the tree crews coming back here, trying to free up some of the lines, and there's still people have to work. There's still FedEx trucks coming through here.
Wow, we can see
there goes the tow truck, probably going back there to free up a car that has been put under some debris. Now you look all the way back there, you see there's an awful lot of red lights, fire emergency type people that are back there inspecting all of these buildings. We're going to go back this way and see if we can get to the Papa John's headquarters and see what's happened back there. But yeah, this debris is absolutely everywhere. So there's going to be an awful lot of cleanup. I'm sorry, what'd you say? Beg your pardon?
There's a couple of buildings all the way down there.
A couple of buildings down there that are damaged?
You know where the gas station is?
Yeah.
Turn left.
Okay.
KUP, I think it's the name of it.
And this is live what you guys see happening in the aftermath of damage.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
And so,
Good
you know,
work
I mean,
tonight.
it's
There's an electrician that's going out to restore some of the power.
Okay.
Building that way. And he had been back at that building. So we've got a fire truck trying to get. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, we'll be able to get a better idea of what this looks like when the daylight comes. But we'll try to give you the best view we can tonight.
We appreciate that, Richard. We really do. Richard Essex has been following these storms through the night. Richard, your reports have been invaluable to us, and a big, big, big thanks to Richard Essex. I want to tell you in Louisville, the tornado watch has been canceled for you. So that is gone and done. Rick DeLuca, you need to start to wind it down so you can head home. Bryce, you're going to stay with me for a little bit longer as we stay with these. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for our far eastern counties. What's going to happen here is we know the threat's going to come down. So our group, we start to break the group so that we can get home. Rick can get some sleep. What will happen is Jude will come in at 2. We'll start to break the group further, and then everybody's going to get to go home. We'll get some rest when we feel that the tornado warning is 100% threat is gone. I would like to look at just a little bit more data just to make sure of that. But the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have in effect, they cannot stay in effect that much longer. It's only for a fraction of our eastern counties, and arguably, really, Willisburg is one of the few that could still see some damaging winds. As we go back over to Storm View HD, I'm going to head to the wall briefly so we can do a synopsis of where we are. The gusty winds still could be near or north of Willisburg. This is about to breach the county line and get out of our area into Lawrence County. So the Weather Service may do a status and chop. Bryce, can we go on the northern edge of this Boeing segment just because I want to see where that is with respect to Shelby County? So here's the Shelby-Franklin County line. This is the Waddy-Peytona exit along Shelby County. So we've got about another 6 to 8 minutes before this warning will probably be able to be chopped and pulled out of our area. From there, we then start to turn our attention towards the next few days. We didn't get to do an extended tonight. Did we even build the graphics? We did build graphics, didn't we, Rick?
Yeah, we had all the shows earlier.
Oh yeah, we did have the shows earlier.
Your days are blending together.
I thought it was the wrong day all day today, and yesterday too. So let's take this out to the wide perspective and put it into motion. I want to give you a sense of what's going on, and I want to put this, you'll notice, hard line of thunderstorms, hard line of thunderstorms, broken down thunderstorms, hard line of thunderstorms. So what's going to happen here, the reason we're going to have to watch is what's near Bowling Green could still make a run at Adair County. So what is going to happen is we will break this down into a heavy rain threat, and the tornado threat would start to go away. There's still an incredible amount of lightning. When you get on the back edge of a line like this, a lot of times you get spiderweb lightning that crawls across the sky. A lot of times when I'm heading home after doing severe weather, we get that spiderweb lightning. Rick, start to wind it down as I see Mr. Redfield coming in. And is his hair done or is his hair not done? We never know.
It's not done.
It's not done. Does he have on?
You can't tell either way.
Does he have a tie on, and does he have his double coffee thing?
He's looking good.
Does he have that coffee thing that he brings in all the time?
He
that
does.
He puts hot chocolate
He does. He's got some big old raindrops on him still.
You get 4 of my meteorologists in the same room, and it is pure chaos. Let me tell you, we could have a reality show. The strong thunderstorms right now moving towards Anderson County, and we're still going to need to watch what's going on in Bowling Green because those storms can make their run at the far southern part of our area. Rick, time for you to head home. I'm going to head over to the Weather Center here because as we are going to let Rick go, we want to thank him. And Bryce, you're telling me more pictures in the area?
Yeah, like if we can go over to weather pics, I want to show a couple more areas. This picture in particular, right where that tornado moved over, this is Blake and Baker Crossing Apartments. And it looks like there is cement blocks.
I think that's one of those trash can areas.
That's what I'm thinking too. Like there's a dumpster in there.
The containers.
Yeah, but the fact that it was able to lay that down is impressive.
That's pretty strong winds. I also want to hone in on the flood risk as well. Some flash flooding in New Albany there. Ooh. And that looks like a neighborhood road as well. There's just some mailboxes.
And this is the prelude.
Yeah, absolutely. This is just the beginning of the flood risk, as Mark was mentioning.
So,
and just a couple more little tree damage here. This is around the Fern Creek area. Some folks
and that's where that rotation went through, right? You know, that is maybe straight line winds. I think what we're going to find, Bryce, is there's a combo.
Yeah.
So let's come back on camera really quickly because Rick has been here for a long time today. Rick.
Thank you. My cell phone battery, I still got a little left.
I don't have any. Mine's actually completely gone.
Until you get home and you lay down your light.
Yeah.
So people ask us sometimes how, make sure you get some rest so that you can go through this. You know, we need you fresh, but you can speak to the idea. It's impossible not to be fresh when there's damage occurring. Adrenaline starts to flow, and all you want to do is be able to help. I mean, it's kind of what you signed up for.
And it's the reason I'm here. I mean, everyone in my family is something similar. It's like, how do we help people? Like, my mother was EMT, volunteered for like 20-something plus years. Brother's a doctor, so it's like helping is in our DNA, and I think we all share that common denominator of helping people. And we love what we do, and we're proud to do it for WDRB and the product we put out, and you guys at home. The fact that you trust us means everything. And like, if you're putting your family's trust in us, we take that so seriously. And it doesn't matter where you are, if you're in Louisville or outside Louisville, we're here for you. And that's the bottom line.
And so what I do want to say here is the severe thunderstorm warning was just chopped. I want to just briefly look. It covers a sliver of eastern Shelby. I honestly think that probably was a mistake that they didn't take it out. And I don't mean that in a negative way, but I think they were trying to chop all the county out in just a fraction. So we're going to wrap up our coverage here for tonight. Number one, I hope we were able to help you guys. Number two, we also want you to know that there is a severe weather threat tomorrow. Hail would be the primary threat. There's a severe weather threat on Saturday. We didn't get full time to talk about it, but this is going to be the cold front that actually ends all of this insanity. So we will be talking about that on WDRB in the morning, and Rick and I will be talking about it in the afternoon. And lastly, there is potential for significant rain in the next 4 days. Data is honed in more on around 6 to 8. Just for reference, under a 6-day period, 1997 generated 12. I don't think we're at that elite of the top, but there are going to be many flash floods in the coming days, and you're going to come onto flooded roadways, and you're going to have to make a decision that each one of us may have to make, and that is, do I try to drive through the flooded roadway? What I would ask you to do is think towards your family and just remember them, because if you go into that flooded roadway, you may never see them again. So if you go into a flooded roadway, we hear it every time. Sometimes people don't come out, and it happens too much, and it's been the real difficult thing in meteorology to get people to stop doing. So please be careful. Flood threat will continue next week. Things will quiet down. We hope that we've been able to help you. We've got a tornado watch remaining in effect for our southeast counties. We'll watch those. One warning still in effect right now, but the storms are leaving our area. If things escalate and we have a new risk of tornadoes or heightened risk of severe, we'll come back in. So keep it right here on WDRB. For Rick DeLuca, for Bryce Jones, we appreciate you joining us tonight.